The Xbox itself or the game? Microids. Interesting. Goes right into a section like this. So new game, load game, cutscenes, credits, options, and bonus. So you can just watch stuff like that. Should we see what bonus is first? I wonder what bonus is. Bonus. What is that? Sketches from 2D to 3D, making of trailer, bandit so-called biography, main menu. Were these kind of things in the other portion, other versions of the game? I mean, we could look at this stuff after, I guess, maybe. Because what if some of this stuff spoils some stuff, you know, especially when you get to stuff like sketches? Options. Subtitles, yes. All right, let's start. You save anywhere in this game, like anywhere you feel like it. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense, obviously. Not in cutscenes. I'm in control now. World capital of mechanical toy. Into validate. Alps. Okay, specialized mechanical toys, 800 years. Been around. Specialize in clock making. Breathes life in the complex network of cogs and spindles.
I really don't have the strength to take this suitcase any further. I wonder who can help me.
I don't know. How did that work? Well, let's save first. We can start our first save here. I mean, when I look, right, like it looks at things. I move around. Pops up things to do.
I need a key.
Need a key.
I need a key.
Dialogue notebook. What's a dialogue notebook? Date and help.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, there's someone over there.
Hi there. Hey, hi there. What are you doing? Can I see?
No, too difficult. Momo's work very difficult.
Momo.
So, your name's Momo. I'm Kate.
Momo do like Hans. He draw.
Hans?
Don't disturb Momo. Momo work difficult.
Will you show me your drawing?
No, not finished. Go away.
I've just arrived. My case is a little heavy. Can you help me take it up to the room?
Momo's strong. Very strong. But no time. Momo very busy.
Okay, so
I
we have to
guess
use
I'll
this to
let
talk
you
to people.
Continue working.
Anything else to look at before we talk to this guy? Or airs. Let's talk.
Hi there.
Hello there, ma'am.
I would like a room. My company should have made a reservation in the name of Walker. The company is Marson and Lormont Associates. The name is Kate Walker.
Of course, Miss Walker. You are in room 6 on the next floor up.
6.
Thank you. Could you possibly take my luggage up, please?
Please do excuse me, Miss Walker. We have been neglecting our duties. Guests are so rare these days that we forget our manners. So you're the American woman? Is it true what people say, that you've come to buy the factory?
Not factory. Anna's house. Hans' house.
Excuse me?
Would you quiet down, you mischievous little boy? Ah. I imagine our little town must disappoint you. You see, today is very sad for us. It's a day of mourning. Today is the funeral of Miss Anna.
Momo sad, but Hans not dead. Hans long way away. Anna told Momo. Anna liked Momo very much.
That's enough, Momo. Stop pestering the lady. Now go on, scram. Get out of here, you hear?
Oh, there's stuff on the ground. How's the audio, by the way? Do you think I need to raise the audio settings?
What was I saying? Oh, yes, Miss Anna. Such a great loss for Valle de Len, it really is. Because now that she's dead, the factory'll close. But you're here to stop that happening,
Wanna leave,
aren't
Munchie?
you? Our future is in your hands, Miss Walker.
What? Anna Vorarlberg is dead?
But there's stuff on the ground.
Here's your room. I hope you like it, Miss Walker. I'll leave you to rest for the time being. You must have a lot of work to do. You know, the takeover of the factory is very good news for us here. It would make us very happy to see life return to our valley. If only you had seen Valadilen before. It was delightful. People came from all over the world to buy Vorarlberg automatons. Ah, somebody has left you some mail, I see. Remember, if you need anything at all, we're not far away, Miss Walker.
I'm doing right. How are you doing, Mel? Ah, man. It's so blurry I can't read that. Our client, the Universal Toy Company, is more than eager to see conclusions from the talks with Vorarlberg Manufacturing with view of a takeover to take over the days to come, and we have received notification to this effect. We are counting on your undoubted qualities as a business lawyer to bring negotiations at Mana Volensberg, the current owner, to close. She's dead. She just died. I mean, that's why you're here. Allow me to remind you that the Universal Toy Company is a multinational, okay, which has a monopoly on the toy market. It's a Class I priority client who is also presenting Madame Vorarlberg with a golden opportunity to sell her factory. You should remind her this fact in case she starts having last-minute second thoughts before signing the purchase agreement. I am under no doubt that you will live up to the great expectations I have in you. For some reason, like, the picture on my TV for words is blurry. I think I need to adjust on the actual, like, CRT. But on the capture, it's fine. Hope you're having a good day, Mo.
I should tell Marson about the death of Miss Vorarlberg. I hope this isn't going to get too complicated. I can't see myself staying here too long. I don't need that for the time being. No need to go down there.
Go down there. Drop a save. We just started, but it's been good so far. Oh, open that door. I'm curious what... Oh, I can run. Okay, there we go. Hey Macy, how's it going? Pick up all the things. Cogs, huh? Oh wait, it's missing one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only have 4. Hmm. Right. Xbox. Check out other people's rooms. Can I not?
No need to go down there.
Can I move? Oh my god, this moving animation is weird. So there's only we're room 6, and there's only one other room here.
I'm back again.
Miss Walker?
The young boy who was here earlier talked about, Hans. Who is Hans?
Momo was talking about Hans Vorarlberg, Anna's younger brother. But he died a long time ago. Nobody here even met him.
Who is the boy who was drawing here earlier? Is he your son?
Heaven forbid. No, not at all.
Alright, I know it's muted. My bad.
He's not a bad boy. No. Momo is just a little simple, that's all.
It's
What is
proximity
his
based as you
connection
look in
with
the
Anna
direction.
Vorarlberg?
Momo is what you'd call the village idiot, and Anna took him under her wing. He must have reminded her of her younger brother, no doubt. And birds of a feather stick together, don't they?
You're implying that Anna Vorarlberg was a little bit slow as well?
Heaven forbid. No, not at all. She was a real loner. She kept to herself, that's all.
I just love all these little mechanical robots. I've noticed there are tons of them here in Valadilen.
Be careful what you say. Vorarlberg automatons are not robots. If you want people to like you here, never ever pronounce the word robot.
Okay. What is the difference between an automaton and a robot, then?
Well, to tell you the truth, no one really knows.
Is it different than the other ports?
Did you know Anna Vorarlberg yourself?
Oh, why, of course I did. I mean, well, not really. She was a very great lady. We loved her very much. May she rest in peace.
I think I'm going to need your help again.
Are you leaving already, Miss Walker? Should we bring down your luggage?
No, I'm not leaving yet. It's just that...
We would love to help, but just think what would happen if the telephone rang, or if a fax arrived, or if a customer came through the door. We don't have 5 minutes rest here. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, no biggie.
You're the only person here with 2 rooms. I can see why you're that busy.
Hello, my name is Kate Walker, and...
Of course. Walker, room 6, next floor up.
I have no idea. You'd have to
I
ask someone
would
that's played it
like
before,
to see
Mo.
my room now.
Why, certainly, of course.
Hey, that thing I sat on, that was my luggage. That's why. It was something to sit. Wait, there's nothing in the mouse right. Like I have to see like be in proximity of stuff for things to show up. Missing 1, Huh. Files. Okay. Let's see, can we leave?
I'll wait for the storm to end before I step outside.
Can't leave. Okay.
No need to go down there.
When I try to walk here, I get stuck. There we go. The spinning stuff's actually a little annoying. Graphically looks nice though.
I don't need that for the time being. No need to go down there.
It's something about talking to someone about something. My memory. Office. That say? It's so blurry, I can't see what that says. Olivia. Dan. Try the office first.
Martin and Lormont, how can I help you?
Can you put me through to Mr. Marson, please? It's Kate Walker.
Hold the line, please.
Hello, Kate. So tell me, how's the case going?
I've just got to Valladolid, and there's a slight problem, Mr. Marson, I'm afraid. Mrs. Vorarlberg is dead.
Ah, that's most
Bum, bum,
unfortunate.
bum.
But I seem to remember we made provisions for just such a sad eventuality, and we know that there was no heir.
Yes, that's right, but
So where's the problem, Kate? Contact the notary right away. I'll get my secretary to fax you his address and an introduction letter from the firm.
very good, Mr. Marson.
Right, I gotta go, Kate. Keep me up to date, okay?
I just...
Who's that blinking? Well, let's talk to everybody then. Call everyone. Rude, mom doesn't want to answer the phone. This is through SCART. SCART cables.
Dan Foster isn't around to take your call right now, so please leave your message after the tone.
Wait, what did I just get? File? Yeah, I don't have the component cables, so eventually I'll get my hands on them. But it was better than doing it looks a little better than the composite. I mean the composite would look, so whatever.
I don't need that for the time being. No need to go down there.
No need to blah blah blah.
I'm back again.
Miss Walker?
Oh, mission. Here we go. New.
A fax didn't arrive for me, did it?
Maybe. I thought I heard the phone ring.
Do you think you might want to go and check?
Certainly, ma'am. Immediately.
Thank you very much.
Ah, I can't read this on my TV's all screwy. There you go. As you are no doubt aware, our practice is charged with undertaking negotiations for the takeover of the Vorarlberg manufacturing by our client, the Universal Toy Company. It is with great sadness that we learn of the recent death of the manager and owner of the factory, Madame Vorarlberg, with whom negotiations had started. We have no doubt that Madame Vorarlberg left you instructions before her death, enabling the sale to be concluded. We should remind you of the significant boost the arrival of the American multinational would bring to the economy of the region. It is for this reason that I am sure you will give our representative, Miss Kate Walker, a warm welcome. Yours faithfully, Edward Marson. I'm going to have to deal with something up at TV.
Thank you.
At your service.
I think I'm going to need your help again.
Are you leaving already, Miss Walker? Should we bring down your luggage?
No, I'm not leaving yet. It's just that...
We would love to help, but...
Oh, it's okay. No biggie. Hello.
No,
Of course.
I can
I'm
skip
gonna go look
dialogue.
around.
As you like.
Well, progress, so progress is good for saving. Doesn't look like it's raining anymore. Ah, we can leave. Oh, jeez.
No need to go down there.
No need to blah blah blah. How do you know what I need, game?
No need to go down there.
There's someone out there.
No need to go down there.
Hello, person? Oh, no.
Good morning. Are you open? Can I buy something from your bakery?
No, afraid not. Not possible. We're closed.
I can wait a while.
You can wait, but we're closed all day. Day of mourning.
I'm sorry. Please accept my condolences.
Don't worry about it. Because of Madame Vorarlberg's death, all the shops are closed. Mayor's decision. Try tomorrow.
Tomorrow I won't be here. That's a pity.
The same shit.
We're closed. Try tomorrow.
We're closed. Try tomorrow. Breaking all the shops. No one's there. No, I don't want to talk. Oh my god.
No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
What the?
This thing's jammed.
I probably need to put something in
That's
his
going
hand.
to work. It looks like something's missing.
Alright, so that needs something. More papers. Ah, about Anna Volberg, huh?
No need to go down there.
No need to go anywhere. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to get used to no need to go down
No
there.
need to go down there.
Not even gonna bother. Unless I need to.
No need to go down there.
Did you know, Dorothy, that there's no need to go down there? Anywhere. You mean you walk up those stairs just for that? Alright, I guess we're at the edge of the map. Let's go the other way. Kate Walker just likes going for a nice brisk jog. Let's save because we picked up more paper. Maybe I have to call somebody again. I don't know. But we can look around. We'll look around, then we'll make a phone call if we need to. Wait, what? Take us back? Okay. It's weird how they changed the angle like that. Let's just walk out of town. Why not? Oh, there's someone there. Hello, person.
Good morning.
Good morning. What a pleasure to meet such a lovely young lady honoring our aging streets.
Hey, Fox, how's it going?
Please sit yourself down next to me so we can enjoy the air together.
It would be a pleasure, but I'm afraid I don't have the time. Some other time, maybe.
I hope so, miss.
I'm doing alright.
I remember when these streets were full of vibrant life. In those days, there was a charming encounter to be had round every corner. Our good little town of Valadilen is not what it used to be.
It looks like things have changed a bit around here.
Our children have all left the valley. They need to earn a living, don't they? Can't really blame them. You have to move with the times, don't you? And it's not at the Vorarlberg factory that they'll find jobs. Being excluded from the world is not an easy burden to bear, believe you me, miss.
But it's such a pretty little village.
I can tell you're not from these parts. I hope you enjoy the pleasures that we still have to offer. Good day to you.
Right now, just enjoying the scenery of this game. Already found 2 puzzles that I don't have solutions to at the moment. And now we're walking around, just taking a look at the village here. I demand to be let in. Open the gates.
No point. It's locked. I'll come back when the funeral is over.
Grab our phone. Make some phone calls. I wonder if there's phone numbers in those documents.
You have reached Marson and Lormont Associates. We're sorry, but all our lines are busy. Please call back later.
Dan Foster isn't around to take your call right now, so please leave your message after the tone.
And nobody wants to answer my phone calls. It's rude. Anything different to say?
Hello again.
If you have 5 minutes to sit and talk, I could tell you a thing or two about the olden days.
I am sorry. I really am in a hurry.
Tis a pity.
A hotel line. Isn't it like here somewhere? I don't remember. The door, but
No need to go down there.
don't tell me what I need.
No need to go down there.
How do I get back to the hotel? it's like down here. Wasn't this the... Oh, here we go. That was weird. Still missing a thingamabobber from here. Anything else I can talk to you about?
I'm back again.
Miss Walker?
Could you tell me where I can find a notary here
Oh, here
in
we go.
Valadilen by the name of Alfalter?
We only have one notary here, and his house is easy to recognize. You can't miss it.
Could you tell me where I can find a notary here in Valadilen by the name of Alfalter?
We only have one notary here, and his house is easy to recognize. You can't miss it.
I'm gonna go look around Valadilen. See you later.
I guess I had
As
to
you
do that
like,
stuff
miss.
first. We gotta find a notary's house.
No need to go down there.
No need to go down there. Maybe it's that one with the has the weird thing that I can't get in yet. Unless maybe I'm missing something here.
No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
Anything else?
We're closed. Try to...
I will not try again. Did you?
No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
It's gotta be this, but no way in there. Maybe it's or it's this.
No need to go down there.
I don't know. How do I get in there? There must be something I was missing on the. Unless there's more.
No need to go down there.
Check all this shit out beforehand. It's still positional though, so I can miss stuff. I have to be facing in the.
No need to
Direction.
go down there.
Yeah, so it's got to be that built. How do I get in though? My phone going off. I'm just gonna lower the volume on my phone. So it must be this place. So I must have missed something when I went up here. Okay, so this. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can. It says he needs something in here, right? So maybe I can. Oh, yeah, that's right. I could try the dialogue notebooks on people, maybe. Aha! There we go. How long does this one take you, Lito?
I should talk to the notary first.
Tell me what to do. Ooh. I should talk to the guy before I start messing with this shit. Stuck.
Hello, sir.
Miss Walker, I presume. Have you had a good journey?
Everything went very smoothly. Thank you.
Do take a seat, Miss Walker, please.
What if I don't want to take a seat? I want to look at all your stuff. I get stuck walking around a bit. Certain places. I don't know if that's normal.
I imagine you are aware of the business that brings me here.
Of course, I was waiting for you.
I am the legal representative for the Universal Toy Company. I'm responsible for...
So I understood, Miss Walker. Miss Walker, I am afraid that the sale of the Vorarlberg factory is not as straightforward as it first seemed.
Whoa there. Everything was agreed. We'd obtained Anna Vorarlberg's consent, and her death does absolutely nothing to invalidate that. Now, I have to be back in New York the day after tomorrow, Metro Alphotaire. My client and I are impatient to seal this deal.
I understand only too well, Miss Walker. There is an heir, Miss Walker.
Excuse me? An heir? But Madame Vorarlberg never married, as far as I know. And in my last conversation with her, she absolutely never mentioned this detail.
Miss Walker, believe me, I was more surprised than you are. Anna Vorarlberg sent me a letter 2 days before she died. Understand, Miss Walker, that had I known about this earlier, I would have informed you. I shall read you the document in my possession. I am so very old. It seems that today life is slipping away from me more quickly than I imagined, and I fear that I will not be of this world to sign the takeover contract for my dear factory. So, I must make this confession to you now. My brother Hans is still alive. It would not surprise me if you find this difficult to believe, but it is indeed the truth. You must remember his death, his funeral too. Even though you were very young at the time, it was but a sordid charade dreamt up by our father. To him, the very idea that his only son should wish to leave Baladillen and abandon the family business was unbearable. When Hans left, he preferred to think him dead and make everybody else believe this too. He obliged me to bear this terrible secret as well. I repeat that Hans is still alive, so when I die, it is he who becomes the sole and rightful heir of our factory.
Okay, I see. If Hans Vorarlberg is not dead after all, then I just have to sign the contracts with him. I suppose you've already contacted him? Where can I reach him?
The second half of the letter informs us that Hans Vorarlberg is somewhere in Syberia. I will leave the document in your hands to read at your leisure.
Anna Vorarlberg had no further information to add?
Unfortunately not, Miss Walker. I have told you as much as I know. The situation, in legal terms, is now clear. If you want to conclude this sale, you have to find Hans Vorarlberg.
Oh, lovely.
Apparently, there is a body lying in the town cemetery. There also seems to be some ghost wandering around Syberia.
Body and a ghost.
It seems you have your work cut out for you. Believe me, Miss Walker, when I say that I am most sorry for this regrettable setback. Most sorry.
Great. What now, then?
Perhaps you will find out more in the Vorarlberg factory archives. You will find the key in the waiting room. My role in this affair finishes here with the reading of this letter. And now, if you'll excuse me, I must rest. You see, my health is not excellent at the moment, and my doctor forbids me from working for too long. I will not detain you for any longer, Miss Walker. Do not forget to close the door as you go out.
Goodbye, sir.
More documents.
Oh no, I forgot the notary will be resting.
Here. Oh, awesome. Mighty kind
No
of
need
them.
to go down there.
The archives. Bye. Okay. The waiting room. I guess that's our key. Telescopic key. Combat fire bully. Wizard boosting wizard turn something called Gambler Densetsu Tetsuya. Nice. Sounds like you got lots of fun stuff. So we have the graveyard, a ghost, and a key to archives. Maybe this is the archives, actually. He's the notary.
No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
No need to go anywhere. Right, Kate?
No need to go down there.
Sorry.
No need to go down there.
Wait, maybe the archives is in there with him. Maybe it's that other room. Mahjong? Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh,
Power
no.
to believe that.
I forgot the notary will be resting.
No, we're not going. Okay, so that's not where we have to go. Wanna take a peek at the graveyard. What's this? And this looks like it's a graveyard, right? Maybe that's the forest. Well, regardless of what it is, we can't go. Could ask the guy in the hotel too, but we'll check for ourselves first.
No need to go down there. No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
I'm sure you heard that a lot when you were playing about no need to go down there. Oh, phone's ringing.
Hello?
Kate?
Dan, I'm so pleased to hear your voice.
How are you, honey? Did you have a good journey? Have you settled in?
It was long, tiring, damp especially, but I'm okay. Especially when you...
Everything going as planned?
Yeah, I mean, well, not really. It's not exactly what I thought it would be. You know, everything's so different here.
Actually, while we're on the subject, I managed to free myself up tomorrow lunchtime. I'll come and meet you at the airport. I hope the flight from Paris won't be delayed. We're expected at the Goldbergs about 8 o'clock. I hope you have the time to take a shower and change, my poor honey bun.
Dan,
Honey
I
bun.
don't think the Goldbergs tomorrow night is really on.
Don't worry, Kate. You'll be as perfect as ever. Anyway, you never have to wear much to look really great.
Dan,
Jeez.
Dan, I'm going to have to extend my stay here. There's one or two complications. You understand?
Kate, honey, what are you talking about? It's only a measly toy factory.
The sale isn't going through as expected. I've got to stay a bit longer. Dan, you don't mind, do you?
But Katie, you can't do this to me. I mean, it's the Goldberg contract. There's millions of dollars on the line here.
I know, I'm sorry. You go ahead. Don't worry about me. I'll get back as soon as I can, I promise. Okay, I've got to go. I'll call you back soon. Love you, honey.
Well, you weren't answering my phone calls before, Dan, so... You...
No need to go down there.
What's wrong with chirping birds? Birds gotta chirp. One thing we do know is there's no need to go down there.
No need to go down there.
Let's just go talk to you. I'm gonna have to take this off. I want to talk to him. Okay.
I'm back again.
Miss Walker?
I'm going to have to extend my hotel reservation.
Stay as long as you need to. Really, it's no trouble. We're delighted to have a little bit of life at the inn. How many extra days will you be staying?
I really can't say. I'm just not used to this sort of situation. It's so unexpected. First the alive person dies, next the dead person comes alive.
It is indeed a very unusual situation. We have a cousin who has an inn in Bremen. He has problems with ghosts. Imagine, the ghost refuses to leave his room. The only way to move him was to give him a bed in the attic.
It seems that the ghost I'm looking for hangs out in Syberia.
Well, that is very unusual. Please, do stay in the room as long as you wish.
If only I had a wish. I'm going...
Stay as...
I think I'm going to need your help again.
Are you leaving already, Miss Walker?
No, I'm...
We would...
No. Nothing new to talk about.
As you like.
Let's go look upstairs, see if anything changed in our room. Want to go in here?
No need to go down there.
I use this weird thing here.
No need to go down there.
Welcome to No Need to Go Down Here. No, don't turn around. Stop it.
I don't need that for the time being. No need to go down there. No need to go down.
No need to no need. Maybe we should take a nap, Kate. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Get some sleep. Make some phone calls.
You have reached Martin and Lawman Associates. We're sorry, but all our lines are busy. Please call back later.
Mom never answers her phone. Rude.
Dan Foster isn't around to take your call right now, so please...
I'm not making any phone calls right now. Need to find these archives.
No need to go down there. Hello again.
If you have 5 minutes...
I am sorry.
So pretty. Oh, this is open. Don't mind us. Oh, there goes my phone again. Where's the cemetery? That's a cemetery.
Hello.
Kate, so what's new?
We've got a problem, Mr. Marson.
What problem? Come on, Kate, don't beat around the bush.
There's maybe an heir.
What?
Hans, Anna Vorarlberg's brother. Looks like he's still alive. We can't buy the factory without his consent.
What? What is this? Where's this mystery brother come from? And more to the point, where is he? What did the notary say?
Nothing. I mean, nothing else. You know, sir, it's an odd town here. Everything's odd. The people, things. The situation's not straightforward. I have a small bit of research to do.
Listen to me, Kate. Universal Toys is one of our biggest clients, and I don't care how weird that town is. All that matters is that you do not set foot back in New York before you've tied up the deal. Get the picture.
Yes, Mr. Marson. You can count on me.
Ouch.
Darn it!
Now you're in trouble. Good job, Kate Walker. Let's try the cemetery first. Can we go over here? Oh. He's stuck. It looks like nothing to do here now. This. What do we have here?
I can't go that way.
It was this way. Ah. There's the... How did the thing look again? And it was tiny. Hang on. Hold on, now I gotta go. Get that shit. Take a picture of it when I get back there. Go back here, go take a picture of the table. Oh. So blurry. Maybe I could take a picture on the... Yeah, I can make that out better. Okay, cool. Alright, we'll still look around before we mess with any of that stuff, though. Oh, don't turn around. This way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see what's all the way here first. Then we'll try the front door, then maybe we'll mess with that. Oh, there's another door behind you. There's doors everywhere. We'll go to the front door first.
No point. It's locked. No point. It's locked.
Alright. Like, key does not work for that door. Sorry, someone came in to chit chat for a minute. We'll try this door next, and then we'll mess with that stuff. Okay, so this door wasn't even locked. This key. Okay. Like things.
I can't open it.
Is that a keyhole?
I need a key.
I have one. Ah, don't close the thing. I'm looking at stuff. Alright, nothing in here. Gotten 3 things out of here so far. Four things. Take this back. What is this?
This thing's jammed.
Damned, huh?
This thing's jammed.
Okay. What did we get out of there? Red punch card, green punch card, purple punch card, and blue punch cards. Punch cards.
This thing's jammed.
Like this thing. I need something for that.
No point. It's locked.
The weirder thing is that there's like nobody in this town pretty much.
No point. It's locked.
Can I get anything else, like documents or anything? No. Alright, so let's look at my picture thing I took here. So... which ones do we have? Biggest one? The biggest one on the bottom? Here we go, little... I put the biggest one on the bottom here, right? No? Punchy, you're on the... Maybe none of these go on here? Oh, okay. I guess it's just certain ones. Maybe the big one. And then this and then... Oh, what? Oh wait, there's a lever here. Ooh, open doors. Wait, it's an elevator. Oh shit, we're going up. That's the only thing I can look at in here. On there.
If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing.
Missing something. Maybe the key? No. About the punch cards. Let's do. They play different songs. Oh, that one just did something. That.
I no longer need these punch cards.
I didn't even use them all. Okay. Going down. Alright, let's go check that out. What is in that hat?
I need a key.
I have the telescopic key. It's not the key I need. Missing something. Still gotta find my way to the archives, though.
No point. It's locked.
What's this telescopic key for? Where are these archives? Maybe there's something else I'm missing in the other room. Maybe I'll have to go ask the innkeeper guy again.
No point. It's locked. No point. It's locked.
Already moved that and got the key out of there. Something in here I missed. do anything with this, probably.
This thing's jammed.
Yep. Okay.
No point. It's locked.
No point, it's locked. Archive that. I'll have to go ask him, maybe he knows. Oh, can I go this way? Oh, it looked like a potential road. Oh, maybe I can use it in, guy's place. Maybe I missed something. The waiting room. That one thing in there, but maybe it'll have some use there. But we'll talk to you first.
I'm back again.
Miss Walker?
I'm going.
Stay as long as you need to.
I really can't.
It is in...
It seems that.
Well, that is...
Hello, my name.
Of course.
I'm gonna go look around Valadilen. See you later.
Alright, nothing
As you
interesting
like,
yet.
miss.
I'm gonna poke around that weird device in his office. What if I... Nope. Whatever it is, we're still not doing anything here yet. Oh.
No need to go down there.
No need to go down there.
No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
Walk in between here. Gotta be something up there I'm missing then.
No need to go down there.
We're closed.
I use like, no, I can't just use random conversation with people.
No need to go down there.
I will check all the doors on my way down there.
No need to go down there. No need to go down there.
Okay, so there's gotta be something down here we're missing, I guess. We say the same shit.
Hello again.
If you have
Nope, I don't have 5 minutes. Let's see if there's anything else different over here besides it telling me I need a key.
I can't go that way. I need a key.
And the telescopic one didn't work, right? What else I'm missing over here? I don't think there was anything else up that elevator. We'll check. No option for anything for me to click on up here. That one thing jammed in the other area.
No point. It's locked. No point. It's locked.
Point. It's locked. This.
This thing's jammed.
See, that looks like something that would kind of fit. Well, no, it's a little big, but. I'm missing. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
I can't go that way. I need a key.
We're stuck. No, I didn't mean to walk back in there. Where am I supposed to go with this key? Archives. This is archives. I don't see any archives. Why are you walking? I don't walk that way. Oh my god. What are you doing, Kate? I think on the right side here. Oh.
If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing. If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing. If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing.
There we go. Progress. We have 4 directions to go. I guess we'll start left and work our way right. Oh, it's the big building. Is this the art? What? There's
Yes, hello?
Kate, what happened to you, my poor munchkin? I've been trying to contact you for hours.
I'm in Europe, Ma. Job thing.
What? Europe? My God. Oh, I've got such happy memories of Europe. Some of them even involve your father, but that's enough of that. Tell me, where are we? Paris? London? Venice?
Valladolid. Yeah, I know. It's a bit out in the boonies.
What in the world are you doing out there?
You know, business. I've got to see through the takeover of some old family business that's got a few debts. It's a really charming place, but there's 1 or 2 weird things going on here. I can't go into it
1
now.
or 2.
Oh, well, that's right. Your old mother's too dumb to understand it. You really do take after your father sometimes.
Mother.
Kate, you'll never guess who I saw yesterday.
Ma, I haven't got a lot of time, you know.
Frank!
Ma, please. I've got to go.
Frank Malkovich, the Russian opera singer. Well, maybe you don't remember him. He was quite a star in his day.
Listen, Ma, I really don't have the time. I'll call you back.
He is as charming as he always was. We spent the...
Mom, I really have to go. I'll call you back, I promise. Lots of love.
Kate!
Click. There's nothing on there. Guess maybe I have to put something on there and send it over that way. Okay. Touch that yet. There's a door over here. Push all the buttons, Kate. Just push them all. What the? What's up with that? That's not weird at all. No, not at all.
Oh, many thanks indeed. I am most embarrassed for you to see me like this. I lack a certain completion. You see, nobody here found the time to polish off the finishing touches. Honestly, these days, we really have lost the art of good workmanship.
Yeah, maybe.
With whom do I have the honor of speaking? Could you please state your identity, articulating clearly?
My name is Kate. Kate Walker.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Model XZ2000. My common name is Oscar. I represent the technological zenith of this factory's production. I have been designed to drive a locomotive. A touch messy, but an essential task.
What do you mean, Zelthy?
Have you logged my first and last name?
Perfectly. Kate Walker. Pleased to meet you.
Me too, Model XZ2000.
Please, all my friends call me Oscar. This fad for cryptic names is such a bore. Could you imagine being called by your passport number?
I suppose not, Mr. Oscar. Sir.
I'll do mission last, because it cut off conversation last time we did mission.
Can I be of use to you?
Why, you certainly can. I absolutely must have my feet. My hands are Model XZ2003. My feet are Model XZ2005_B. Be careful. The Model XZ2005_A has evidenced some rather embarrassing performance failures.
Like bugs?
Automatons do not have bugs, Kate Walker. They simply display functional idiosyncrasies.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. What do I have to do to get you a pair of feet?
Use the assembly line to construct them. You will need a production punch card, on which is recorded my body design data. Here is my own punch card.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
A punch
Thank
card
you,
for feet.
Kate Walker.
Has it been a long time since you last saw Anna Vorarlberg?
72 hours, 32 minutes, and 20 seconds to be precise. This regrettable absence explains the delay in my production process.
Anna Vorarlberg is dead, Mr. Oscar.
What do you mean by the notion of death, Kate Walker?
Broken. Disactivated. Worn out. Damaged. Unplugged.
Oh, that really is most bothersome. I'd rather counted on finishing my production.
The building itself or this room?
You are a very strange robot.
Automaton, if you please.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
Automatons
There's
have
a
an
door right
additional
there,
sole
though.
auxiliary, you understand?
I think so.
I can understand not finding the building because I got stuck trying to find this area, whatever they said the thing was. I didn't bother even look the right side. But the room, there's like a carve out of a door.
Do you know Momo?
No, Kate Walker.
Things can be missed. Anyone can miss. I miss dumb things. I miss things all the time.
You said
Oh.
you were a train engineer? What train would that be?
But Kate Walker, you have not seen the magnificent train waiting at the station?
And where is that train going, Mr. Oscar?
The train is going far away. Very, very far away indeed.
Are you taking any passengers?
My duty is to drive the train. Above all, to avoid delays. An engineer prides himself on punctuality. I will agree with you, though, Kate Walker, that a train without passengers is hardly a train at all.
You haven't answered my question.
For further details, please consult Anna Vorarlberg.
Not here.
Does the name Hans Vorarlberg mean something to you?
Of course, he created me. But I am sorry to say that I am yet to meet my maker.
Have you any idea where he might be right now?
No, Kate Walker, but I am sure I would experience great metaphysical satisfaction in his presence.
As bizarre as it may seem, I have the impression you are the only person who can help me.
I very much doubt it, Kate Walker.
Why do you say that?
What good am I without appendices, I ask you?
Do you know where I could find the factory paperwork?
I cannot reply to this question with precision. Try Anna Vorarlberg's office above the machine floor.
Above the machine floor, so that's probably up the stairs.
Oscar, I am delighted to have met you. See you again soon, I hope.
Yes, Kate Walker.
Okay, so we gotta get you legs, right? Maybe it's this thing with the forklift. And then it up above. The office is up there. It should have paperwork. It also might be because, if I look in directions, it points stuff out, but I don't know. Alright, so I work. No. Where am I supposed to put the card at? I guess somewhere else in here? We'll go up there in a bit. They said the office was up there. Nothing I can do there. Get a door over there too. All this shit. Alright, so we got a door there. Let's see what's in this door. Got levers. Okay. Once I pull this. Nothing.
I don't need to do that again.
Okay, well, we did something in here, whatever it was. I do like that, you know, it does seem to take, like, when you do something, it tells you you don't need to do it again or something like that, you know. That, okay, you know, this is good, done what you needed to do. Or, like, you know, I don't know, I guess it, like, leans towards helping you out a little bit. Maybe this is where the legs get made, but I don't see a thing for a punch card. Maybe it's up top. We did that thing last time, nothing happened. Like it just brought over a bunch of nothing. Door here. Well, we'll check the door here first. Pull that. This. Not letting me do anything.
This thing's jammed. This thing's jammed. If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing. If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing.
Music cylinder. Oh, maybe they want me to take it and put this somewhere else and then use it. They gave it to me originally. Oh, something else we have to deal with. Things to look at here. Quite a few things. Look at this first. That
Oh
shit.
my gosh. Invoices, invoices, more invoices. I never knew the factory was in such a bad way financially. These last 2 years must have been very hard for Anna Vorarlberg.
God, I can't read that shit. I know how much you dislike the written word, but I do not have the time to forge you a voice cylinder. Okay, a voice cylinder. Imagine that someone in your entourage will be kind enough to read these few lines to you. I've received your latest set of plans. Your project is extraordinary. Your all-time masterpiece, perhaps. This seems to have had no effect on your genius. Quite the contrary. I am proud of you, my dear little brother. Sometimes I find it hard to believe that a century has gone by since the last time I saw you. Century? Are these guys like all automatons? It only seems like yesterday that you rushed away from Valentine. We undertook production immediately, following your instructions to the letter. The locomotive was ready within a week. If only you could see it. But you will see it. That much I have promised you. It is magnificent. It seems impatient to set out on its maiden voyage. There is only Oscar left to build. I hope I will finish him soon. But as you can imagine, his mechanism is complex and takes a great deal of time and handiwork. That. Do I need this? Let me take a picture. I don't know if I need this. Never be too safe on that shit. Stop getting stuck. Alright, so we clearly have stuff left to do in here because I'm done with that cylinder thingy. Oscar needs his legs. Up you go. Oh shit. There's a bunch of freaking levers here. Okay. Now what do I do? So we need a 2005B. So 5.
Doesn't look like that works. 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 Doesn't look like that works.
I gotta throw them all. Oh, okay, here we go. So that makes 3 happen, right? I wanted to make 5. Not to make 3.
Doesn't look like that works. Doesn't look like that works. Doesn't look like that works.
Maybe I have to throw a switch, right, and go down here. We'll try 5 first, and we'll go 3. Wait, nothing happens. So if nothing shows up on the line, it just pulls shit from the line. Huh. What about this?
Doesn't look like that works. Doesn't look like that works.
Hmm. I'm gonna go talk to Oscar again. Oscar.
Hi, it's me again. Can I trouble you a second?
In the situation I am in, nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Oscar, I'm experiencing some problems with the general console. It looks like I need more than your card to operate it.
To my knowledge, the console is in perfect working order.
Okay, I guess I must have forgotten something.
Most certainly, yes. I am counting on you, Kate Walker.
Getting something.
Oscar, I'm experiencing some problems with the general console. It looks like I need more than your card to operate it.
To my knowledge, the console is in perfect working order.
Okay, I guess I must have forgotten something.
Most certainly, yes. I am counting on you, Kate Walker.
Oscar, I am...
Yes, Kate Walker.
Hi.
In the situation...
Do you know where I could find the factory paper?
I cannot reply to this question with precision. Try and...
Oscar, I am delighted to...
Yes, Kate.
Yep, always Kate Walker. I keep getting stuck walking in this. Like, if I don't walk exactly where it wants me to walk to leave a room, like an area, it like spins around and gets really confused. Ooh, damn it. Yeah, the controls are a bit tanky here. Like, see, like it's like I'm trying to move forward and she's spinning around sometimes.
Doesn't look like that works. 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 Doesn't look like that works.
Yeah, I have to move myself around, so.
Doesn't look like that works. 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 Doesn't look like that works.
And I could check out the rest of the factory. I guess it's the factory, right? Even though it said it was something else.
This thing's jammed.
Those other doors I can go in. Let's go take a peek at the other stuff and come back here. You know what? Why not? Instead of wandering around. There's other stuff, other ways to go, so why not? Remember to come back here. Oh, this is turning now. That's cool. Yes, we did that inside there. Let's go see what's over here. This. Here. Let's touch the lever. Oh, that gives me an idea. Wonder if that goes over to where the forklift is. It does. All right. Let's see. What is this gonna do now? Right, that did something. Maybe now we can use the machine? Come on. Walk! I call you Kate Walker and you can't seem to walk. How do you name Walker when you can't walk? I think you wanted 5s, not 3s. So what happens if I... The only one that lit up was... I reload? You try reloading. I want to see if anything happens if I push a different one. We'll save it up here.
Doesn't look like that works.
Okay, so it has to be that one. Oh, we know now. Good to know. I guess this is what we need. Legs! It's got legs! Makes things a little easier. You used... Oh my god. There you go. Yeah, that's right. Oh. I was Half-Life 2. I only got to watch a bit of it. You finish it or you still on it? There you go. That's good. I never played any of the Half-Life games, so... Those will be new to me someday. Okay, I could see why he could have maybe missed the door, because it makes you walk over to a different area there, so maybe he thought it was somewhere to go. I don't know. But, still weird. Like, the way, like, it pans rooms out and switches different areas, and I guess it hides the door a bit, so maybe that's possible. And you're looking and trying to figure things out, so I can kind of see that. A little strange. You know, the way, like, the camera angles and this are a little interesting.
Here are your feet, Oscar. I hope I haven't made a mistake.
These feet are incorrect, Kate Walker.
Hi, it's me again. Can I trouble you a second?
In the situation I am in,
Oscar, I'm experiencing some problems with the general console.
to my knowledge,
Okay.
most certainly yes.
Oscar, I am...
Yes, Kate Walker.
Long feet.
Doesn't look like that works. 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 Doesn't look like that works.
Yeah. That's what it is. So... I'll try a different color. I mean, they look the same. I've been enjoying the Xbox games I've been playing lately. Need to really fix my camera, it's all screwy. F here. God, just let me go. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. My only issue is, I guess, probably some of the like going in and out of areas a little rough.
Here are your feet, Oscar. I hope I haven't made a mistake.
These feet are incorrect, Kate Walker.
You know what, Oscar? Pick your own feet. What happens if I flip all the switches? I mean, the feet look the same every time I do this, right? So far, so. What if I just don't flick that one? Because if I don't flick that one, it won't let me make the feet. I haven't played Nintendo lately. It might be the coloring on them, though. I don't know. You could do without Brian's Pinball Network. That's kind of fine. Chazzy wants Brian's horse racing network to So if this doesn't work, maybe it is the... Oh, it says wooden leggings, so maybe it says something different.
Here are your feet, Oscar.
I do this.
I hope I haven't made a mistake.
These feet are...
Hang on a second here. Hold on. This says wooden leggings, right? So maybe it is... So... What happens if I... This is a different scene now. We got a special box. What is this? So, oh no, you're making the layer. And maybe this is the correct one because we have a different scene here. Maybe. I was like, "Where's Kate Walker at?" Weird. It's been pretty good so far. Well, if you play more Xbox games, you'll know someday, Wolf. Let's see, are these my right boots? Do we have the right feet? Like that's the one problem with like the walking. Like it walks in directions I don't want it to sometimes. Spins around like. You gotta like walk really carefully. Like mostly with running, it does that. I guess not walking. Well, if it makes you feel better, Wolf, by end of next week I'll be past 10 Xbox games probably. We're gonna be playing some NBA Live after this. Oh, no, after Call of Cthulhu. Not this week, but next
Here are
week.
your feet, Oscar. I hope they fit.
Kate Walker, I see you managed to produce two
The right
XC
legs.
2005_B models.
He's putting his legs on. Need my help. Ain't that fancy. Just slide right on, no problem.
Allow me to express a real feeling of joy, Kate Walker.
They really suit you. Comfy?
Very. You are very kind, Kate Walker. I am sorry to have to leave you.
Where are you going?
I must find my train. Its departure is imminent.
Leaving me. Off he goes. There's still 2 more areas we haven't gone in yet. Good job, Kate Walker. Third building. Well, the other thing was a building. That was like a little outhouse thing, so... This is a building. Let's see what we have over here. Can't go that way. Oh, this is probably the train. We'll come here afterwards. This must be the train that what's-his-face is talking about. We'll check out the other one first. Here. What's this?
I need a key.
Need a key for that. A door there. Oh god, we got a maze over here. Shit. There's a lot of stuff to do around here.
The door's locked, but I've still got to get in there.
Let's try the front. Why? See, like, the way she walks sometimes is so strange. Or runs, I guess. I have to be, like, exactly on frame to go, like, in the area. Well, apparently, I don't have component cables, right, Hippolito? So I don't have. It can't go on 40p.
But I've still got to get in
So
there.
I only have SCART cables. I'll have to get component cables someday. But it'll look. It's not even in 40p, so it won't look as good, I guess. So. So someday I'll have to get those. Time is it? What are you doing, kitty?
Good morning. You've got a magnificent garden here.
Oh, please, don't talk about it. Since my gardener automaton broke down, there are weeds everywhere. You can't imagine how much work it takes me. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. We're not used to doing without our robot help here in Veladiland. But everybody says that we're going to have to get used to it.
Are we though? Did you sit still, kitty? Ow, stop clawing me. What is your problem? Oh, I know what that is. I know exactly where that goes. That one.
No point. It's locked.
Because the guy tipped his hat down, and that's in the same shape as that thing, the hole from that. What's this over here? That's not creepy at all. Kitty, Can't go through here. We're blocked. Okay, so I guess we have to... Did I look around the train station? I guess I could look around there.
Hey there, Oscar.
My functions do not permit me familiarity, Kate Walker. Even if you are my first and only passenger.
Me? Your passenger?
Yes, you, Kate Walker. Is it not for that reason you completed my production process?
If you say so. I have decided to come along for the ride.
I don't want to go for a ride.
Ready when you are.
Your ticket, please?
My ticket?
Oh.
What are you talking about?
The rules clearly state, Kate Walker, every passenger of this train
we can't
must
go yet.
possess a ticket.
Okay. And where do I get hold of a ticket?
Only the ticket vendor may issue tickets. You are in luck. The ticket office must be open now. You should go there immediately.
These shelves look as if they're made for valuable objects. These shelves look as if they're made for valuable objects. These shelves look as if they're made for valuable objects.
Very strange. We can go this way too. Oh, you're the ticket guy, Oscar? I see. I see.
But it's you?
What can I do for you, madam?
But Oscar, it's me, Kate Walker.
Correct. Your name is indeed Kate Walker. What can I do for you, Kate Walker?
A train ticket, please. Why, do you sell anything else?
The only function of this ticket office is to issue tickets. You are requested to accelerate operations. The office closes in exactly 3 minutes. What can I do for you?
A ticket, please.
1 ticket?
Yes.
1 ticket. What is your final destination?
I don't know. It's you who told me I had to get a ticket.
A ticket to travel, then.
Hmm. Okay.
There you are. Do not lose it. This office is not entitled to produce duplicates. This advice also applies to the accompanying documentation.
What's that?
The authorization for the release of the train. The ticket officer may ask you for it at any time.
But I mean, you are the...
Attention! The exact moment has arrived to close this office.
Hmm. What the hell? Talk to you? Okay. Hmm. Nothing else to do there. This dude. Stop spinning. Hmm. Why can't I move? Oh, I have to put this back. Alright, guys, I have to go. When I get back, we will try to use that key that we got in the cemetery where the hat thing went down and see what happens from that. Oh, we made some progress here. That's good. Happy with that. But that'll do it for us today for Syberia. So apparently we missed before because I had the disc running in the background for a while. While we were ending the stream last time. Apparently there is an opening, like a cutscene kind of thing to this that I didn't see last time. So we're gonna wait at the starting screen for that to come through so we can watch it. I didn't even watch it. I watched like 10 seconds and I'm like, oh, well, next time we start the stream, we'll watch this. So wait for that. We start up our game again. Have you played any more GBC or N64 games lately, Orkybork? Or what have you been playing, better yet? As of lately. Yeah, that Robot 64 is a bit interesting, right? It's it plays a lot more arcadey than anything else, so that was definitely something we played that. I remember that one. That means you have to play Rotor Ash Game Boy Color, you know, since you played that one. You gotta follow suit. I don't remember how long I was sitting here before that thing showed up last time. You could be the first Orkybork, or I could. Next year we're going back to that though. We're going back to Robash 64. I mean Robash Game Boy Color and Weed Shear next year. So here it is. See, I knew there was something. That was a nice little intro cutscene. This last time. Let's load our game up here. Where's my timer? There it is. What was I doing last time? Oh, wait. What is that? I don't remember what we're doing. The train release permits. Train ticket. What's a Voral borrow key? Does that one have saves or passwords? Nothing wrong with that. I was watching Bangara play a little bit of Earthworm Jim, the Menace to the Galaxy on Game Boy Color today. That one has passwords as well. He didn't seem to like it very much. The music sounded kind of bad. See if this key goes over here. No, it doesn't. I haven't found what goes over here, though. Where does that key go? Must be something in that area over there. What? Doing that I can't walk anywhere thing again. Still nothing going on over here.
No point. It's locked.
Tap, 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 tap. There's something I'm missing over here. There's nothing I can click on up there. No paths over here. Isn't it good to see us playing some Xbox games now? I mean, had these around for a bit.
No point. It's locked. No point.
Bloop, bloop. Our phone again. It wants to talk.
You have reached Mawson and Lawmont Associates.
Nope. You don't want to talk.
Just finishing off a good facial. Be with you in a mo, bright and fresh. Bye.
That's a bit different.
You have reached Olivia Parker. I'm sorry I cannot take your call. Please do call again soon. Ciao.
At least I'm getting like voicemails from people now.
Dan Foster isn't around to take your call right now, so please leave your message after the tone.
You know what?
This thing's jammed.
Yeah.
This thing's jammed.
Maybe it opens something else.
This thing's jammed. This thing's jammed.
Things jammed. Oh, look at this. Wait. That looks different than the other drawers. What's this? I can't even read that. It's so blurry on this TV. What does it say here? This talks about the supposed death of Hans, it looks like. I'm really having trouble reading this on here. Just gonna skim through it. No one see the body. Okay. Does it work on any other drawers?
This thing's jammed. This thing's jammed.
Things jammed. They both say Volbo. They look like the same freaking thing.
No point. It's locked.
Now my capture thing's all messed up because I had to try and move it so I could see the letter said. Ah, we have the game. It doesn't have an X on it. What's in here? That looks like the only thing we can click on. Hans Vorarlberg. Or Vorarlberg, I don't know. That. Mountain fall kills local figure. I can't read that for shit. Family struck by a tragedy yesterday. They discovered a lifeless body of their son Hans at the bottom of a precipice. Loose rocks and poor visibility occasioned by the morning mist were probably the cause of the young man's fall. The theory put forward by the family, as there were no witnesses. Hans had just turned 18 years of age. 8 years ago, he suffered a similar serious accident from which he never fully recovered the full use of his mental faculties. Despite living almost as a recluse, he was a well-known figure in the future of Vorarlberg manufacturing lay on his hands. We at the Vorarlberg Gazette wish to extend our deepest sympathy to his family and express our sincere condolences to Rudolf Vorarlberg and his daughter Anna, who today becomes the sole inheritor of the automaton factory. What's this? Oh, another voice cylinder. Maybe we can use that where we took the other one from. Run. Where's that other key go? Come on, turn. I really do like the graphics and stuff in this. The feel of it's really nice. See if this has any use over here. Ooh, cutscene.
Where are you hiding? We've got to go home. We're late. Very late. Anna, over there. What do you mean, over there? Please, Hans. We've got to go. It's a secret. You've got to swear. Okay. I, Anna Vorarlberg, swear to my brother Hans to never ever mention this to anyone.
It's right there. You see?
But it's dark in there.
Don't worry, I took a lantern. From the factory. Girls, honestly.
You won't look so clever when Father notices you've stolen one of his lanterns. Oh, I'm all covered in mud because of you.
Look, Anna. Look.
I've seen paintings like this in a library book. They're like...
You swore, Anna. It's a secret between you and me. Hey, look. There's something else up there.
Oh, come on.
It's like a toy. I have to have it. Give me some light.
But Hans, it's much too high. Do be careful, Hans. Hans, be careful.
For weeks, my brother lay in a coma, hanging between life and death. And then one morning he opened his eyes, but I knew he would never be the same again. We never did return to the cave, and to this day, I have never ever betrayed our secret.
You know, why wouldn't she just boost him up there? Hans Anna mechanical toy. There's mammoths on the wall and stuff. Alright, that really didn't change anything. We still have this key though. So, another key we found nearby where I had to go. So maybe things are found relatively near they belong. So we found that key around here somewhere. As we found it. No, I think this was the thing for the factory, right? I know.
The door's locked, but I've still got to get in there.
Door is locked. What's this thing again? Oh. Okay. I guess it's for that. We just go up strange ladders, because why not? How do I... You know, it looks like there's like a page turning thing on these things when I... First of all, what is this? Ink bottle. Oh, there's a zoom. Oh my god, there's a zoom. Now I can read. How do I... One of these? Oh, it's these. Here we go. How many pages is this? So it's the black and white keys turn to pages. How many pages we got in this? Oh my god. Do I read all that crap? Yesterday something terrible happened. I do not know who to turn to. Talk to. So I have decided to write it down. You, dear diary, are now my confidant, sole guardian of my secret thoughts. Hans lies in the next room, teetering between life and death, and I'm terrified. Oh, the injustice of life. First Mama, then Hans. Please, dear Lord, don't take my little brother away as well. Hans made me promise to keep this a secret, but its burden is too heavy. I know I can tell you, though, dear diary. We discussed a cave in the mountains, a marvelous cavern with ancient paintings on the walls. Only prehistoric man could have painted them because there were depictions of mammoths, which are prehistoric creatures as well. That much I know. I hate mammoths now. It's all because of them, and because of that stupid prehistoric children's toy. Why Hans? Why did you try and take it? And why did I let you climb up there? It's my fault you are in a coma now. Hans, if you die, I don't know how I could ever forgive myself. Oh. Hans is still not regaining consciousness. Rather, father cannot sleep, and Gertrude cries all day long. Outside, the heat is suffocating, but inside the house is icy cold and dismal. I still have hope, though I know my brother. I know his strength. He will pull through. He never gives in. I cannot think of anything else but Hans. In all my waking and sleeping dreams, I see us fall over and over. I see his head hitting the rock and his pale face softening. I have taken refuge in the attic. It is the only place where I find any peace, wrapped up in all my memories. 5 days have passed since the accident, and Hans has still not opened his eyes. To see him like this is unbearable. Please, God, protect him. Take my life, not his. I feel so desperate, so alone. I want to snuggle up in father's arms, but I dare not. He is just so impassive. Oh, Hans, don't leave me here. This is getting interesting. She wrote it all in the diary every day, I guess. It has happened. Hans has come back to life. He opened his eyes and uttered my name. My name. Do you realize this is the happiest day of my life? I want to take to the streets and sing to proclaim my joy of the world. Thank you, oh thank you. How wonderful, how beautiful life is. Gertrude and I cannot stop breaking into uncontrollable little fits of giggles. Hans even wolfed down his meal today. I knew he was tough. My little brother, even father smiled at me today when he said good morning. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. I'm totally absorbed in Hans' recovery. I have scarcely 5 minutes to myself to return to my refuge and scribble down these words. It's very curious whether Hans is hungry, thirsty, or if he wants something. He cannot stop saying my name. He can't bear it when I leave him, or even for an instant. Gertrude thinks that I should move my bed into his room to help him sleep better. I hope that father will agree. Today was the first day that Hans has left the house. We went for a short walk in the garden, but Hans is still very weak. The doctor said we should be patient and shouldn't rush him. It's so hard, though. I hope so much that life can return to how it once was. Hans has been out of his coma for over a month now. He still doesn't say much and has difficulty moving. He sits motionless for long periods of time, his eyes wide open, as though lost in thought. I have often had to call his name several times before he reacts. Then he will smile, and when he does, the moment is magic for me, and I couldn't possibly be happier. I had to talk to him. The burden was too great. I asked Hans about the accident in the cave to find out what he could remember. He could utter only one word, mammoth, and his eyes glowed so strangely when he said it that he frightened me. I go back to school today, and for the first time in my life, I am dreading it. I'm afraid of leaving Hans alone. Despite Gertrude's kindness and intention, I have the impression that Hans is much less nervous than I'm here. While I was doing my homework yesterday evening, Hans crept up on me so quietly that he made me jump. He took a pencil and a blank sheet of paper, and curiously he started drawing. It's the first time since his accident he has done anything but daydream. Oh wait, did I hit the wrong button? Yeah, okay. Hans scribbles almost incessantly. It is all he will do. All day long, I feel it annoys father. Nobody else understands, but I can see that Hans is trying to draw mammoths. Today is my birthday, and Gertrude has made me an apple pie, my favorite, but father has not returned home for lunch, and Hans doesn't want to leave his room. The best present I could ever have is to have Hans back on the way to recovery. Snow is falling. It is so beautiful. The doctor visited to examine Hans. He seems happy that my little brother has fully recovered his faculties. It truly is a miracle. I don't understand why he doesn't talk more, though. Why isn't he alive there like he was before? It is Hans' birthday today. He is 11 years old. I have the strangest of impressions that actually he has lost 5 years rather than gained one more. The doctor just left. I saw him whispering with father. The serious Expressions worried me awfully. What could he be hiding from me? I am grown up now. At the age of 15, I can understand everything. I'm too scared to ask Father what is happening. I've been thinking, it seems to me that Hans' attitude isn't normal. The shock of the fall and his coma must have had much more serious effects than we first imagined. Hans, my dear brother, what is happening to you? I've discovered the truth. Hans is stunted, physically and mentally. I eavesdropped a conversation between the doctor, Father, and Gertrude. Gertrude buried her tear-filled eyes in her apron, and Father muttered the word retard under his breath. How could he say such a thing? It is Easter, and we're on school holidays. This means I can spend all day with Hans to protect him from Father's permanent dark moods. You cannot accept the fact that Hans, his only son, will stay in this state forever. It's truly difficult to accept, but it is not Hans' fault. Mine, maybe, but not Hans. I don't know how to make Father understand. He seems full of hatred for him. It's dreadful. I feel so powerless. This has gotten kind of dark. 1 year has gone by, and it feels like an eternity. The situation shows no signs of improvement, either in terms of Hans' mental health or Father's attitude towards him. Extraordinary. Father decided to take Hans to Paris for new tests. He says that only in the French capital we find truly competent doctors. We must make Hans ready for the great expedition. No news from Father and Hans, but I remain hopeful. I am sure they will take good care of my little brother. They have returned. Hans rushed into my arms and started crying. It took me a long time to calm him down and get him to sleep. Father is still as taciturn as he was before he left. French doctors have confirmed the diagnosis. Hans will remain physically and mentally impaired. I am stunned. Summer is coming to a close. It has been less stifling than the last. The sun has put color in Hans' cheeks. When I look at him, I have difficulty imagining he will not change. Father still says nothing and increasingly shuts himself in his office at the factory. Gertrude tells me that love and faith triumph over any science. I lack neither, God be praised. Father took Hans to the factory this morning. Hans was so afraid that I accompanied them. Fortunately, Father said nothing. I fail to understand why he insisted on bringing him there. Father left for the factory with Hans once again this morning. I think he wants to persuade Hans that he could be useful for something. It is his way of resisting fate. For a month now, every morning Hans has gone to work with Father at the factory. I'm not exactly sure what he does there, but he seems to enjoy it. I feel my brother's behavior has changed considerably. He is much less capricious. I could cry. Hans has made me a present, a small robot mammoth with a trunk that rises and falls. When Father saw it, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Both Gertrude and Father now have their own robot mammoths. Theirs are even more intricate and finely tuned. Little brother is not such a retard after all. Dad. Hans' mammoths now walk, raise their trunks, and wag their tails. It's incredible. I met the head of the factory workshop, Mr. Grips, this morning. He says that for a young lad of 12, Hans is very gifted. It's a shame he only makes elephants. Father and Hans were locked in a long discussion yesterday, or should I say Hans was locked in one of Father's long monologues. As it is inconceivable that Hans should go to school like other children, Father wants to take him on as a worker at the factory. However, Hans will have stopped making his own. Hans will have stopped making. It's supposed to be a 2, I guess, somewhere. Hans will have to stop making his own little devices. Hans' silence, half gaping mouth, and staring eyes finally sent Father off in a rage. I tried to broach the subject with Hans. I suggested he should obey Father. Learning a craft at the factory is his one chance to do something constructive with his life. He is so gifted, and takes so much pleasure in making automatons. He did look like he wasn't listening to me, but I know he'll think about what I said. It's not that Hans cannot speak, it's rather that he doesn't want to speak. He uses the least possible words for communication, except with me, but he is still very economical with words. Incredible, Hans was not just satisfied with learning how the assembly line works, instead he has completely redesigned it. Father and Monsieur Grips are taking a serious look at his plans. Father's wanted to talk to me about my future since I passed my exams. He wants to send me to university because he says my intelligence is astounding. My heart was beating so loud. It's true I do love studying, but I couldn't bear to be away from Hans. What a ghastly summer. I've been permanently torn between my desire to go to university and my refusal to leave my brother. I talked about it with Hans, but he said nothing. That same evening, I found my own little mammoth broken. Hans had another fit of hysterics at dinner again. Father announced that Hans' new assembly line would soon be finished. However, they have removed the automaton parrots that shout orders as they were deemed superfluous. Hans was livid. He hurled a soup dish to the ground and stormed off to his bedroom. What will happen between the both of them when I'm not here? Despite my scruples, I am finally leaving. Hans has not talked to me for a week. Father would not understand if I told him why I wanted to stay. My heart is so heavy. It's so strange to be home. I had never left home for such a long time before. Once we were alone, Hans did not stop talking. Words just leaped from his mouth. How he laughed at his excitement. He presented me with a delightful little ballerina to replace the mammoth, he told me. I was so touched that I started crying. Distance has done nothing to harm the strong bond between us. It was strange to pick up this diary once more. At first, my impulse was to tear it up, but I resisted, instead succumbed to my second desire, which was to write for a while. I am alone in my attic once more. I have been home for 2 months now, and after a summer spent living with the intense joy of being reunited with my brother, Hans has returned to the factory. Father is aged so, and Gertrude's arthritis causes her terrible pain. All in all, these last 4 years have been kind to Father and Hans. Their relationship is less tense. They still do not exchange much conversation, but they now have a thing in common: the factory. I'm even beginning to feel a bit jealous. Silly, really. Hans hasn't changed. To help Gertrude, he has designed a totally automated kitchen, and Gertrude can't stop moaning at the wooden puppets. Oh, how I adore them. I want to go see Father and Hans at work. I hadn't been to the factory for ages. It is strange how much it has changed. I was very curious to see them set about their tasks. I like Father's new office very much. Hans' small workshop on the first floor, crammed with odds and ends, unfinished robots and signs, exactly as I imagined, in fact. The factory is working very well. Orders for toys keep coming in, spurred on by the run-up to Christmas. When I was at university, I said my name was Vorarlberg. People would ask me if I had any relation to the Valdeline factory. Now I know the effect that Hans' genius has had on the factory's renown. To make myself useful, I started helping Father set his papers in order. The most extraordinary thing of all is that for the first time ever, I have the impression that the three of us form a real family. Hans never ceases to surprise me. Between home and the factory, his behavior is so very different. In his workshop, he is serious, concentrated, a proper young man who keeps his eye on everything going on, constantly on the move and in control. One has the impression that each single toy is his very own infant. At home, he turns back into the child once more and is either moody or a happy-go-lucky buffoon. The most wonderful Christmas of my whole life. Hans and I could not stop giggling, like children beneath Father's disapproving glare. I know he was only pretending, really. Our hearts are so full of hope. Hans has come to see me in my bedroom yesterday evening. I felt terribly awkward, terribly ill at ease. I might have guessed. Hans wants to leave Valdeline, house and the factory. He wants to go traveling. He doesn't know where to or for how long. That's just like him. I was so shocked that I told him his plans were foolish. He left my room without a word, his head bowed. I thought that he wanted to leave because of Father. Not at all. It's because of the mammoths. He wants to go tracking mammoths. I thought he had gotten over his obsession. I know my brother only too well. I wouldn't dream of telling him his quest is useless. It isn't worth it. He will not listen to reason. I was so selfish the other evening. I returned to talk to Hans and ask him gently if he was sure of his decision. I already know what the reply was going to be. Nothing will make him change his mind. Despite my profound sadness and despair, I must help Hans fulfill the destiny he has chosen and announce the news to Father. I fear the worst. The worst was worse than my fears. Father's anger was terrifying. He shut Hans away in his workshop at the factory and has forbidden all visits except from Gertrude, who feeds him. Father decided that Hans should remain locked up for as long as it takes for him to abandon his infantile decision. Gertrude tells me that Hans is very despondent yet highly resolute. The worry is driving me mad. As soon as Gertrude returns from the factory, I hasten to get news of my little brother. He doesn't say anything. He just fiddles with bits and pieces. She replies every day with a sigh. I've tried desperately to reason with father, but I know I am just wasting my breath. Hans is 18 years old today, and he is all on his own for his birthday. In secret, Gertrude delivered to me a small robot from Hans. It's a robot of us as children. It works with a small cylinder punched with tiny holes. I quiver with emotion as I turn the key. The message it gave me was simple. He was telling me he loved me very, very much. Gertrude gave me a different tiny cylinder for today's toy. Hans is truly incredible. He has found a means of communicating between us and us alone in total secret. My days are spent eagerly awaiting Hans' messages. He has now resolved to run away. He's preparing escape like if it was a game. Gertrude has returned and she is beside herself. Hans has disappeared. Father's not even deigned to return to the workshop where he has locked up his son, nor find out how he managed to escape. He just gave me a black look as if he knew we were up to something behind his back. It is beginning to dawn on me that Hans is gone. I miss him so much, Lord. Please protect my little brother and watch over him for me. With Hans gone, Father now locks himself away night and day at the factory. The house is so gloomy now. This morning I caught Father in the drawing room installing a coffin on a trestle. The sight of it made my blood freeze. What on earth is he up to? He questions me only with stony silence and a permanent black countenance. Behind closed curtains, the drawing room with the coffin surrounded by huge candles has become a veritable funeral chamber. This is ghastly. I've just understood what Father is up to. This morning the priest came to pray before the coffin. I finally caught on. Father is in mourning for the death of Hans. Father made the priest believe that his son was dead. How could he do such a thing? In the madness occasioned by his grief, my father grows even more cold and calculating. He contacted his old friend Dr. Schmall, who duly drew up a bona fide death certificate without even seeing the body. I dare not imagine what yarn he spun. Hans' funeral will be officially held next Sunday. Father strictly forbade me to attend. This sort of masquerade makes me feel ill, but I cannot denounce the subterfuge, or else I will display my father's mental instability to the world. The shame would kill him, that much is for certain. I have to get away, far, far away. No, I'll not leave. I have thought long and hard. My life is here, next to my father. He needs me too much now. The factory needs me because Father is incapable of running it now. Besides, I can only find peace of mind among Hans' robots. And how shall I know when he has sent me new ones if I'm not home to receive them? No, I shall not leave. My destiny is to remain here and keep watch. That's crazy stuff. This story is getting all over the place now. Click. What else? Footsteps? Well, that's not creepy.
Mamas. You draw mamas for Momo?
Ah, Momo, it's you. You scared me. What are you doing in here?
Momo want Mama's picture, like Hans' picture.
Sorry, I haven't got a picture of a mammoth with me.
Take paper and pencil and draw Mama's for Momo.
You don't give up easily, do you?
Is this not... like... why are you spinning around? I'm not touching anything. And she's just spinning forever.
You remember me, don't you? I'm Kate.
Draw mammoth for Momo, please.
You must find me a bit rude turning up places uninvited where nobody knows who I am. See, it's kind of my job, you know, to get involved. But don't mind me. Just carry on with what you're doing.
Momo not mind. Anna kind, never angry.
That's right. She won't be angry. Not now. You're a sweet kid, Momo, but I can't draw. Least of all, mammoths.
Draw mammoth easy. Hans draw mammoth. Anna draw mammoth. Kate too.
I mean, maybe I could do a quick squiggle of a box, say, that has a mammoth inside.
No, Momo want a real mammoth.
Wants a mammoth.
My goodness, you are one stubborn boy. There's something I'm looking for, but I don't quite know what. I need a clue, anything that might tell me where Hans is. You want to help me, don't you?
First, you draw mammoth for Momo.
And if I help you, you help me, right?
Momo know Kate is kind. Kate draw mammoth for Momo. Then Momo tell Kate secret.
Tell me
You've got a
secret.
First, draw mammoth for Momo.
Do you know if Anna came here often with Hans?
Momo want mammoth picture, like Hans' picture.
Tell me, Momo. I met someone real interesting in the factory. A kind of robot called Oscar. Now, he told me about a train. Anna didn't tell you where it was going, did she?
Train! Train! Choo-choo! Choo-choo!
Choo-choo.
Woo!
Momo, it's okay, it's okay. What's going to happen to you now that Anna is gone?
Momo big now. They want Momo live at inn. Momo don't want. Momo take care of Momo.
Interesting.
From what I've seen, you look pretty resourceful. It must be fascinating to live in a village full of automatons.
Automatons made by hands. Difficult work. When Momo big, he do like hands. Momo friend of automatons.
How old is Momo now? I wonder if it's said anything before about that.
Tell me, Momo, did you come here a lot with Anna?
Anna like Momo. Anna like Hans. Anna on journey.
Anna on journey.
Tell me, Momo, I heard about a cave. You look like a smart little fellow. You wouldn't know where it is, would you?
Draw mammoth for Momo.
Okay, here's the deal. I draw you
Draw
a
mammoth, draw mammoth.
and you tell
draw
me
mammoth.
about the cave, okay?
But first, draw mammoth for Momo.
Momo, I've got to go now. But see you later, maybe.
Oh, we didn't get to go over here because we got followed by footsteps. See what's over here. Got something there. It's a mammoth, and there's a sign to use something. So on paper. Well, that's simple enough. Clever, clever. All right, I have your mammoth.
Thank you. Momo happy. Now follow Momo. Momo show his secret to Kate.
Oh, we gotta follow you now? Okay. Went this way, huh? There he goes that way. Oh, there he is. Where are we going? Oh, we're going over here. Okay. Lead the way, Momo. Come on our adventure. Where are we going to? Nothing over here.
It's a shame this boat's been left to rot. Now it's full of holes.
But you're not putting in a boat, you're putting a stick. Okay. There's Momo. Alright, Momo, what do you want to show me?
There you are, Momo. This is some walk you've taken me on. I've got to say, though, it sure is mighty pretty.
Momo come here often. Momo like make splash in water.
Why have you brought me here?
Mammoth doll in cave. Very important for hands, Anna say.
Cave? What cave? Where?
Momo not liar.
Right. Now we're here. What do we do?
Kate and Momo throw stones in water.
Momo, we're here because of the cave. Something to do with the cave.
Momo and Kate friends.
Talk about caves
So
then.
you reckon the cave that Hans and Anna found is round here? You wouldn't know where it is exactly, would you?
Cave disappear. Anna say nobody find it. Disappear. Like magic.
Caves don't go disappearing like that. It must be hidden by something. That's all.
Momo like playing hide and seek.
I think that's just as well.
Cave hidden, huh? Okay.
Momo, I've got to go now. But see you later, maybe.
Got some water.
It must be broken. I've got to get a helping hand here.
Well, let's ask Momo then. Momo's right over here.
Momo, I've got something else I want to ask you.
Momo listening.
Can you help me, please?
What do?
Help me open the dam.
Momo's strong.
Alright, Momo, get to it. Let's open this dam. Show us your muscles. Not gonna help him? He broke it.
Oops.
And just tossed it. Thanks, Momo. Thank you. Thanks.
That looks broken.
Broken lever.
Momo, I've got something else I want to ask you.
Momo listening.
Can you help me, please?
What do?
Help me open the dam.
Dam broken.
Why have you brought me here?
Mammoth doll in cave. Very important.
Cave?
Momo.
Momo?
Nice. Oh, we have this boat over here. Maybe we can plug holes for wood. Or we could just...
Ugh, that ore is all dirty and wet.
What?
Ugh, that ore is all dirty and wet.
Just move an ore? Are we gonna get him to pick it up for us? Seriously? Do you do anything, Kate? Everyone else does stuff for you?
Momo, I've got something else I want to ask you.
Momo listening.
I've moved the ore nearer. Be a good boy and carry it for me?
Wow.
Momo say yes.
Going. Can I get this? No.
Momo, I've got something else I want to ask you.
Momo listening.
We moved the ore.
Can you help me, please?
What do?
I need a hand opening the dam.
Momo say yes. Momo's strong.
Oh, he's probably going to use the ore up here. Here we go.
Momo very strong.
Thank you, Momo.
Oh. Okay, nothing else with that. Oh, Momo's gone. He just left us here. That's rude. Okay, we can walk across here now. Well, this looks like a cave. I don't know why we're crazy enough to walk into a cave by ourselves, but here's some mammoth drawings. Seen. That. Mammoth. Why is it still here? Wait, doll. Oh, phone's ringing.
Hello?
Kate? Is it you?
Well, yeah, who did you think it was?
I didn't recognize your voice, that's all. Must be the distance or something. So, spill the beans. What's Europe like? You lucky ladies do. Honestly, I never get that kind of break.
Well, so far all I've seen of Europe is this tiny village, and frankly, they're not very hospitable. The whole case is getting really complicated. There's this surprise heir I've got to find.
No. I talked to Lynn, who bumped into Joss, and she had coffee with the head honcho this morning. He didn't sound at all happy. The client's meeting him tomorrow, and when Marston tells him that the sale's not even gone through yet, whoa, you're gonna be pleased you're on the other side of the ocean when that bomb goes off.
Yeah, I get the picture. But so, how about yourself? What's up at work?
We lost the Sarah Lou trial. I worked 5 months on that dumb case.
I remember.
So, for a bit of therapy, I went to Boomie's. The sale started
Booming.
yesterday.
Wow.
Bloomingdale's,
lucky.
wow.
It was absolutely
That's sort of still
crazy.
relevant.
Absolute mayhem. You know that blue silk top I wanted? Guess how much I got it for?
I don't know. 250? 200?
$140. Just get yourself back here and I'll go down with you.
Oh boy.
Like it's my choice.
Oh
Look,
boy.
I gotta go.
Call me soon, huh? I want a blow-by-blow account of every moment of your great adventure.
Get out of here. Look after yourself.
Our great adventure.
Yeah, I will.
Where did Momo go? He's not here. Maybe he went back to the roof area. Or maybe he's back at the end. Check the end first. Open sesame indoors. He's not here. She does run kind of weird sometimes. Did we try going in here?
The door's locked, but I've still got to get in there.
Yeah, it's locked too. Hmm. Uh. I guess he's not here anymore, so maybe we're done with him for now. Hmm. We have this stuff. We got our train ticket. We can see what's up with that. Train's this way. Clank, clank. How does she stuff everything in her jacket? Like everything?
Me again.
Dan, I was gonna call you.
Yeah.
Are you mad at me?
I've just called Marson and Lorma. They told me you weren't expected to return this week.
Oh, yeah.
So when are you coming home?
I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it. The situation is kind of tricky, you know. At the beginning of next week, I hope.
Yeah, whenever.
Dan, please. Just hang in there, okay? The stakes are higher than I thought, and you know how much I love this job.
I suppose it's neither here nor anywhere to you that the Goldbergs are going to...
It is. It isn't. Dan, this really isn't the moment. You know I'm thinking about you. I love you, sweetheart, and I'll give you a call when I have some news. Promise. I've got to go now. I've got kind of a train to catch.
A train? Where are you off to now? This is crazy, Kate.
To tell you the truth, I've no idea. Love you, honey. You know that.
Kate!
Yeah, I mean, this kind of makes a little bit of no sense. I trained to I don't know where. So, she's talking about this. I guess we gotta be going on the train then. Alright, so we have our train ticket here. Here's my train ticket.
There you are, Oscar. Does this mean we can leave now?
I cannot accept this ticket for the moment, Kate Walker. Keep it.
Why don't you want to take my ticket?
I must abide by regulations, Kate Walker. Not all departure conditions have been fulfilled. I must confirm your departure release.
You can be a real stickler for the rules, Oscar, my old fellow.
Departure release. Train release permits. There you go.
Here. This is the authorization for the release of the train.
It has not been signed, Kate Walker.
Oscar, you're going too far.
Has it been signed?
You just gave me this.
Does the train belong to you, Kate Walker?
No.
So there. This train cannot leave Aladdin without the agreement of its owner.
I don't think Madame Vorarlberg is in a position to sign anything right now.
In that case, the stamp of her legal representative is perfectly sufficient. Please hurry up, Kate Walker. This train will soon depart, and I must ensure it is not delayed.
Oh, I know where the stamp thing is. Okay. Do. How are you walking backwards off? Oh, maybe because of the handrails, I guess. Alright, so now we gotta go to the notary's office. Mm-hmm. That was up here, I think. All right. So let's get this out. Release ferment here. Oh. Uh. So this needs to be here, obviously. This opens. Oh, wait, we have the ink bottle. Okay. Now let's give it a go. Ah. Approve. There we go. We've been approved. Stop spinning around.
Oh no, I forgot the notary will be resting.
Oh, that's right. That's where the notary was. Duh. He's resting for a long time, huh? All right, let's head back to the train station now. Or you could just walk. Where are you going? Where are you going? Mm-hmm. Right, back over this way. Alright, let's see. We have cylinders, mammoth toy doll, and a mechanical toy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright. I'm just gonna walk slowly so it doesn't spin me around. Mm-hmm. Hey, Sharpie, thank you for the raid. How was that Buzz Lightyear? I saw you playing a little bit before. I think the last time I saw you, when I was looking before, you were like, there's some train up top somewhere. Like you were messing around with trying to get some train on some tracks. Oh, nice. Good. What's next? Hey, as long as you make it work, that's all that matters. This has been pretty good. I just have one issue with it. So, like, well, I did have another issue, but, like, I figured out that was just mostly, I had to figure out to zoom in to read things. It was a little blurry, but you can zoom in on documents. That's fine. But this, for some reason, I don't know, I guess because it's not like, it's a point and click game, but I kind of have to walk to things and there's no like mouse cursor. So when I want to leave an area, like say there's like a street, right? If I walk like a certain part of the street, it'll spin me around and turn me around the other way. I have to go like a certain part of the street and go to like the next, like, next screen over or something like that. And sometimes it'll just spin me around. I don't know, maybe, I wonder if that's a controller, but I haven't had issues with this controller at all, so I don't know. All right, so we have the notary, or the release thing you asked me for, so. South Park Love Shack, huh?
Here, this is your stupid train release.
I have a regular one and I have a Duke.
Walker, that
I have
is
both.
perfect.
I'm just using the regular one for now. Wait, what did you say?
It's me again, Oscar.
Hello, Kate.
Why aren't we setting off, Oscar?
I must abide by regulations. Your ticket, please, Kate Walker.
Don't
I have to
think
give you a
for
ticket?
one moment that I'm bored of you, Oscar. But I have to go.
I also have much to attend to, Kate Walker.
I haven't really used the Duke yet, but at some point I'll break out the Duke. Press cuts. Train tickets.
There you are, Oscar. Does this mean we can leave now?
I cannot accept this ticket for the moment, Kate Walker. Keep it.
I don't understand why we can't leave. I'd hate to think it's me that's delaying the train like this.
I do not wish to appear impolite, Kate Walker, but I am afraid that not all departure conditions have been fulfilled.
If that's a joke, Oscar, it's not very funny. I really need to find Hans Vorarlberg as quickly as possible.
I have strict instructions to obey. There are 3 spaces in the luggage compartment that are designed to accommodate 2 very important objects. The train can only depart when they are in place. Please excuse me now. I must return to my departure
3
preparations.
spaces for 2 very important
I wouldn't
objects.
want to break any rules.
Okay. I guess that's like a safeguard so you don't like leave an area without stuff. Alright, it's 3 spaces. We got space there. Space there and here. Well, this is probably, we only have 1 circular object, right? So and maybe this is this. You notice how she just pulls everything out of her jacket? Sharpie, just everything out of the jacket. Shoves everything in there. Yeah, okay, so I guess we'll on here. 3 spaces for stuff, so okay, we leave now. Yeah, I know. The magic turtleneck that can just hold everything. Spinning round and round.
It's me again, Oscar.
Hello, Kate Walker.
Why aren't we setting off, Oscar?
I must abide by regulations. Your ticket, please.
I have to give you the
Kate
ticket
Walker.
again.
don't think for...
I also...
I guess it makes sense since I didn't, all things you wanted, so let's try now. Yeah, we had a big stick in there too, or before, a huge stick. So I don't know. All sorts of weird things in there. We had a mammoth in there.
Right, everything is in order then. The train is finally ready to leave.
I am most terribly embarrassed. Such ignorance on my part is inadmissible. I hope you still have confidence in my abilities, Kate Walker. Please return to your seat and we can leave.
Finally.
My seat, huh? Okay, I guess it's just going. Oh, we're leaving. We're on a train ride. Don't know why, but we're going somewhere. Why has nobody else used this train? I was like, there's just so many questions, things don't make sense. Is she eating? Is there any food in the train? Probably not. Considering it's me just an automaton. Yeah, she's awfully happy for not knowing where she's going or why she's going there and all this stuff. Way too happy. Way too happy. Birds.
Where are we, Oscar?
At the halls of residence of Barockstadt University.
And do we really have to stop here?
The situation is incompatible with the pursuit of our journey.
What are you waiting for, then? Wind them up. Find a way. There must be some sort of train winding thing just laying around in this weirdo station.
I have seen nothing that fits that description, Kate Walker.
I guess we'd better find out, then.
I do not like this station. The atmospheric humidity is detrimental to my sophisticated wheel workings. I will wait for you inside the train.
Wimp.
Alright, I call bullshit because he said he'd wait inside the train. He said he has seen no such windy thing lying around.
And to think that when I first became a lawyer, I was worried I'd get stuck behind a desk.
Is something wrong, Kate Walker? Is the restaurant car service not to your liking? Would you like another pillow?
Don't worry, Oscar. Everything's just hunky-dory. And you are just hunky-dory, too.
Oh, jeez.
Oscar, we have a serious problem. How can we carry on our journey if this train doesn't want to budge? What are our options?
Every clock has its key, Kate Walker. Keep looking.
Well, I hope you're right. I'm gonna go see what I can find. Oscar, there's no way you could help me find a way to wind the train back up again?
Rust awaits my every movement if I leave this train, Kate Walker. And what would you do with a rusty engine driver?
Oil him up.
Not a lot, I suppose.
Oil can.
Oscar, I think that Hans Vorarlberg once stayed in this town after he left Valladolid. Maybe this wasn't a chance stopover after all.
Nothing is left to chance in a railroad network.
You agree with me, then?
We have no concrete proof to support your hypothesis. The train stopped because the clockwork mechanism is unwound. That is the only concrete evidence we have, Kate Walker.
I was just hoping for a little imagination on your part, Oscar.
No, Kate Walker. I am only an automaton, Kate Walker.
I'm tired of hearing Kate Walker.
This train might be a wonder of technology, but the engine's limited autonomy is a liability. You got to admit that.
I am afraid I refuse to entertain this consideration, Kate Walker.
Okay.
Oscar, see you later, alligator.
I'm talking to you, Oscar.
In a while, Kate Walker.
Alright. Let's see what's outside this train here. Yeah. They say Kate Walker all the time. They weren't kidding me when they say Kate Walker a lot. Oh, there's a lot of Kate Walkers. Oh, okay. I guess we're going this way. Go down first. Any ways to go? Syberia looks nice. Apparently I have to get myself some Xbox component cables because apparently SCART can't do 480p, so I'm gonna have to get some component cables. What's that on the ground? Shove it in your jacket. Question mark? Oh no, it's a hook. Looks like a question mark to me, but I guess that's the same as a hook.
Hello.
You arrived by train, I see.
Yes, I've come from Valladolid.
It's been a long time since I've seen a train here. Students, did you bring students with you?
No, I traveled alone. Well, almost alone.
I remember around the start of fall, trains would bring kids from all around the world here to study zoology and botany, paleontology, all that stuff. This was a great university.
There might be, I don't know.
Great today, then?
I'd have to look and see, Sharpie. But I could do either. I could do component if I really needed to.
All these birds in a station. It's amazing.
Just have to get them.
No ordinary station, miss. Oh, no. These birds are part of the prestigious University of Baruchstadt Ornithological Collection. Over the years, this aviary has housed some of the most fantastic species from all over the world. And I am not exactly your typical station master either. This little world is my responsibility, and that is no easy task.
I can well believe you.
And you know what's the hardest? The hardest thing is to keep interspecial harmony. And one day some explorer introduced a couple of cuckoos from the Amazon. Whoa.
It wasn't a good idea?
A nightmare. You know, cuckoos lay their eggs in the nests of other species, right? Now, what's more, they also push the host's eggs out of the nest so that they receive all the mother's attention, right? Accursed cuckoos. Nightmare.
I see what you mean. That's one tricky bird. And there was nothing you could do to stop it?
The faculty declared the bird a protected species. If it wasn't for our mechanical eagle, we were sitting on a major ornithological catastrophe.
You have an automaton here?
A wonder of technology. It's an eagle that's mounted on rails in the air. It passes through and it swoops down to collect parasite eggs. But heck, the dang eagle's been out of order for several years. Impossible to collect the eggs myself.
Why not?
I can't climb up the gangway. I fell off it several months back, and I still have a pain in my spine. Not to mention the vertigo I've been getting. I only have to look up in the air. Whoa.
You poor soul. That must be very hard.
Sounds tough.
Worst thing is, cuckoo eggs piling up in the nests. Soon the rectors are gonna notice. There's trouble in store, big trouble. I'm worried. Yep, worried.
I'm sorry to junk up your station like this, but the spring mechanism on my train needs winding.
A spring-operated locomotive? There's a thing.
Yeah, and an impractical thing, too.
Yeah, I always dreamed of taking a train, but now I'm over the hill. And someone has to take care of the birds, after all.
The name Hans Vorarlberg doesn't mean anything to you by chance, does it?
Oh, do you really think I'd remember one little name from the thousands that pass through this station?
I feel like I've
anything I can
lost
do,
my
miss,
way a
you
little
just let me
here.
know.
I could really do with your help.
Wait, what?
I feel like I've
anything I
lost
can do,
my
miss,
way a
you
little
just let
here.
me know.
Okay.
I could really do with your help.
We clearly Why are they both talking at the same time?
I feel like I've
anything I
lost
can do,
my
miss,
way a
you
little
just let me
here.
know.
I could really do with your help. You don't know where I might find equipment to wind up my train springs, do you?
Not in this station, that's for sure. And I would know. You might want to try near the wall. So,
The wall.
Thinking of staying for long, miss?
No. I mean, I don't know, actually. 1 or 2 days tops. You see, I've got to wind my train back up so that I can continue my journey.
It's just, if you stay here too long, I might get in trouble. The train should stop, then leave again. That's the rule. Besides, your machine's disturbing the birds.
Maybe you could take me up to this wall? If there were 2 of us, we could find what I need to wind up my train even quicker.
Miss, forgive me, I gotta stick to the rules. You know, I have to man the station. I don't want to get into trouble with my superiors at the university. You understand?
Nobody wants to help me.
Have you been the station master of Barrelstadt for a long time?
I've never had another job. Now, you tell me, are you in charge of this train?
No, I mean, I'm not sure.
So what's your thing here? You come here to do some bookworming over at the university?
Well, sort of. I'm always looking for new information.
Well, you don't seem to know a lot. And about that train, it's gonna get in the way if you leave it there, that's for sure.
In fact, I'm a lawyer and I'm conducting a pretty unusual investigation.
Investigation, huh? Hey, you know, I'm just a station master. I don't know too much about anything.
Well, you never know. Anybody could be significant in this case.
See, nobody actually tells me anything, so my hands are totally clean.
I never implied they weren't.
Okay.
I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Station Master.
Guess that's enough out of this guy.
Welcome to Barrelstadt, miss.
Ugh. Maybe we got like a little beach or some water here. Nothing interesting. That's where that ends. Over this way. Ah. Guess we'll check the other side of the here before we start up inside to see what's around. That's some murky water. You know, when I look at this water, kind of get reminded of you playing fishing the other day, Sharpie. I think of throwing a fishing line in here.
That thing looks like the winding machine I used in the Valadiland station. I've got to find a way of getting the train up here.
Winding station, huh? Oh, I know. Honestly, the sound of running water itself is just relaxing. Come on, move! Don't just stand there. What are you doing? What are you doing, Kate Walker? Okay, so we've looked at everything on this side here. So we have other side to go to. Just see how I'm not quite over enough on the screen.
Kate Walker! Kate Walker! Come over here, please! I have something to say to you!
What if I don't want to talk to you? Yelling Kate Walker at me. I mean, even though it was tedious, I probably would have enjoyed that game you played.
Yes, Oscar.
Relaxing games are fine for me sometimes.
A message has arrived for you.
Especially at night.
A message?
You have been summoned to see the rectors. They are the highest authority at the university. They want to talk to you.
Talk to me?
Yes, to the person responsible for the train.
So, I'm in charge now. Sure, okay. But why would these gentlemen want to see me at all?
They do not say why, just that it's very important.
Everything okay, Oscar?
Yes, Kate.
There's a winding machine further on down there, but we're going to have to shift the train 50 yards.
Impossible, Kate Walker. Train Engineer's Instruction Manual, Chapter 3, Article 2. Once the springs are slack, the train cannot move.
The train cannot move by itself, Oscar. Only by itself.
What?
Oscar, there's no way you could help me find a way to wind the train back up again?
Rust awaits my
Yes, we know about your
Oscar?
rust.
in a while, Kate Walker.
Okay, so we gotta find another way. What's over here? Big
Can't
door.
go that way.
Okay, so we don't go this way yet. So what do we have over here? Stop spinning around. There's a ladder over here. You scared of the birds? Guess we can't go here yet then. Evil birdie's in the way. rid of some birds. Okay, so that's blocked off too. That just leaves the other way. Up you go, Kate Walker. This water's awfully low. Not well taken care of. Just people to talk to, huh? Okay, let's talk.
Hey there, on the boat.
Guten Tag, schöne Mademoiselle.
My husband say, hello, young lady. You want to talk to us? Have you gone down to take a look around the station yet? It's amazing. You know, it's full of exotic birds.
Mais tu me regardes, ja. Ja, mit plaisir.
We no leave boat. Husband is land sick. It must be really neat to travel by river.
Oh, schlechte Boot. Eine vergette das Grund. Für mich, locker ist fantastica. Eine kleine Rot mit Ustet, okay. You guide.
Excuse me? My husband say he like his barge and he not like your train. Too noisy. If you want to travel in tin can, you stay in tin can.
Lovely.
Sure. You must really get to see the countryside. Do you know New York at all?
Yeah, like they know New York.
We
Okay.
don't understand. I'm looking for a funny little man who is supposed to live in Syberia. Can you imagine that? Syberia. I expect you've already been there.
Sie fragen, kommen to Syberia?
Syberia? No. Too cold. Barge no break ice. I have a little problem with my train. It's kind of broken. I've absolutely got to get it out of the station. Do you think you could tow it over to the wall with your barge? Lock closed. Barge blocked. But if the locks were open, would it be okay to tow my train then?
Por que no? More money for that werk.
Da is possible. My husband say we help you if you give money. Right. And how much do you want?
Cinquante.
He want $150. $150? I don't have that much. No money, no barge. Let me offer you 75. Nay, $125. Out of the question. $100 and not a dime more. Correct. You have barge for $100. Great. Now, don't move. I'll be back as quick as possible with the money.
She's a swindler. She was talking on the phone about $250 shirts at Bloomingdale's that they were getting for $140. Okay, so we gotta get you money, and then we have to open a lock.
Are you from Bergstadt? Yes. So you're like me. Birds just passing through. I'm stuck here because of my train.
Kleine Puschereisen mit uns, no?
What did he say? Train kaput. No luck for you. My name is Kate Walker, and I'm a lawyer. I'm in charge of this train. This situation is really very new to me. Lawyer? Good job. Earn lot of money. A lot. A lot. No, I wouldn't go that far. But I can't really complain, I guess. There's worse.
Lawyer always ask a lot money.
That's
Can
true.
we change the subject,
That is
please? I
true.
really don't want to go down this road.
And that's why you were probably trying to bargain over money.
It's not very polite of you to take advantage of my predicament. We could have done favors for each other, for free, out of solidarity.
Favor, Allah speak not full. Money, yeah, wait full.
Excuse me?
My husband say need money for live. $100 not lot for fancy lady like you.
How would you know, a fancy lady like me? Really?
Wow.
I'll
He's
leave you to
feisty.
it. I won't disturb you again.
До свидания.
Okay. New things we have to do. Run, Kate Walker, run. Running out of ways, directions to go. This. Keypad.
I need a key.
Key, okay.
That looks broken.
We need a key and something broken. In case of... Wait. What? What did that say? Damn it. Contact the following number. 27666742. Nope.
Darn it!
I'm gonna take a picture of that in case I need to call at a different time. Number? Can you move? Please? Ah, what we got over here? Oh, so it's just like the other side. That's the way there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So this is over here. All right. It's just we're still connected over here, right? Okay. I see. I see. I see. These kind of games are good for me to play when I'm tired. Alright, let's see what's over here. The heck? Gonna be standing away from it. Use the stairs. Oh, because I'm not even near the stairs over there. Oh, wait, there's multiple sets of stairs. What are you talking about, game? This.
This thing's jammed.
And got a little thingy here.
This thing's jammed.
Things jammed. Maybe I need something to counterbalance this. No, don't walk back open. Ah. Hello, person.
Hello.
Hey, baby, you party? You sure looking mighty fine. Love those big round eyes.
Okay.
Just who do you think you are?
Hey, spunky. I'd like that in a lady. Okay, I'm hooked. Come on, Zol. I'll let you buy me that coffee.
I don't remember ever asking.
Wow.
Hey, don't play hard to get.
guy.
I know you like it big time.
Listen, kid. Go back home and play with your toy cars and forget you ever saw me.
Ouch. There's some interesting statues. Oh wow, it's like a museum. This. Oh, okay, yeah, it says the name of the place there. Oh, I see. A ladder. The Illustrated Dictionary of Plants and Mushrooms. Anglicola. I'm not gonna read all this stuff. Unless I have to. Where are you going? I didn't tell you to go that way. I want to walk around. Okay, you can't walk around. Who are you?
Hello.
Shh, don't talk so loud.
I'm sorry, but I was wondering if you could help me.
Can't you see I'm very busy?
What are you looking for?
None of your business. Now, if you don't mind, I am trying to concentrate. I haven't got a lot of time left before Professor Pons's next tutorial.
Professor Pons, you say?
Would you mind working elsewhere, please?
Ouch, nobody likes me, huh? Nobody wants to be friends. Alright, that makes no sense. I could walk this way from the other direction. Whatever. Let's see what's down here. Nope, stop spinning. Oh my god. They talk to there. Something here. Shoving in your jacket. Mirror zone memories of an expedition. Ved Marizone Cuckoo. Maybe that'll tell me how to deal with the birdies. Oh, this is what the guy talks about, the egg taken. Grapes. Grapes. Let's start chit-chatting.
Excuse me. Can I disturb you a second?
No.
You could be a little bit nicer about it.
Keep quiet. In case you haven't noticed, we're somewhere that requires silence and tranquility.
Lies. Lies. I can talk to you. You either. Doesn't look like there's anything over here, really. What's in here? Oh, maybe these people don't want to see us.
Good day to you, gentlemen.
Tell me, young lady, to what do we owe this pleasure?
Please do be brief. We do not have very much time on our hands.
As rectors of this university, we have serious matters to attend to, and our time is precious.
I have heard you wish to meet the owner of the train that is currently in your station. May I know the reason for your summons?
We are surprised that your train has not yet left, miss. The situation is most regrettable.
The rules do clearly state that trains are meant to come and go and not remain stationary at a platform.
Trains should first stop, then subsequently leave. That is the rule.
We agree then, dear colleagues, that what we're dealing with is deviant behavior.
This matter really is cause for concern.
It's a clockwork train, you see? So it needs winding up again. Unfortunately, there is no equipment in the station to do this.
A clockwork train? That's strange.
How very quaint. You mean it's some sort of mechanical toy?
You are causing a hindrance to us, miss.
I am very hopeful that I will find what I need along the wall.
The wall? Miss, that really is not a suitable place for you to go.
Jeez.
Especially for a young lady.
You see, miss, we freely admit that every day we praise the existence of that particular edifice. We owe the integrity of our dear university and the fine education it provides to the wall.
It protects us from harm and invasion from the unknown.
May God protect us from what is beyond those ramparts, miss. Please believe me.
I don't have any choice. I must continue my journey.
Such a decision is a correct one since it's in line with regulations.
Thus, your train will indeed be able to leave.
And consequently cease to obstruct our station.
You know, they were saying that, like, nobody coming through here, so I don't know. So many things that are suspicious about this game.
Some sailors have agreed to tow the train, but I don't have enough money to pay them. I was wondering if you could help me out. For a while. I could work for the money.
Please wait, miss. We have certain confibulations to attend to.
That is right. We must confibulate between ourselves. A collegiate decision must be taken.
I hope that we are not indisposing you in any way.
Why not?
If it helps us get rid of that train.
My word, that is a fine idea.
What do you have in mind, gentlemen?
When you arrived here, you must have noticed a splendid bandstand which honors the main university courtyard.
A unique piece of mechanical craftsmanship which no longer works, alas.
Why, yes, we have very moving memories of its melodies. We're prepared to offer you a financial reward if you can set it working again.
With pleasure. What do I have to do?
Unfortunately, my dear, time and rust have taken their toll on this university, and our automatons no longer have a spring in their step. You are going to have to be resourceful.
Oh, joy.
To tell you the truth, there are a number of complex mechanisms here in Barakstadt, and it would appear that we have unfortunately lost their operating instructions.
How convenient.
Your train, however, is an extremely ingenious invention, so you should be no stranger to complex mechanisms, should you? We are therefore counting on your ingenuity, miss.
I hope that I can show myself worthy of your faith in me, gentlemen.
Well, my dear colleagues, one more university matter nicely tied up.
You wouldn't know if there is any Forest Sauvignon here in Barrackstadt, would you?
Absolutely. When he says absolutely, he means, of course, absolutely none.
What we mean, of course, is that we are absolutely positive there is no Forest Sauvignon here in Barrackstadt.
Really? Are you sure? Because I read in a book that Barrackstadt possesses a number of plants. I wouldn't mind getting a hold of some if possible.
Out of the question, miss.
The assistant rector means to say that our priority is for you to remove your train from our station. Your research will have to wait until your next stop.
Yes, that's right. Your train must leave the station immediately, so please refrain from wasting our time in needless visitations.
Don't forget the regulations, miss. Don't forget them. Trains should first stop,
Yes,
then
yes, yes.
subsequently leave. And quickly.
That idea of the station aviary is really very original.
It's the pride of our university. One of the specialties taught here is zoology, you see, and more particularly, ornithology. Proper study and instruction should not be limited to books. Observation of living matter is indissociable from theoretical questions.
It contains some very rare specimens that have been brought back from faraway, exotic countries, especially for our university, by the world's most intrepid explorers.
Do you remember Alexander Valenbois and his peculiar bird?
Absolutely. His gift produced some very embarrassing long-term consequences.
A poison chalice, indeed. It must be said the situation could have been much worse, however.
Oh, yes, it could have been terribly problematic.
Excuse me.
Miss, we find ourselves terribly put out by the presence of your train in our station and by its recurrent immobility.
Indeed, the situation is very regrettable. Your huge locomotive is very cumbersome.
A train should first stop, then subsequently leave. That is the rule.
Okay, let's go Hans next.
Does the name Hans Vorarlberg mean anything to you by chance?
Ah, one of the brightest, most idealistic intellects to have graced our university. Hans Vorarlberg. I remember speaking to him once. I was still a student at the time. He just stared at me, lost in thought for a while. He scarcely ever said a word. But how can one forget him?
Idealistic? I'll grant you that. But bright? Oh, don't go too far. He was completely incapable of passing any exams. All he ever did was to sit in on lessons, and not many of them either. Paleontology, mainly. He had an unhealthy passion for mammoths, which matched the state of his intellect perfectly. That is to say, prehistoric.
Prehistoric? How dare you? A little far-fetched, maybe. But he did have flashes of intellectual brilliance, comprehensible only to high-minded scholars who hold no score by appearances. My dear colleague, your hasty conclusions are somewhat cavalier.
My assessment is wholly accurate. The boy was a little odd. You must concur if my father, who was rector of the university at the time, had not shown great indulgence towards him. Hans Vorarlberg would have never attended this establishment.
What about the bandstand, then? Is that the work of a deranged mind? Even after all these years, you are still jealous of it.
My dear colleagues, I beseech you, let's show some decorum. We have a visitor. What do you want with Hans Vorarlberg, miss? Are you a member of his family?
No, not at all. I'm looking for him to clear up an inheritance matter. Is he still here?
What? Here? At the university? No, not at all. He left a long time ago. Yes, a very long time ago. The very year I was nominated to this position, in fact. Almost 50 years ago already.
50 years,
The poor
huh?
soul moved on once he learned all he needed to know about mammoths.
Ah, this establishment was never quite the same after his departure, it must be said.
You mean to say it was never as bad? All that oddball brought to this university was his misplaced fantasies.
Gentlemen, let's try to retain the calm and level-headedness that befits our position.
Can you possibly help me out here?
Miss, your insistence is almost verging on indecency.
Wow.
We cannot constantly be at your disposal. We have many other requests to attend to.
Lies.
If you don't mind, could you not disturb us all the time? Thank you.
Could I possibly leave the train in the station for one more day?
Out of the question. Trains should first stop, then subsequently leave. That is the rule.
Perform the task we agreed on, quickly, and we will pay you on completion.
A deal is a deal.
I haven't introduced myself. My name is Kate Walker.
Walker, haven't we already had a Miss Walker? Ethnology Masters, September 1953, if my memory serves me correctly.
Perfectly well, my dear colleague. But if I may be so bold, it was a Mr. Walker and not a Miss. It was Bill Walker, sat this June 68 exams. The impudent fool turned up for the oral assessment in jeans, flouting strict internal regulations which explicitly state the required uniform for the occasion.
Pure incitement. It was scandalous. Sadly, we have seen worse since. Young people lack all respect of traditional values.
Tradition, young lady. One must always uphold tradition.
That's all dialogue.
Here we are, busy chatting, and look at the clock. It's tea time.
Already? My word, doesn't time fly by?
Thank you for a charming visit, miss.
And thank you, gentlemen.
This game has a lot of dialogue and reading. A lot. Down the stairs we go. Let's check over this way. There is a person.
Excuse me. Sir, please, just a moment.
Yes, what is it? I'm not deaf, you know.
I am sorry to disturb you in your work, sir, but...
This young Mammothus primigenius is barely 40,000 years old. Fantastic, wouldn't you say, miss?
Yes. Probably.
What do you mean, probably?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, you don't know, I see. What can I do for you, my dear child?
To tell you the truth, I don't know very much about mammoths, and I'm not here as a student. In fact, I'm a lawyer.
It's
Oh,
all
more
right.
dialogue.
It's perfect. All the same, the study of the Pleistocene period is fascinating.
I'm sure it is, but I'm sorry to say my current mission is totally monopolizing my time. Another time, maybe.
Ah, that's what they all say. But anyway, let me present myself. I'm Cornelius Ponce, Emeritus Professor and Lecturer at the University of Barrockstadt. I'm proud to say that I'm head of the Department of Paleozoology at our university.
Kate Walker. Pleased to meet you. It wasn't really my intention to stop off here, but I'll confess, this university is really very impressive.
Ah, indeed. There's such a tradition of learning here. And so much knowledge, a real depth of culture, intelligence, and gray matter. I myself did my studies here and never left.
Actually, I'm here because I've been summoned by the rectors of the university.
Oh, I see. You must have made a mistake on your enrollment form.
Oh, no. I haven't come here to study. I have an important matter of inheritance to attend to. I have to find the heir.
And you hope you will find him here?
I'm not altogether sure. But you see, my train broke down coming into Barrackstadt station.
In that case, my dear, you must come to one of my lectures. Here's a question for you. Do you know what the Proboscidean order is?
The Probo-whatian?
You see, there are gaps in your knowledge that need refreshing.
Oh boy.
I feel I've lost my way a little here. I could really do with your help.
Oh, my dear child, you've chosen your moment. I absolutely must finish off my lecture for this afternoon.
It's a lecture about mammoths?
Oh, yes and no. More specifically, it is about their migration. Do excuse me, I need to concentrate.
To tell you the truth, I'm looking for Mr. Hans Vorarlberg. He's the sole heir of a very unusual factory. My company is in charge of negotiations for the takeover of this factory. At last word, he was living in Syberia, so as soon as my train is ready, I'll be continuing my journey eastwards.
Syberia. Syberia. But what was it you said again?
Said what?
You mentioned a name. The person you are looking for.
Vorarlberg. Hans Vorarlberg. Do you know him?
Hans Vorarlberg. How could I forget him? Such an extraordinary fellow. So inventive. We shared a passion for mammoths, you know, and we bonded over this passion. Without it, I confess, I would have had little to do with an odd, ageless retard like Hans. At the time, we were both students. Well, sort of. Put it this way. Hans had special permission to attend paleontology lectures. You see, he didn't really have the necessary qualifications. In exchange, Hans did a few odd jobs around the university.
Your Hans Vorarlberg sounds uncannily like the one I'm looking for.
I'm not sure, my dear. Hans was above all questions of money and business. Just to imagine him running a factory, perish the thought.
Can you tell me a little bit more about him?
He was always a mystery to me. He never said very much, and never quite seemed to grasp what you said to him. He expressed himself instead through his incredible mechanical contraptions. His inventions, I admit, have been much appreciated by the university. The few times we really did talk, it was about his strange interest for mammoths and a doll. Some sort of doll that obsessed him.
I have it.
Probably. Doll, you say?
Yes. He kept talking about it. One day he described it to me. A sort of children's toy. A miniature mammoth mounted by a mount. It appears he found it in a cave not far from his home. The event all sounds very dramatic. His account was slightly confused, but it awoke a great interest in me.
What do you mean?
To my knowledge, there was only one tribe who made figurines featuring a mouth, and that tribe is the Yukols. They live in the farthest reaches of Syberia, and for them, the dolls constituted a sacred object, illustrating one of their central legends. How such a doll made the journey from the frozen Siberian north to a cave in the French Alps is a mystery to me. Even today, it is beyond my comprehension.
Have you considered that Hans Vorarlberg was maybe making it up? You said yourself he didn't seem to have all his mental facilities intact.
No, that's impossible. Hans couldn't invent a story like that. The doll is a sacred part of the Syberia legend. He described it to me in exact detail. Syberia itself is a chimera that paleontologists of the world are very fond of pursuing.
Yeah, some of this dialogue is very, very dated and would not age well at all today's standards at all. Any means, but you know, it's an older game, so you never know what they talk about.
Arriving in Barrackstadt is an amazing experience. I've never seen such a station.
You came by train?
Yes, in a kind of clockwork train with a spring mechanism that winds down regularly.
You mean you drive a train? Young ladies of today never cease to amaze me.
Oh, no, I'm not the engineer. The train's engineer is actually an automaton. I am sorry, all this probably sounds very strange.
A clockwork train, driven by an automaton. I once knew a man long ago who could have invented such a train. It was he who designed the bandstand in the main square. Ah, to think that he was even capable of creating such a gadget. He was astounding, a true genius. But oddly, at the same time, he was also almost a child. It was as if his mental and physical evolution had definitively halted at the age of 10. Can you believe that?
Yes. I think I can believe that. At least I'm beginning to. My train stopped in a peculiar aviary. It's very odd. A lot of bird species seem to seek harbor there.
Ornithology is far from being my favorite subject, but I must concede that the station is the pride of the university. It was initially intended for teaching purposes, but then birds started arriving from all around the world. It seems that there are still rare species breeding there and flourishing.
Are there? Can you give me an example?
I have been told about a kind of bird with peculiar habits. Let's see now, the Amazon cuckoo. That's right. But, I'm so foolish.
Talking about
I can't
cuckoos
remember
again.
what was so special about it. Just that its behavior is very peculiar.
The Amazon? Where's the Amazon? What is the Amazon?
I'm sorry, my dear, but one cannot learn everything in a lifetime. Specialization is the key to real knowledge. Why don't you pay a visit to our library?
Thank you very much. If I were to say Forest Sauvignon to you, what would you say?
Oh, let's see. Sauvignon. Sauvignon? I would say it's some kind of tropical shrub, don't you think?
We are talking about the same plant, then. It is a very rare shrub with small, juicy fruits. I found a book about the Amazon, and it says that there are even Sauvignon plants growing right here in Barrackstadt. You wouldn't know where, would you?
Amazon Sauvignon plants here? No. No, I don't think there are any. Highly implausible. But you should ask the station master. He is keeper of the greenhouse at our university, so he could tell you more than me.
Oh, thanks very much. Professor, how do I say this? You see, I didn't think I'd need a lot of money when I set out. And it turns out I need money after all. It's a delicate matter, I know, but I was wondering if you could help me out.
My dear, it would be a pleasure. But you see, I barely have enough myself to cover my meager expenditure on what I'm paid by the university.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend or...
However, if we look at the example of Hans, it is true that our university always rewards people who perform some service for it. This is our dear rector's jurisdiction, however.
I'll leave you in peace. I hope I haven't disturbed you too much.
Sorry? No, not at all, my dear child.
All right, that was a dialogue dump for sure. Over here.
No point. It's locked.
Locked, huh? Okay, not going that way. Can I go this way? We gotta have to go up here first. What are you doing? Walk, I say. Somebody over here sitting. Might be sleeping on, I guess.
No point. It's locked.
Everything's locked. That's right, Orky Boy, or Orky Bork, no point, it's locked. Downstairs. Looks roped off anyway. Phone's ringing.
Hello?
So, you got him then, this air?
Ah, it's you, Mr. Marson. Good day, and how are you, sir?
I'll feel a whole lot better when this whole business is over and the sales contract is signed. Where the hell are you?
I'm in Barkstadt.
What? What in God's name are you doing there?
It's a magnificent university town. It would appear Hans Vorarlberg once passed by here several years ago.
Several years ago.
So if he isn't there anymore, then there's no point hanging around.
I hear what you're saying, sir, but I have good reason to believe that Hans Vorarlberg is still alive. For the time being, I'm trying to gather extra information from people who have known him.
What's your next destination?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Doesn't sound like you know too much, Kate.
I just need a
As
bit
a
of time,
jerk.
Mr. Marson.
Yeah, well, time is what you ain't got. Keep me posted.
Well, I mean, Orky Bork, I could see that in some games. A good idea, but this game where you're kind of going to places where people's stuff is, you know, wrecking stuff isn't always the best idea.
Hello.
Hey, baby, you party? You sure looking mighty.
Just who do you...
Hey! Hey.
Listen.
Going for a walk. I'm sorry to disturb you.
What can I do for you, miss?
Where might I find some Forest Sauvignon plants, please?
No place round here, that's for sure. I don't know what you're talking about. That stuff's from the Amazon.
You know, for someone who knows nothing about the plant, you seem pretty well informed about which mysterious faraway country it comes from.
Oh, well, Amazon, Peru,
Get him, get him.
Papua New Guinea, it's all the same to me. Gotta go. Gotta work.
Wait, don't go. You know what? I don't think he was being totally straight with me.
I'm gonna go get that mammoth thing since one guy was talking about it. If it'll let me take it. Usually when they mention things, it has some kind of importance. What is this?
And if I were to watch one of those cylinders again?
Oh, I see. That's there, I guess, in case we get other cylinders. Go now.
I can't go that way.
Can't go that way. Birds. Oh, there you are.
Excuse me, station master, but I need you again.
But you can leave your post.
Can't you see
Huh?
I am very, very busy?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, I am. Very busy indeed. But, okay. I think I can give you a minute of my time.
I feel
Hey,
like I've
anything I
lost
can do,
my
miss,
way a little
just let me
here.
know.
I
What?
could really do with your help.
To do that.
I've just been to see the rectors, and they told me to get the train out of the station as quick as I can.
I thought they'd say that. Rules are rules, and you gotta stick by them. Not a good idea to get into trouble with the university administration.
Absolutely. I've got enough worries as it is. What should I do then?
Well, I suggest you move your train.
But it's like I say, the springs are unwound. Everyone seems to think it's my fault.
The locomotive's engine might not work, it's true, but maybe there's some other way of moving the train.
It's a possibility, I suppose. What were you thinking of exactly?
Nothing. It was just an idea. Anyway, miss, you shouldn't hang around here. I have a job to do. Yes, sirree.
That's true.
I'm looking for a kind of little juicy berry. You don't know where I could find some?
Look, lady, the station doesn't have any Sauvignon berries, not even Forest Sauvignon.
Funny you should mention it. That's exactly what I was looking for. Forest Sauvignon.
Sauvignon, raspberries, red currants, they're all the same to me. And we don't grow none of them here.
But you see, I have just read a very interesting book which says that the rare Sauvignon berry is actually cultivated here in the famous Barokstadt University aviary itself.
Well, if it's in a book, then don't believe everything you read, miss.
I don't know why, but I don't think you're telling me the truth.
What do you mean? I don't know. How should I know where to find your stupid grade? Go ask your professor, what's his name, Pons, the paleontologist.
But you're the master of this station, so you should know better than anyone.
Nobody tells me anything. I don't know. Go see the old guy with the fossils.
All these birds in a station. It's amazing.
This is no ordinary station, miss. Oh, no. These birds are part of the prestigious University of Barokstadt Ornithological Collection. Over the years, this aviary has housed some of the most fantastic species from all over the world. And I am not exactly your typical station master either. This little world is my responsibility, and that is no easy task.
I can well believe you.
And you know what's the hardest? The hardest thing is to keep
I think he said this
harmony.
stuff before.
And one day some explorer introduced a couple of cuckoos from the Amazon. Whoa!
It wasn't a good idea?
A nightmare. You know, cuckoos lay their eggs in the nests of other species, right? Now, what's more, they also push the host's eggs out of the nest so that they receive all the mother's attention, right? Accursed cuckoos. Nightmare.
I see what you mean. That's one tricky bird. And there was nothing you could do to stop it?
The faculty declared the bird a protected species. If it wasn't for our mechanical eagle, we were sitting on a major ornithological catastrophe.
You have an automaton here?
A wonder of technology. It's an eagle that's mounted on wheels.
Yeah, I think you talked about this. The bird that's broken.
Down to collect parasite eggs, but heck, the dang eagle's been out of order for several years. Impossible to collect the eggs myself.
Why not?
I can't climb up the gangway. I fell off it several months back, and I still have a pain in my spine. Not to mention the vertigo I've been getting. I only have to look up in the air. Whoa.
You poor soul. That must be very hard.
Worst thing is, cuckoo eggs piling up in the nests. Soon the rectors are gonna notice. There's trouble in store, big trouble. I'm worried. Yep, worried.
I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Station Master.
Welcome to Barokstadt.
Well, let's go back to the professor, because he mentioned the mammoth. Or if you have anything to say about that. Up you go. All right. Let's see if you have anything to say about this. But don't. What are you turning around? Oh my God! Don't do that. No, no. Ugh. What are you doing?
Do excuse me, Professor. Professor, sorry to disturb you again. Professor, I have brought you something that should be of interest to you. Look.
What have you got there, then? Let's see. An effigy of a mammoth. But this is Hans' doll, is it not? Yes, of course it is. How on earth did you... Oh, my God. It's in my hands. It exists. It really exists. Please do excuse me. I'm deeply, deeply moved.
You see? Your Hans and my Vorarlberg heir are one and the same.
This is incredible. After all these years, how can I ever thank you, my dear? Oh, I must waste no time. I'm off to my laboratory. I must study this carefully. May I borrow your treasure a moment?
Well, actually,
Don't worry, miss. I will take the greatest care of it. But I need to study it. You see, it has such importance to me that this very afternoon I shall deliver an impromptu lecture to my students about this very object. If you are interested in Hans Vorarlberg, then it is essential that you attend.
Do you think so?
Obviously. Give me your telephone number and I will call you the moment my lecture begins. I will return you your doll at the end. You have my word.
Sounds good. This door's open now. Oh, it's another one of those. And we can use that at the train.
I don't need that for the time being.
Oh, maybe that's the thing I'm lending him. What is that? Cola powder? Look at a test tube holder.
What is it you want to know, miss?
It's talking about the plants.
You wouldn't know where the forest Sauvignon plants are kept in Barkstadt, would you?
Why do you think there are Sauvignon plants here?
I read about it in a book at the library.
Try going to see the station master. If such a shrub exists, he will have a better idea than anyone.
It's actually he who sent me to you. I thought it a little strange, but he definitely said ask the paleontologist. You're the only one here, aren't you?
Yes, indeed. What a strange way to behave. Well, I think he must have made a mistake, that's all. Nobody tells me anything here, and maybe you should ask the rectors. After all, they are in charge of the university.
Rectors?
All right, thanks.
Why am I
I'll
being
leave you
sent
in
in so many
peace.
circles?
I hope I haven't disturbed you too much.
Sorry? No, not at all, my dear child.
You want me to go talk to them?
I don't need that for the time being.
This game could use more music, though. It's very quiet.
Gentlemen, forgive me for disturbing you again, but I have a little problem.
A little problem, a little problem. Everyone has little problems now, you know.
They are kept to oneself, and they don't stop the world from turning.
Nor trains from leaving stations.
Oh, jeez, not again.
Are you sure there are no Amazon
Literally just
Sauvignon
talking in
plants
circles with
Barokstadt?
people here.
Because I have just interviewed the station master and the paleontologist, and what they said really didn't convince me that there wasn't any here.
We are quite definite on this point. There are no Sauvignon plants growing in Barokstadt.
You see, miss, the Amazon Forest Sauvignon is a rare shrub that requires very special conditions for growth.
That's right. Conditions that are very hard to reproduce, believe you me.
Difficult, but not impossible. Fortunately, our garden has proved very successful.
Your garden? So, there is a garden in Barokstadt?
Oh, the garden. Well, if there was one, it would be only a little garden hidden behind the station. But our station master would be very proud of it.
He would take very good care of it, too. Everything would grow marvelously if we were able to cultivate it at all, and it would be all down to his gardening prowess.
And we would be proud as punch. And we wouldn't forget the role the paleontologist might play in this.
What's the paleontologist got to do with it all?
Without him and without his laboratory, how would we make the wine, do you think?
And it would be good wine indeed, my dear colleagues, would it not?
Oh, yes, a delightful balm to soothe away our long hours of toil and our heavy responsibilities.
We would wait impatiently every year for the arrival of the year's produce.
So, if I have understood you correctly, there are indeed Sauvignon plants in Barokstadt. They are cultivated in a garden behind the station, then turned into wine by the paleontologist's loving care, and finally, the pleasure of tasting is yours. If I'm not very much mistaken, gentlemen, you have a minor racket operating here.
Miss, you do go jumping to some hasty conclusions.
We never said that. That's not what we said at all.
We were talking in the conditional, you know, with ifs and woulds.
So, what would happen if I had such a hunch?
You would have to keep it to yourself, of course.
Yes, if you would be so kind as to keep it a secret. It would only be a small local concern, producing barely a few bottles every year.
That's right. Nothing so grandiose as a business. Otherwise, we'd be liable to be fined. So we can't count on your discretion, can't we?
Don't worry, I have no intention at all of getting messed up in anything.
Here we are, busy chatting, and look at the clock. It's tea time.
Already? My word, doesn't time fly by?
Thank you for a charming visit, miss.
Everyone's so
you,
sketchy. Now it's time to play more tag again with words. Mr. Station Master, what do you have to say about all this?
Excuse me, Station Master, but I need you again.
Can't you see I am very, very busy?
No.
Well, I am. Very busy indeed. But, okay. I think I can give you a minute of my time.
You have been playing with me, haven't you? You knew very well there were forest Sauvignon berries in the station garden.
Not at all. I've never seen your Sauvignon thing.
You don't have to lie to me. I know all about it. You and the rectors are in cahoots, and the professor's lab has been turned into a distillery. You've all got a nice little smuggling racket on the side.
Smuggling racket? Hey, lady, you're going a bit far there. It's just a little on-the-side thing we got going, that's all. It's just for ourselves. Hey, honest.
You should be ashamed of yourselves. Aren't you worried about the reputation of this fine university? The authorities should be informed of this.
But we haven't done anything wrong. It's not a crime.
Can you open the gate to the garden, please?
Sure. No problemo. Right away, miss.
Okay, so we're going to the garden, which probably that door that's locked over there. No. What? What are you doing? Ay.
There you are. Please feel free to visit the garden at your leisure. And there was just one thing. I'm not a liar. Not really. Just mum's the word. There is the reputation of the university to think about, and I have superiors, and I have to do what I can.
I understand. Don't you worry.
Thank you, miss.
Nice. All right. Off we go. Oh, this scenery looks nice. There we go.
I don't need that for the time being.
Got some grapes. Alright, I'm gonna go see what this canister says that we got. Before we do anything else. Back to the train. Oh.
Hans, I have some very sad news. Our father is dead. He passed away peacefully last Sunday in his sleep. I feel so lonely now.
Father had been but a shadow of himself since your departure. I had to take care of everything for him. Housework, factory paperwork, the workforce, clients, everything. And now, today, well, I really don't know who or what I'm fighting for. Times are so hard, and this terrible war is destroying everything. Nobody cares for our automatons anymore. I just think about you returning. And when you do return, I will have turned this factory into a palace worthy of your genius. Please take care of yourself. I love you so much, Anna.
Interesting. Oh, just sticks it on there by yourself. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's go see those birds. If they have a... want to be friends with these grapes. And we have success. Alright, what do we got up here? Yeah, for a lawyer, she's doing a lot of crazy shit. Like just doing anything, you know?
Impossible to reach it.
Nice. Right. We have a cuckoo egg. Save again. What we got here? A hook, cuckoo egg, and some cola powder. La la la.
Yeah, miss, please, excuse me.
Yes?
You know, I want to apologize for our little misunderstanding. I brought you a bottle of wine. Markstadt Sauvignon. Very good year. Let me know what you think.
I'm very touched. Thank you.
Good luck on your journey, lady.
Thank you.
Wine bottle, huh? Now it's obvious where this egg goes. Seen one sitting. Alright. Will it turn now? Nice. Like how that guy's just watching there, like, yeah, everything's fine. Here's a lever. That's a bit creepy, but sure. You know, how would they not like rust or anything? How would they just all of a sudden start working again? Ah, music. Nice to hear music. Come on, stop getting stuck. Let's go see how things are here.
Gentlemen, forgive me for disturbing you again, but I have a little
We did
problem.
our thing for the money, didn't we, or no?
A little problem, a little problem. Everyone has little problems now, you know.
They are kept to oneself, and they don't stop the world from turning.
Nor trains from leaving stations.
Alright, so give me my money.
Gentlemen,
Fix the
I have
bandstand.
managed to repair your university bandstand.
The bandstand is playing again. This is marvelous news.
We are really very grateful indeed.
Yes, very grateful indeed. We will look back on your visit with much fondness in our hearts.
And now let us in turn honor our word. How much is it you need, miss?
$100, if it's not too much to ask.
We agree to grant you the aforementioned sum, miss. You may now leave with your train.
Alright. Got our money.
And while we're on the subject, when will you be leaving?
Yes, because now you should relocate your train as quickly as possible. Here we are, busy chatting, and look at the clock. It's tea time.
Already?
Nice.
My word, doesn't time fly by?
Thank you for a charming visit, miss.
And thank you, gentlemen.
Let's save. Ugh. This part hasn't been as exciting as the other part was. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this area just kind of like doesn't seem very like, you know, ooh to me as the other one did. That could just be me though, I don't know. Go pay them their money. All right. Here's your bag of
There you
money.
go. Here's your money. I've checked it. It's all there.
It's like we just like dropped in the ocean. Really crappy. Not like bills, the bag of money.
Ah, thank you. Not difficult get dollar. See? You are a real businesswoman.
I'm not the only one around here.
We pleased to do deal with you. Now, you open lock or we no help you.
That's right,
Why
the
didn't you
lock we
manage
still
to
gotta do.
open them? After all, you don't have to be a genius.
Ma vorbat pensiro esto, di kleiner madam. No se sei mar alles non comprendo, en allora kaput, en andere bordel. Zirs war moi. On boom telefonieren, kaput.
My husband say instructions complicated. No understand manual. My husband angry. Very angry. Oh, now telephone broke. Kaput.
Now that is annoying. What are you gonna do next?
We wait repairman.
Well, I don't have the time to wait. I'll have to go have a look. There must be some way of releasing the opening mechanism.
Take key. Sailor always need key for lock.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, thanks.
Tossing a key at me. I'll take that. Yep, shove it in there. Like you shove everything else right in there. Lock key. Oh, there's their phone again.
Hello?
Kate, how's my little baby girl? I was thinking about you only yesterday because I saw this fantastic fur coat. You are wrapping up warm, aren't you? I mean, people in foreign countries never know how to dress properly for the weather.
Mom, it's so sweet of you to worry, but I'm fine, really. The trip's a breeze, no worries. I mean, there's...
Well, when are you coming back? Frank is dying to meet you.
Frank? Oh, yeah, your singer. You two seeing each other then?
Oh, you'll never guess the surprise he gave me yesterday.
No, I suppose I won't.
Frank invited me to a big charity show organized by, someone or another. Anyway, they got him singing a couple of old numbers from his repertoire, and in the end, he asked me to go up on stage with him. Can you imagine me, your mother, on stage in front of thousands of people?
Wow, I would have loved to have been there. Not too emotional, I hope.
Oh, too emotional by far, especially as I hadn't even been to the hairdresser. Well, I didn't even have the proper dress on. But Frank promised me he'd see to that next time. Oh, he's such a cutie, and he's had the sweetest little...
I'm sure he has, Mom.
It would be so good if you could join us one day. Let's see, when is his next gala? I'm so forgetful these days. I swear I'd lose my head if it weren't in the clouds. You just watch out, my girl. Them years will catch up with you much quicker than you think.
I'll look out for them, Ma. Nice to hear your voice. Lots of love.
Well, to you too, my little munchkin.
Click, click. Always with the silly phone calls.
The instructions are written in a language I don't recognize.
Can I call that phone number?
That looks broken.
Hey, Wolf. Thanks for the raid. 76664 742. What did they say it was again? Nope. 27666742. Oh yeah, making progress, Wolf. That's cool.
Welcome to the East Block Control Center. To start, press the number sign. If you are using the Haltenberg lock, press 1. If you are using the Morloff lock, press 2. If you are using the Koningpass lock, press 3. If you are using the Barrackstadt lock, press 4. To return to the last command, press the number sign.
Are you enjoying the game still?
If you want to raise the water level, press 1. If you want to lower the water level, press 2. To return to the last command, press the number sign.
Yes. 1.
You want to raise the water level in the Barrackstadt lock? To confirm your choice, press star. To return to the previous command, press the number sign. Your request has been logged. Unfortunately, our regional technician is currently on holiday, and no replacement is available. We will reply to your request within 48 hours. In case of an emergency, please operate the lock system manually. We apologize for delays to our service.
That's freaking useless. You could try these sets of numbers: 27, 66, 67, and 42. Numbers, right?
The instructions are written in a language I don't recognize.
So you're a lawyer, and you get sent here to, like, trying to sell some kind of to do a deal on a automaton factory or something like that. But then as soon as you get here, you find out the person who supposed to do the deal with has died, and then you're like, okay, no big deal, we're gonna head out and leave, you know. Like, it just, you know, there's contingencies for that, but it turns out there is an heir, so you're out trying to find this other person.
The instructions are written in a language I don't recognize. The instructions are written in a language I don't recognize.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what did we say it was again? It was
That looks broken.
star to confirm on the when we called the phone. 27, 66, 67, 42. I got a little distracted. Seven. Oh, did something. Oh, it's open.
That looks broken.
Everything is broken. Oh. Ugh. Getting tired. Been quite a long day. Don't load game. Welcome here, everyone from Wolves. I play every console here and playing a little Xbox for the next couple games. And kind of shuffling around some other stuff right now. We're doing Syberia right now, and next we have Call of Cthulhu. And we're playing some NBA Live. Yep. You enjoyed that one, right? Call of Cthulhu?
Hey there, on the boat.
Guten Tag, schöne Mademoiselle.
My husband say, hello, young lady. You want to talk to us?
Right, I've got it. I know now how the locks work. So guide your boat into the lock, and I'll take care of the mechanism.
Like, how was that out of your element?
Godverdomme. Das ist eine echte Ladies. Alle trois, range alle Dingen and obligados de dame. Ach, c'est content und zurück again.
What did your husband say?
You, hurry up. We hurry to travel again.
Okay. We'll meet each other on the other side. By my train, okay?
Oh, okay, yeah. So a bit of combination of all that stuff kind of made it a little bit not your element, right? I get it. Okay, we got the same number again. Oh. Okay, 27. 66. 7. Oh. Oh, that's cool. As long as you had a good time with it. So I hope I enjoy it.
Welcome to the East Block Control Center. To start, press the number sign. If you are using the Haltenberg lock, press 1. If you are using the Morloff lock, press 2. If you are using the Koningpass lock, press 3. If you are using the Barakstadt lock, press 4. To return to the last command, press the number sign. If you want to
Oh, I get it.
press 1.
The 42 is the lower level, so the 4 for the bar, so 2 to... Oh, I see. I see. That's... Okay, I understand now. I totally didn't even catch that before.
You want to raise the water level in the Barakstadt lock? To confirm your choice, press star. To return to the previous command, press the number sign.
I see. I'm supposed to do that in the thing. Okay, I see. That totally went right over my head.
Your request has been logged. Unfortunately,
Wow,
our regional
that was smart of me.
is currently on holiday, and no replacement is available. We will reply to your request within 48 hours. In case of an emergency, please operate the lock system manually. We apologize for delays to our service.
Yep. Okay. I mean, graphically, this game looks really nice. A lot of dialogue, though. A lot of dialogue.
That looks broken.
I do need to get component cables so I can put this in 480p though, so. That'll be something I'll have to do in the future. There you go.
Hey there! On the boat! Da, barge on other side! You still need us?
Yes.
What do we do now to tie my train to the barge?
Mademoiselle Takatak, loco coco bitchen.
What did your husband say? You attach chain to train and chain put train with barge.
Oh, catch it.
Throwing a chain.
If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing.
Maybe this hook. That would attach to something. Nice. All right, let's save. Have you played Half-Life 2 before, or is it just like or is it just something you wanted to play? Oh yeah. So I'm guessing you have some clue how much you have left in the game then.
Hello, Kate Walker here.
Miss Walker, this is Professor Park. I'm about to start my lecture on the Yukos at any moment. Please make haste to come.
Okay, I'll give it my best.
Excellent. We'll be in the main lecture hall. See you soon.
Ah, nice. That's the professor. Ah, okay. So you know, like an about face of how far you have left to go. Not exactly. Over 10 years ago. That's quite a long time. You know what you're playing after Half-Life 2? Oh, and you said MotoGP 2, right? I think. Out of my way. What? My God, the walking game, please. Come on, up the stairs. Up the stairs. There you go. Oh, this thing is a surprise you, really? Kind of cool. It's always good to kind of like, you know, go back things and go, oh yeah, that, totally forgot that. Main lecture hall, they say. Oh, we've been there. That guy's sleeping, taking a nap.
Ah, there you are, Miss Walker. Good, good. Take a seat quickly. I'm impatient to start my lesson.
That guy's still asleep. I think he's asleep. Rocking back and forth.
My young friends, a very exciting discovery, unimaginable up until only a few hours ago, has come into my hands and has finally allowed me to complete my study on the mysterious Yukol people. Lights, please. The Yukols are a people from the far north about whom very little is known. They live far away, very far away, on the frozen borders of Syberia. This distance and the climatic conditions of the region, which are unfavorable to human existence, have limited the size of the Yukol population and kept it out of reach of the scientific world. The handful of slides that follow are actually the only documentation we have in our possession. It was a Russian explorer who made these drawings and took these photographs 100 or so years ago. Today, we owe what we know about the Yukol people and their culture to him. We know that the origins of the Yukols date back to the
Someone's
last
yawning.
Ice Age.
That's great.
Mostly, evidence of their presence has been found in
That's
Western
great.
Europe, and more precisely in the prehistoric caves at the heart of the Alps. This people, it seems, undertook a long migration over centuries towards the far north of the globe. The reasons for this migration are due to the importance of the mammoth in their craft, trade, and culture. They used them for transportation and as beasts of burden. The mammoth brought them meat, skins, fat, and ivory. Man and animal lived in symbiosis. There's no doubt about it. Mammoths started to drift away from the region due to changing climatic conditions, and the Yukols followed them to the north, to the edges of Syberia. Prehistoric cave drawings, identified as Yukol in origin, first led me to the extraordinary hypothesis that the Yukols had managed to domesticate the mammoth. They are, to the best of our knowledge, the only prehistoric people to represent a man riding a mammoth. Today,
interesting.
because of this genuine mammoth skin effigy, identified by myself as an authentic Neolithic object, I can confirm this hypothesis. Yukol forebears managed to tame mammoths. Prehistoric man uses little imagination. He draws what he sees and represents scenes from real life. This familiar day-to-day object is actually a children's toy. As we have seen, Yukol existence was inextricably linked to that of the mammoth. They used its skin for clothing and to make the roofs and walls of their houses. They used the tusks to build the frameworks of their homes, as well as weapons, tools, and jewelry. Curiously, the disappearance of the mammoth 12,000 years ago had no immediate effect on the Yukol's way of life. It seemed that for a long time after, the people maintained their strong bond with the mammoth through the centuries. As incredible as it may seem, the Yukol people have continued right up until the start of this century to feed themselves on mammoth meat and to use the skin for clothing and shelter. Their ivory craftwork industry is still flourishing. It would appear that to preserve ancestral customs, the Yukols learned how to exploit through the centuries the large number of frozen mammoth carcasses that were perfectly preserved in the ice of the Siberian tundra. They have been able to live mainly off this enormous freezer stock for almost 30 centuries. As plausible as this explanation may seem, it seems it is not enough for the scientific community who, I will confess, is greatly perplexed by the question. In the absence of acceptable scientific evidence, we have to make
That yawning might make
Yukol
people sleepy.
shaman
Makes me
artifacts.
sleepy.
The research department that I have the honor to represent today lends no credence to the myths and legends that these tribal charlatans peddle. We have to take their stories at face value, mere tales to while away the long Siberian winter. The legend of the Siberian Ice Ark is a very good example, and you are invited to find out for yourselves from the pamphlet that I had passed around to you. This legend would have us believe that today, somewhere on a lost island to the north of Syberia, there are living mammoths still in existence, a sort of hangover from the Ice Age. This small herd has been miraculously preserved for more than 120 centuries by the Yukol's tender care, and the island on which the pachyderms are said to live is called Syberia. My friends, I advise you to resist the temptation you may have to believe in this pish and tish. The island of Syberia is not charted on any map, and the idea that mammoths have survived to the 21st century is an idle scientist's pipe dream. The Yukols were sadly among the first victims of the colonization of continental Siberia led by the Russians in the 20th century. The Kolkhoz and Sovkhoz systems, as well as the exploitation, disdain, and humiliation the people had to suffer, marked a definitive break in the Yukol's traditional lifestyle. Since the collapse of the communist regime, the Yukol population finds itself confronted with the same political and social upheavals that other Siberian communities are experiencing. There are two consequences to arise from this. Some Yukols have lost their tribal identity and have integrated into the Russian population. Others, however, have sought long and hard to re-establish links with their ancestral culture that was lost under the Soviet regime. Now, at the start of the 21st century, the last true surviving Yukols have gone to live on the vast territories of their ancestors. Nobody knows today where they live or how they survive. Their very existence would be a matter for speculation if they did not turn up periodically at the tundra's most isolated fur trading posts to exchange mammoth tusks for essential items. There ends my lecture for today. Thank you for being among us today, Miss Walker. Please make your way to the laboratory where you will find your mammoth doll. There are also photocopies of my lectures should you so require them.
And that was a big lore dump. That would have really sucked if I had to talk all of that out myself. Go get our mammoth back. Anything else new here? No, doesn't look like it. Take that. Yoink.
What is it you want to know, miss?
I must congratulate you for your lecture. You were right. The subject is absolutely fascinating. I never believed that mammoths could be so interesting.
What you heard was only the tip of the iceberg, my dear. But if I have at least awoken a passion in you, I'm only too proud.
Did Hans Vorarlberg agree with your hypothesis on the Yukels being able to tame mammoths?
Now, Hans was no man of science. His pathological obsession was to find mammoths that were still in existence. Such a hypothesis is somewhat overblown, don't you think?
You don't believe in it yourself?
Mammoths died out thousands of years ago. Of this we are certain. Today, the only mammoths in Syberia are frozen ones.
Do you know where Hans might have gone after his stay here in Barrackstadt?
No, but I would not be surprised if he left in search of the Yukels, or what is left of them today.
What would you say about seeing Hans Vorarlberg again? After all, you could come with me and help me find him.
Young lady, you are very kind. I'm far too old for such escapades.
I'll leave you in peace. I hope I haven't disturbed you too much.
Sorry? No, not at all, my dear child.
Go back to our train. Come on, there you go. Nope. Come on, walk around them. Come on. Hmm. Okay, it must be on the other side then. Let's see the wind-up thing here. Yep, here we go. Like the last area. Well, this one retracted itself, unlike the last one. We get a phone call.
Hello?
Where are you?
Hi, Dan. I'm in Barrackstadt.
What? Is that a town? I hope the man you're looking for lives there. Are you coming home soon?
From what I gather, it's one huge university with an extraordinary station aviary. If you could only see it, there are trees and birds everywhere. It's so weird here.
Sounds like a great place for a bit of sightseeing. So, are you coming back
I don't
soon?
think so. In fact, the train I'm traveling on has some kind of a mechanical problem. We've been forced to stop here.
Us? I thought you were alone. Who's with you?
Oscar, the train engineer.
You're messing around with mechanics now, are you?
Don't be so stupid, Dan, please. Oscar is an automaton created by Mr. Vorarlberg, the man I'm looking for. And he's not any old robot. He's a sophisticated butler type, if you see what I mean. He's a bit obsessive as well.
Kate, I don't know what they're feeding you in Europe, but don't you think it's time that you came home?
But my mission still isn't finished.
To hell with your mission. I don't know why you accepted it in the first place. If you just stuck to the middle of the road, then we wouldn't be in this mess.
We? If there's any mess, it's me who's in it. And while I'm trying to come to grips with strange towns, you, my darling, are sitting at home on your butt. I seem to remember we had nothing against my departure.
It was only going to be 2 or 3 days, Kate. Please, try to put yourself in my shoes.
Your shoes. Not only do I have to fit myself into your diary, but I've got to get myself into your shoes as well? Is there anywhere else Sir would like me to put myself while we're on the subject?
Look, I don't want to talk about it now. Call me back when you calm down.
I was perfectly calm before I picked up your call. I only wanted a few words of encouragement, not your disdain. Was that too much to ask?
You can be such a selfish...
Takes one to know one, sweetheart.
Wow. That's a harsh phone call there. Dan's kind of messed up. I don't think we like Dan very much right now. All right, let's see. Are we going to be able to leave, or are we missing anything?
Everything okay?
Yes, Kate Walker. I am waiting to continue our journey.
Oscar, if you tell me one more time something's missing, I'll...
Everything is ready. Take your seat, Kate Walker. We
Nice.
are leaving.
All right, we're good to go.
Okay.
Where are we going now? Choo choo choo. What? What's going on? Why are we still here? Uh... I'm gonna go over there. This.
I wonder how that works. What are you doing there, Oscar?
It is imperative that we comply with railroad and customs regulations, Kate Walker.
Oscar, don't you think we could drop the trifling details once and for all?
We need an exit visa to get beyond the wall, Kate Walker.
And you wouldn't know where I could get one of them from, would you?
There is usually some form of authority stationed at a guard post that is strategically positioned to issue such a visa.
Oh joy.
Oscar, don't you think we've wasted enough time already?
You neglected to find the clockwork winding mechanism for the train with sufficient haste, Kate Walker.
What nerve! And you refused to lend a helping hand. Help that could have been invaluable to me.
I agree, Kate Walker.
If you weren't so obsessed by procedure, we wouldn't have had a hitch.
I am not entirely convinced, Kate Walker.
Oscar, please, let's get in the train and leave, can we?
Yes, Kate Walker. Give me the visa.
I don't suppose you can help me get this visa, then?
Your non-supposition is correct, Kate Walker.
Okay.
Yes, Kate Walker.
Can't just be easy, can it? Man, what's this?
No point. It's locked.
Locked. Another door here, though. I guess just up. Going up. That's a lot of stairs.
Hello?
Kate! Oh, is that you? What's going on?
Well, I finally got the mechanical train wound, and I hope it's going to take me to Hans Vorarlberg. I had to sort things out with a couple of weirdo sailors, and they probably ripped me off. But now I'm blocked behind this massive wall. You should see it. It's huge.
I'm not talking about that. I want to know what's going on with Dan.
What do you mean?
I bumped into him at Maggie's do, and he said you'd argued.
That's a bit over the top. Things got a bit heated the last time we called, that's all. No need to go overboard.
I don't mean to be Miss Melodramatic, but he didn't seem in such great shape. He had his down in the dumps head on.
Jeez.
Like Dan has a down in the dumps head.
Well, yeah, when that shock of hair flops over his forehead and his eyes mist up and his eyebrows kind of creased together.
I'd never noticed. Maybe I did go a bit too far, but he's got such a goody two-shoes image of me that sometimes I just lose it. And this case is taking up a lot of headspace. I was just looking for a bit of compassion.
Well, you sure got mine. So, what's going down?
Like I said before, I'm kind of getting somewhere, but it's slow. This Hans Vorarlberg guy is getting more and more fascinating by the day.
Okay, well, anyway, it doesn't sound like you're bored. Not like back here in the office. Every day is boredom day. It's just no fun without you. When are you coming back?
Shouldn't be long, I hope. Look, I've got to go. See you soon.
Well, call us again real soon. And be easier on Dan next time, huh?
I'll try.
Fuck everything away. This way?
No point. It's
Nope,
locked.
locked. Another door. There. This.
I haven't got time to have a drink right now.
We do have wine though, but it doesn't want us to use it right now. Oh no, I don't have it equipped on me. It's right at the time in my inventory, so maybe I do need to use it there. It.
Good day to you, sir.
Yeah, I figured out how to zoom in on documents though, so I can see them better now.
Captain Malatesta, Commander-in-Chief of the Bergstadt Border Post, at your service, madam.
I can read them.
I need a visa to cross the wall and to continue my journey to the east. They told me that you are the only person in a position to issue such a visa.
Indeed. This responsibility is part of my duties. However, I am not currently issuing visas because nobody must venture beyond the wall.
The wall.
And why not?
It's far too dangerous, in particular for a lady of your standing who is traveling unescorted.
Dangerous? What exactly do you mean, Captain?
The enemy, miss. The enemy. I've been observing them for several years through my telescope. There's one particular horseman stationed yonder. He's a scout from the invading enemy army, and he's been spying on us. So I have to be extremely vigilant. He knows that I know he's there, you understand? And as long as I keep my eye on him, he won't dare try anything.
Are you sure?
Please, take a look for yourself.
Is the person who takes care of the gate anywhere around?
There is no person who takes care of the gate. Believe you me, ma'am. I have been the one and only guardian of this gate since 1968. That year, I took over the position from the late Lieutenant Colonel Malatesta, my own father.
In that case, can you tell me how the mechanism works? It sure looks complicated to me.
Not at all. It is child's play for anyone who takes the time to work out its surprisingly straightforward logic. And from the looks of your locomotive, it shouldn't pose you any problems.
Why do you say that?
When I caught sight of your formidable locomotive, I immediately said, heavens, only Hans Vorarlberg could design such an engine. And I know what I'm talking about, ma'am, because he invented the gate's original mechanism. It was his last creation here in Barkstadt.
So you know Hans Vorarlberg?
No, I mean, not personally. I was only a baby when he stayed in Barkstadt. My father spoke often of him, and I knew about his inventions. He left very many things behind him.
I know.
In any case, I noticed that his fantastic knack for inventing has not deteriorated with age. How's he doing?
I don't know. In fact, I don't actually know him. I'm searching for him. An inheritance matter. I hope his train is going to lead me to him.
And why not? His inventions are always full of surprises.
Between the station aviary and this bleak wall, the change in atmosphere is radical, don't you think?
It's been a long time since I've been at liberty to judge, miss. My duties forbid me from abandoning my post.
My name is Kate Walker. I've been assigned by my company to find a man who is supposed to be living in Syberia.
What a peculiar mission. Taking so many risks for such a futile goal.
Captain, to my mind, the military zeal with which you insist on guarding this meaningless wall strikes me as equally futile.
I should be offended by your words, miss, but I forgive you, because you are young and unaware of the very real dangers lurking in store for us.
Don't mind me if I retire, Captain.
Okay, so he wants
Please,
us to
madam,
take a look
my
and
respects.
get a binoculars now.
How strange. I can't see a Cossack horseman at all.
Tree.
It's just a dead tree in the middle of an empty plain. That poor captain must have really bad eyesight.
Scary tree, guys.
Look, broken glasses. If they belong to the captain, then he sure has eye problems going by those lenses.
Thinking glasses, huh? Oh. That. And some line. Or R. Else.
Colonel, sir.
Captain, miss.
But you have the air of a great officer.
You flatter me, miss. Unfortunately, I am afraid that we frontier soldiers are often forgotten by the military administration.
There's no justice. I sympathize with you, Captain. Let us forget our worries for a moment and have a little drink together in the name of friendship.
It would be my pleasure, miss, but the regulations strictly forbid it.
Come on. A little glass of wine never hurt anybody, and nobody need know.
Double trouble.
Wine, miss? You are putting me in a very delicate situation.
Don't deny yourself, Captain. Just a little glass. I assure you, it is excellent.
Well, perhaps just a drop.
Just a drop. Mm-hmm. This game has so much
Here's your
dialogue,
glass.
so much.
To your good health, Captain.
And to yours, miss.
Oh, I almost didn't even see the glass in his hand. Remember the glass?
It's been a long time since I've drunk wine in such pleasant company. I admit, it is excellent.
Isn't it? You wouldn't think it came from Barrickstadt. It is made from the Amazon forest Sauvignon grape that has been miraculously conserved and cultivated in the station garden.
Well, well, well. The university authorities kept that one to themselves.
You know, Captain, it is essential that I continue my journey eastwards.
Please, don't even think about it. As I've said, it's extremely dangerous. The enemy is spying on us.
Yes, Kate Walker.
Perhaps your Cossack horseman isn't quite what you thought. Perhaps it's just a dead tree twisted into a strange shape. You should take another look. You never know. Go on, Captain. Give it a try.
So be it. I will make this concession to the fairer sex, miss. But it does seem to be quite ridiculous. Incredible. How is this possible? By what strange magic? How could I have been so wrong for so long? The enemy was only a tree. I'm so ashamed.
It's not that bad, Captain. It's only human to make mistakes, after all.
A tree. Nothing but a dead tree.
Pull yourself together, Captain. It's okay. And now I suppose there's nothing stopping you from issuing me a visa?
Yes, of course. There is no more danger. All these years. And now the Cossack has gone. There is nothing left to watch.
Captain, you should be delighted. From now on, you don't have to stay pinned to your watchtower. Travel can start up again normally. You will be able to resume your regular duties like issuing entrance and exit visas.
You are right. I will sign you a visa to cross the wall frontier immediately. 1,000 apologies. Here, miss.
That's sucky fate, but... Yeah, that just handed there. Just not even signed. Just there you go. Bam, just like that. Beyond the ramparts, conditions for journeys into the eastern territories are filled with uncertainty. See, I found out you can just zoom in. Into the eastern territories are filled with uncertainty and reputed to be hazardous. As a consequence, the wall authorities cannot guarantee the physical safety of the traveler and decline all responsibility in the event of any incidents.
Thank you, Captain. And keep your eyes open.
Miss, if we could keep this between ourselves, please. For the sake of my honor.
Oh, but it's funny.
You understand?
You have my promise, Captain.
She should have said you have Kate Walker's promise. Missed opportunity there. When are you actually going to play this though, Wolf? It could be years from now. I don't even remember.
No point. It's locked.
Locked. Or you could play it tomorrow. You never know.
Oscar, can't you please forget about procedure just for once?
Your request is refused, Kate Walker.
Okay, see you later, Oscar.
Yes, Kate Walker.
Okay, so I have to like... What? Okay, so I have to have it in there like this, right?
Here is the visa. I hope it's regulation, my dear Oscar.
It is regulation. Here is your ticket.
All right, we have our ticket now.
Have a good journey, Kate Walker.
So, can we go now?
Indeed. We are already very late, Kate Walker.
Okay, back to the train. Give you our paper here. Ticket, sorry.
Here you go, Oscar.
Thank you, Kate Walker. Now, please return to your seat, Kate Walker.
Yes, Oscar. Immediately, Oscar.
Hey, we're finally leaving. Hopefully. Though we were leaving last time. Up there's a sad guy who's been staring at a tree for years. And why me? And there's the dead tree. Nothing wrong with progress, that's for sure. What the heck is this? This is wild. Are we?
Kate Walker! Kate Walker!
Oscar, what's going on? Why has the train stopped? Where are we?
The springs of the train are unwound again, Kate Walker. As for the question pertaining to our geographical location, I really haven't the slightest idea.
Well, we'd better get looking for a winding
Of course.
machine, my dear Oscar.
More winding
This
machines.
place actually has one.
The air here is so polluted that I could not possibly risk.
Oh
walking
yeah,
along
yeah, it's
above them.
polluted.
My joints might corrode irreparably.
Right.
Well, it's good for us to be out here. Pollution.
Okay, let's try looking on the bright side here. I need to stretch my legs.
Is there something wrong, Kate Walker? Are you uncomfortable? Are the passenger facilities on this train substandard? I shall draw up a formal complaint form for you immediately.
No, Oscar, everything's fine, I assure you. A little walk will do me good, that's all.
In pollution.
Gosh, it's really gloomy here. I wonder where on earth I'm going to find a winding machine.
I have total confidence in you, Kate Walker. You are, after all, a brave and resourceful woman.
Yeah, right. Oscar, you couldn't make a little effort for just this once. If we both went looking for the winding machine, the two of us together might find it quicker.
Exactly.
You are in all probability correct, Kate Walker. But the high level of heavy metal miasma that pollutes the atmosphere could cause havoc to my wheelwork.
Not to my lungs, though. Our lungs will be fine.
Let's hope Hans Vorarlberg once lived here as well. Maybe he planned for his locomotive's unplanned stop and installed a winding machine as well. Otherwise, it's not looking great for the rest of the journey.
Do not forget that Hans Vorarlberg is a genius in the true sense of the word.
But is he a genius with a sense of forward planning?
We will find that out when we find the winding machine.
My God, Oscar, what would I do without you?
Not hear Kate Walker 10,000 times?
We just keep stopping. When will we ever get to the end of this journey?
Simply wind up the spring and we can set off immediately.
Just like that.
From your mouth to God's ears. See you soon, Oscar.
Alright.
I shall stay right here, Kate Walker.
I'm sure you will. What time is it? You know, we'll continue. I'll just take a break. I haven't taken a break at all. We'll continue for a little while longer, I guess. I'll take a break. Then we'll get back to this. Alright, guys. I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. So it's been like 5 hours. I didn't take a break at all yet. So I'm due. Way past due. If I could find my controller, that'd be great. This.
That door is locked.
What?
I've got to find another way around.
Okay. You tell him, Kate Walker. Oh, I've got some stairs over here. Come on, you can do it. Stop spinning. Why does it do this? Here. Another one of those things. Huh. is that thing that we drove by. It's got something by its leg. What is that? X marks. Maybe that's our winding key, I don't know. This. Handle. It was there. And that doesn't do anything. That does something. Huh. Try again. Oh, it is our winding key. Something simple, that's nice. Oh, good. Finally something simple. Anything else here?
I can't go that way.
What? Oh, maybe I have to put it back. Alright. Now let's see. Yeah, we can come down now. Let's get out of here. Oh.
Hey, you there!
Of course. Nothing can just be easy, can it? It was nice while it lasted. What did you do to my train? Thing looks stolen. Now let's see what this does.
My dear brother, what joy to have news of you after your long silence during the war years. So you're working for the Russians now. I tell you, we've been hearing some worrying stories about them here. Just your description of that dingy factory makes me cough. But it's so good to hear that your talent is being recognized for its true value, and that your automaton creations are taking the place of workers for all those menial jobs. I'm so proud that Vorarlberg automatons are making such a contribution, even if it is small, to the improvement of people's lives.
Meanwhile, back in Valladolid, we've been licking our wounds after the war years. Some people have returned, others not. Life is slowly coming back, but it's taking time. All my love, Anna.
Huh. Okay. We're gonna go tuck that away, like boop.
My God, Oscar! Oscar, talk to me!
Uh-oh. Oscar. You can't handle one intruder, Oscar.
No point weighing myself down. Are you okay?
Why, it is absolutely inadmissible, intolerable, and indescribable. I have been attacked.
What do you mean you've been attacked?
My hands! I no longer have them.
Oh.
They have been stolen.
God,
Your hands.
you haven't got your hands. But who did this? What's going on here?
We can be sure of one thing, Kate Walker. That this heinous crime was committed by a barbarian. A dysfunctional individual whose behavior lacks all finesse.
Did you get a look at your attacker? Tell me exactly how it happened.
I was standing here polishing up my metalwork. I was just thinking that with all the dust in the air, it would be a good idea to...
Oscar!
I was very busy, and I suddenly felt two powerful arms grab me from behind and tie me up before I had the chance to defend myself. I wanted to call out, but my attacker gagged me before I could emit the slightest sound. Then he dismantled my hands with a terrifying pair of pliers. It was horrible.
I can believe it, my poor Oscar, but did you see him?
He was a real barbarian, I tell you. He had bloodshot eyes, steel teeth, and brown scaly skin, and he emitted foul odors. He was a monster, Kate Walker, a real monster, and he had a weapon.
Oscar, please calm down. Everything's going to be all right. Right, Oscar. Let's go find this hand bandit. And this time, we're not going to be such a pushover.
Kate Walker, please do not think that this problem does not concern me. But if it's all the same to you, I would so much prefer to stay here, just to be on the safe side. An engineer never abandons his train, after all.
Bust your hands.
Yeah, sure. Another good reason not to lend a...
Of course, you had to do that
I mean,
pun.
not to help me out.
Kate Walker, even an automaton deserves a little compassion. I have just been savagely assaulted. Oh, I can feel one of my spasms coming on. I am on the verge of a clockwork breakdown. And all you do is accuse me of being selfish.
Okay, take a rest, Oscar. You're not much use without your hands anyway. Anything else you remember, Oscar?
I have told you everything, and I'd rather not think about it anymore.
Right, I'm done. Take care of yourself, Oscar.
All right.
Good luck, Kate Walker, and don't forget me.
Oscar. Why, Oscar? Always get yourself in predicaments. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to cough the microphone. I thought I muted it. All right. Get out of here. Oh. Maybe this way? Yeah, there we go. You didn't go this way yet. What is this?
Hello? Hello?
Kate, it's Dan. Can you hear me?
Dan, is that you? I can't hear you so good. Dan?
Hey, Kate, let's talk. It's about the last conversation. Are you still mad at me? Come on, it's important.
Dan, you're breaking up. I'll try and call you when I get out of this mine.
You... Kate! Come on, what's happening? Listen, we've got to talk.
Look, the line's just getting worse and worse. I'm hanging up.
Huh.
If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing.
Something?
That looks like a ventilation duct. That looks like a ventilation duct. It's too dark to continue. I might lose my way.
Okay, I guess we're not going this way yet.
I don't need to do that. That door is locked. I've got to find another way
Gotta
around.
find another way around. Okay. call me now?
Yes?
Kate, can you hear me this time?
Yes, I can hear you just perfectly, Dan, but I can't talk to you now. I'm in a real hurry.
I wanted to say sorry. I know I wasn't very understanding last time. I've been feeling a bit bad about it.
Okay, you're a real sweetheart, but I've got to leave you now. I'm not angry with you, so don't worry. I've just got to catch up to someone, and quick.
But Kate, this is really important.
I'll call you back, Dan. I'm sorry.
Maybe we can try moving that thing again. I don't see anywhere else to do. Anything else to do. Alright, let's see if anything's different. Okay, cool. Something. It's got an item symbol. About these sheep. Oh, we're cutting our way through, okay. Okay, Kate Walker, just cut your way through. I'm sorry, it's just funny. So silly. Spark plug. That might be useful for that other area. Anything else in here? Alright, doesn't look like it. We have music again. It's been a while. Save. Going down. Try our spark plug here. All right. Like anything to flip here. Maybe it's that lever that's over here.
I don't need to do that.
Don't. I'm missing here. Oh, here we go. Ah, we have light. Got a mouse or a rat. That way. This way. This.
I don't need to do that.
I went backwards, didn't I? I just went. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Got myself confused for a second. Kind of crazy looking. What the? Screwdriver? Why is this looking so weird? I saw something change for a second. Maybe I'm just seeing shit. I guess. La, 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 la. Oh shit, we got a door open. Huh. Should I go in there? See what's around here first. To the right to oh, these are okay. I have a screwdriver. Can I even go up here? Oh, I get. Okay. Well, let's see what's up here then. Or leave. Oops, I walked out.
Hey, you! Who are you? Careful, I'm warning you. I'm not afraid of you, okay? What do you want? Why did you do that?
There must be some misunderstanding.
Because you reckon theft is all about misunderstanding, do you? Give me my hands back. Now!
Your hands? And what are those on the ends of your arms? I can explain everything to you. You see, I'm no thief.
You broke into my train, assaulted my driver, mutilated him, and stole his hands. Apart from that, you are not a thief.
I have not stolen them, miss. Only borrowed
Borrow
them
them,
for a
yeah,
while.
okay.
You've got to be joking.
I'm not joking with you, miss. I would never take such liberties.
They belong to Oscar, my automaton engineer. Why did you steal them?
They are extraordinary. Real mechanical wonders. I would never have been capable of designing such hands myself. Never. Such workmanship. Such precision crafting. It is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And just because you like them, you decided to steal them?
I have only borrowed them, little missy. Temporarily, you understand? Of course, I shall return them to you when I don't need them anymore. You can...
Excuse me?
You see, these hands are all I need to complete my plan. At last, I can finish off my automaton pianist and fulfill my dreams. Everything is now in place. You see, I have converted this old, useless, stupid factory into a magical theater. As you can see, The furnaces, piping, chimney stacks. They've all been converted into one gigantic organ.
Oh, this guy's
I will
lost
be
it.
able
Definitely
to
lost it.
accompany the world's greatest living singer.
Oh boy.
Now all I need is her.
I'm sorry, I can't make heads or tails out of your story at all. Without my engineer's hands, I'm stuck here, you see?
Everything I have designed, all that I have invented, everything is for her. Do you realize? Her. Oh, to hear her sing one more time here in my factory.
But who is she? Who are you talking about?
Helena. The one and only Helena Romansky. Her voice is so pure, like an angel. One day she came here to Komkolsgrad. She sang here, you know, when our industrial city was in its heyday. Oh, so long ago now. It was almost unreal. It was magical. I remember it like it was yesterday. Then, later, a long time later, she saved my soul. She saved my life and gave it meaning. When I was told that the mining program was to be abandoned, that this industrial city was consigned to oblivion, that I, its director, would from then on be nothing but a guardian of these rusting remains of a bygone age, that is when I first formed my plan to bring Helena Romansky back to this factory. But this time, she would sing for me, and me alone.
And is she okay about this?
Sure, sure. Once she finds out that I have done all this for her, when she realizes how I converted this vast network of pipes and tubes to create one of the most impressive organs ever made, then, you know, this was no small achievement, miss. Once molten iron flowed through here. Now there wafts only beautiful melodies. But then I realized I had to make an automaton pianist. I began to despair that I would never create hands that were intricate enough. But then you arrived. So lucky, don't you think?
Yeah, that must have been a happy coincidence for someone around here. So, when will this Madame Romansky come back? When do I get my hands back?
I don't know. Maybe someone should look for her. Tell her. Hey, why don't you go?
Of course.
The quicker you bring her back, the sooner you can carry on your business trip. Now, isn't that a good idea?
And you promise that once Helena has sung, you will give me back my automaton's hands?
I promise, my dear. You have my solemn word.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to believe you. Where should I go hunting for this singer, then?
I have no idea. But for a woman of the world like yourself, finding her should pose no obstacle. Helena Romansky was a world celebrity, you know. I have collected many objects, souvenirs of her that I keep in a room. A shrine to her glory. It's like her own personal museum in a way. You should take a look.
Uh-oh. That seems awfully eerie.
This whole story is completely nuts. And what if I helped you to make some other hands just for your automaton?
Why should life be complicated when I already have what I need? And I very much doubt you are in any position to create such a perfect pair of hands.
Please, excuse me. I have to
Okay,
go.
then.
So be it.
What's over here?
It seems this monorail is controlled from somewhere else.
Rail. Alright, let's go see where this leads. Oh, geez. Uh, 20. On disc. Huh. Guess they're at the factory at some point. Last public appearance. Dead. You're getting older, I guess that happens. Zoom in, zoom out. Letters, huh? God. Writing you for the 112th time. Oh, this guy's obsessive here. Just a little bit. I Okay. Here. Oh, does it take us outside again? Oh, it's another way out. Hmm. Here. Do 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 do.
Listen, obviously all this has been just one big misunderstanding. So you're going to give me Oscar's hands back, and we're going to get out of your city immediately.
Out of the question. I must have these hands. That is all.
And what if I helped you to make some other hand?
What?
I'm sorry, I can't make heads or tails out of your story at all. Without my engineers...
Everything I have.
But who is...
Helena. The one and only Helena Romansky. Her voice is so pure.
Wait a minute. Isn't...
Well...
Wasn't her mom talking to some Frank something?
So be it.
Hi, Mom?
Kate! What? Have you seen the time? Why are you phoning me in the middle of the night?
Sorry, Mom. I forgot about the time zones. Did I wake you?
Well, of course you woke me up. I was sleeping deeply, too. I simply got to get my beauty sleep. I've got an absolutely crazy day tomorrow.
I'm sorry. It's just that it's real important and urgent. I haven't got a lot of time.
Well, if it really can't wait till tomorrow, Munchkin, come on, tell your mommy what's up. No way I'm calling Dan for you if that's what you want.
Mom, listen, please. I seem to remember you're seeing Marovich or something like that at the moment.
No. Malkovich, Munchkin.
Oh,
Frank
Malkovich. I thought it was Morozko.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. So, but he's an opera singer, right?
That's right.
Oh, but he's a singer too. That works.
Say he
Okay.
has the finest voice
Maybe
of
this will
his
get me
time,
somewhere.
dear. Imagine that.
That's just great. So then he must have known a famous singer called Helena Romansky. She's Russian too. Please, if you can ask him if...
Listen, honey, if it's stars you're after, Frank knows them all. I'll just wake him up and let him tell you himself.
You mean he's...
Oh, Kate, listen, you're still there. Frank tells me he did hang out with the Romansky once, but it was platonic. You know those singers. She's a great soprano.
Great. Does he know where she went? Does she still sing? Where does she live?
1 second, Munchkin. Frank says she was very ill and she withdrew from circulation. She went to rest in some spa somewhere. He thinks it was called Arrowbad, but it was 15 years ago and he's not sure. And well, honey, When Frank wakes up, he always takes a little bit of time to get going, you know.
Thanks a bundle, Mom. And Frank, too. You're both fantastic. Love you both. Thanks again. Catch you later.
Okay. That's gonna help me. I mean, I still have
Director.
here.
Ah, it is you, Miss Walker.
Director, I think I know where Helena Romansky is.
My God, you have found Helena? That is fantastic.
From my research, Helena Romansky is living in Arrowbad.
Arrowbad? Helena Romansky is in Arrowbad.
You know the town, then? You know where it is?
Of course. It was a famous spa resort. In its heyday, Arrowbad welcomed all the big wigs of the regime. To be granted a stay there was a real honor. Today, the honor has gone, along with all the generals and colonels, all washed away with the sea.
It sounds like a good place if you need to take it easy or convalesce.
I think Madame Romansky would be happier here. I think she'll prefer the peace and quiet here, the perfect tranquility of our little town.
Why don't you come with me? After all, you're the person in the best position to convince Helena Romansky.
Unfortunately, since my accident, I seldom leave my office if I can avoid it. And it is not wise for a director to leave his city now, is it?
How can I get to Arrowbad?
There is one way that you can. Here in the city, there are no suitable vehicles left. But that drunk old fool living up there, he'll have something.
What drunken old fool? You mean you're not alone? What's up there?
You mean you haven't noticed the space compound on the plateau? There's still some pathetic old soldier guarding it. But he's more interested these days in reaching for another bottle than reaching for the stars.
And you think this gentleman could have a vehicle for me?
I haven't the slightest idea. If you catch him on a good day, then maybe. But good days for him are far.
Ay.
I wish you luck.
Fetch this,
How
fetch
do I get
that.
up to the space compound then?
There is a monorail that leads up to the Cosmodrome. When you are inside, I will activate the automatic pilot.
Okay, I'm going.
Maybe we know where the monorail is.
I am counting on you, Miss Walker.
Hello?
Did I wake you up? I can't sleep at all. This whole business just keeps turning round and round in my head.
What business, Dan?
But Kate, that argument we had, have you forgotten? I really need to talk about that again.
Oh, you know, I guess we were both a little high-strung, that's all. But don't sweat it, okay?
Yeah, sure. Getting carried away never solves anything, does it? I must say I felt really dumb when I hung up.
Really?
Yeah, I left the door to my office open and I was convinced everybody around heard me.
Oh. I'm so embarrassed, Dan. Please say I'm sorry to your colleagues from me.
It doesn't matter, honey. Promise me that you will never put me in that
Wow.
again. You're usually so delightful. I have the impression that this journey is putting more than distance between us.
Well, it's true I'm living a whole load of new and amazing experiences.
Okay, I see. And still no Hans Vorarlberg?
No.
Keep me posted. You know how important you are to me. Hurry home, huh?
I'll try. Big hug, Dan.
Big hug. Alright, where is this going to take us?
Hello?
Kate! Oh, that you? How are you?
Olivia. Great, just the right person.
Oh, I haven't heard from you in
have
forever.
you heard of Helena Romansky?
No. Is she some Russian fashion designer?
No, she's a singer. I'm going to be meeting her soon. I've just got to find a way of reaching Arlbad. Can you imagine how lucky I am?
Not really. Well, what relation's this singer got with the toy case? You sure you know what you're up to, Kate? You sound really different, like you're changing or something.
Look, it's like this. If I'm going to get to the end of my journey, I've got to link up this singer and the director of the Comkausgrad Industrial City. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. Why did you say that I've
This
changed?
just sounds crazy when you hear it.
No, just an impression. You sound more sure of yourself, like stronger, more confident.
And that's a problem?
There you go. Just takes one word and you're up on your high horse. I'm beginning to see Dan's point of view. It's getting harder and harder to back you up all the time.
Jeez.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that I had a drink or two with Dan, because he
Oh,
wants to
no.
talk. He feels a bit lonely, you see?
And what's he been telling you?
Nothing. He just has the impression you're slipping away from him. He can't see where you're coming from anymore. Like, we went to the movies the other day, and he said that you would have loved the film, but I told him that...
You mean you're dating my fiancé?
No! No, not dating, Kate. Just propping him up while you're away. All in a good cause. I can keep an eye on him for you at the same time.
What would I do without you?
Oh, you're jealous. Huh. Well, that's a good sign. That means you want him. Now, that he'll be pleased to hear.
That's terrible.
You seeing each other again soon?
Tomorrow night. He invited me to dinner at the Goldberg. You don't mind, do you, Kate?
That's super sketchy.
Look, I've got to go, Olivia. Take care.
Yeah, no, you don't mind. There, it's all fine. Just keeping an eye on things, you know? Yep, the bot found you. What is that weird noise? What the heck is this shit?
Excuse me. Sir, sorry to disturb you, but yoo-hoo. Can you hear me?
3, 2, 1, contact, and we have liftoff. Oh, holy mother. A dame. A pretty dame on the launch pad.
Please,
Oh, I'm
don't
so
get
tired.
sir. Just do stay calm. I just want some information.
Watch what you're doing, sweetheart. We ain't got no information, no strategies, no plans to tell anyone, anywhere, anytime. Military regulations, you dig it, man?
I need to get to Arrowbad, and quick.
You go ahead, soldier. I'll stay here and keep you covered. I got the supplies here. Got to keep an eye on them. Tricky job, too, you know. All these bottles.
Please, can you try and get a grip? I must absolutely find a way out of this industrial complex.
Jeez, me too. I've really got to get out of this dump, but not before I've had a little drink. Here, get your pretty little lips around this. Vodka. Tell me what you think.
Do you have a vehicle to lend me? I think I'd even test one of your rockets right now if I had to.
Toast my rockets. Hey, pretty dame, I'll drink to that. Now, just a minute. We gotta need a special bottle for this special occasion. Something to blow you away. 3, 2, 1, contact, and we have liftoff.
Okay, that's enough.
What was that? Did you say something? Are our female comrades revolting or what? Oh, trouble on its way. Bottoms up. Power to the babushkas.
I heard that maybe you could lend me a vehicle or something?
A vehicle? All our vehicles were picked up and shipped out to the borders years ago. General's orders. I say, let us raise our glass to this finest soldier this country's ever known, little lady.
I don't mean to offend you, but I'm not in the mood for a drink right now.
And you'll live to regret it to your dying day, sweetheart. To your health, while you have it.
Does the name Hans Vorarlberg mean anything to you?
Karsberg. Of course I know that name. But sorry, it's been a long time since I've seen something like that around here.
Vorarlberg. He's a person. I'm looking for him, and I think he might have come by here a few years ago.
Well, in that case, let us raise our glasses to this brave man and his very good health.
I was going to... Forget it, it doesn't matter. He's too drunk to help anyone anyway.
I am not drunk. I have drunk. A little.
Just a little bit. There's some stuff.
Strange. Sure, I left a bottle or two around here. I gotta get some air. Wall's getting pretty tight. We'll think about that blast off later, huh?
Are you okay, Colonel? Are you sure you're all right? Be careful.
That's
Don't
not a
lean out
good
too
idea.
far, you'll...
That was smart. Alright. Anything else of interest in here? I'm talking about Hans Vorarlberg. They didn't like his idea, so they went against it. La-di-da-da-da. Anything else in here?
I need a key.
You do have a key. Oh, okay, maybe I need to... Ah, here we go. Then I gotta dump this on his head, right? Ah. Wake up, buddy.
Hey, what's happening? There's water you got there. Stop it! Now! You want me to drown?
Why don't you just sober up, buddy? Here. Wasted. Oh, we have control now.
Calm down. It's all right. Just a little wake-up call, that's all. You must have had quite a bit to drink.
Gee, you're right there. Not the first time either. Probably won't be the last. Man, my head. Please, could you whisper?
Please, do excuse me. But it was the only way I could think of to bring you back to your senses.
A little extreme, maybe. But I get the impression you're a lady who likes to see results.
I came here by train, but unfortunately it broke down. I've got to get to Arrowbad immediately. Someone told me you might have a vehicle to lend me.
Someone? Who might that someone be? I hope you're not talking about Sergei Borodin.
Well, yes, I am. The director of the industrial complex below.
Be careful, ma'am. He is not a rational man. He can be mean and very dangerous.
Oh, lovely.
He suggested I come and see you, actually. But I get the impression that he doesn't care much for you either.
I don't care what he thinks of me. All I say to you is, watch out for him.
There aren't many vehicles on this base.
When they decided to close the Cosmodrome, they towed all the useful equipment away.
It doesn't matter. I'll find some other way.
If I can help you, please, just ask.
Does Arrowbad mean anything to you?
Arrowbad. It's been a long time since I heard that name. It's a spa resort, man. Top brass of the regime would go there. As well as convalescing soldiers, tired politicians, profiteers and rackers, the whole caboodle. go live it up, all expenses paid.
Hmm.
One privilege I never got. Just 2 steps away from becoming the nation's hero, and no free holiday for me.
And where exactly is this place?
Further east. We never had to know where exactly. The airship was programmed to take vacationers there. From here.
I'm looking for someone. Hans Vorarlberg. And I think he came by here about 20
years ago.
Hans? You want to know if I know Hans? But of course. He invented one of the most incredible flying machines of the Cosmodrome. Christmas, good old Hans. Even after that dumb and dirty trick he played on me. But I wouldn't give to see him again.
What do you mean? What did he do to you?
Hans Vorarlberg and his famous flying wing. See, he invented this kind of spring-loaded launcher, capable of projecting a weird rocket into the stratosphere. It was red revolutionary hot, and I was going to be its first test pilot. Holy cow, what a job. And then several days before the launch, Hans disappears into thin air like that. Poof! The test program? Well, it's abandoned.
Just disappeared like that? Without saying where he was going?
You see, he wanted to hit the stars, but not bombs. If you get my drift. One day, Hans finally worked out what his launcher was really for. The generals have always called the shots here, you realize, and when they asked Hans to screw a nuclear warhead onto his flying wing, well, he wasn't a happy man. So he left. Just like that.
If everything was ready, why didn't you just wind the thing up and go flying after all?
Nobody understood machines here like Hans, especially not his own utopian inventions. You see, such inventions only live and breathe with their creator in the saddle. Without him, space travel became damn near impossible. Since then, well, I still like to travel, but in my own little way.
I get it.
I'm
Drinking.
beginning to understand a bit about how Hans Vorarlberg's inventions work. What is this one like?
I don't really know. As you can see, I'm a soldier, ma'am. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not a goddamn aerospace engineer.
Thank you so much for helping me. I'm sorry to have woken you up like that.
It's been great talking to you, ma'am. I think I'll take 40 wings right now.
That noise is terrible. What the heck is that?
I need a key.
Okay. What about this way?
This thing's jammed.
Everything's jammed.
I need a key.
I'm right here.
This thing's jammed. This thing's jammed. This thing's jammed. This thing's jammed.
Jammed.
This thing's jammed.
Something happened. Centrifuge empty. Blood sample required. Sample required. Authorized procedure.
If that's going to work, it looks like something's missing.
Missing? Ugh. Nothing else over here. Can I go this way? Key for there, a bunch of the crap over there.
Sir? Sir?
My head. Oh, my poor head. I need some quiet. Please, can I have some quiet?
Oh, we got a new talking point.
Do you think the airship still works?
No idea. It's been so long since it was used.
And then I've got to learn how to use it, too.
You won't have any worries there. It has an automatic pilot. Go visit if you want. Here's the key.
Thanks.
Oh. Okay.
Right, I'm off. See you later.
Don't you worry about me.
We still haven't gone. Here. What's that noise is coming from?
Doesn't look like that works.
Blood testing apparatus. Huh. Now I know where that noise is coming from. All right, key.
Doesn't look like that works.
Yeah, what was your first guess there, Kate? Was it that doesn't look like it works, or something else? No good. Maybe we can ask him if he knows anything else. Where'd he go? Here. Bird is so annoying. Just walking all the time. La di da di dee. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Look at you.
There you are. I was looking for you. I've managed to trigger the autopilot mechanism, but the airship still won't take off. Do you know why?
Maybe. I've got some idea. But you look like you're a pretty good mechanic.
Let's just say that since the start of the journey, I've managed to get by and get to know Hans Vorarlberg's strange contraptions.
Okay. I have a deal to make with you. I've been living in this dumb launcher site for years. And I've always said that one of these days I'm going to the stars on that flying wing. And I better make that trip before vodka stews my brain. But I gotta know how it works. And you look like you might have some clue at least. If you could help me get to the stars, I'll tell you how the airship works. What do you say? We got a deal?
Make my life
not?
easier, whatever.
I'll see what I can do for you.
What are you tinkering with? Why is it taking so long?
Just a bit longer, if you can. I'm doing my best.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't wait. Put yourself in my shoes. I've been dreaming of this moment for so long. What are you tinkering with?
Just...
I'm sorry.
Oh. Ah, I got
Comrade
enough of this.
Boris, I need a few drops of your blood.
Excuse me?
To get the centrifuge going, we'll need to analyze the pilot's blood. If you're going to the stars, you've got to be in good health, you see? That's why I need a blood sample. It won't hurt.
There's two things a good soldier is always ready to do. Drop his pants and spill his
God.
blood. Go ahead.
Why?
I'll only be needing your blood.
My pleasure, ma'am. Ow! What are you tinkering with? Why is it taking so long?
Just a bit.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, let's see what this does. Yeah, still going. Depleto. Exhausted though. I have a lot of sample. Oh, maybe in there. Oh. Alcohol level too high. That's not good. How you doing, Hippolito?
Okay, I think I figured out how it works.
Huh?
Get settled in and let's go.
I'm so confused. Oh, is he in there?
Colonel, are you all right?
Never been better. Head's spinning a bit, but I am used to that. I'm a professional pilot.
He's walking. That's why I can't do anything.
Miss Walker! Come in, Miss Walker! Are you receiving me?
Clear as smog. Can you speak
There
up?
is smog.
I'm ready. Press the launch button.
Takeoff procedure engaged. Countdown commencing.
Colonel, you've forgotten to tell me the secret of the airship. What do I have to do?
The airship will need to be cranked up.
Cranked.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have liftoff.
Oh boy. Well, it's not going to show me where the plane goes? This. Well, that looks like a crank. Guess he left it on the ground for us.
Doesn't look like that works.
use that on here. So there's gonna be somewhere else I use that. Is there somewhere in the other building? Bum 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 bum. Alright, there's nothing I have access to in here now. Clearly not there. Okay. Oh, I think I know where. Maybe where the bird is, right? We haven't anything there, and there was that one thing there. Oh, that's not the way out. And don't get stuck. Alright, let's see here. Yes. Rank this. What? What? Why? Oh yeah. Some of this game makes no sense. And there's so much dialogue, like insane amounts of dialogue in this game. Like hugely abundant amounts. There's a lot of like exposition dumps at random times. It just goes on for like ever. Slow walking Kate Walker. Forever walking slow. Hey, we're doing a thing now. This is pretty cool. There's no water there, just ships. What? Why is it where? This area sucks.
Hello?
What do you think you're doing, Kate? I wanted updates. I wanted results.
Certainly, Mr. Morrison. We all do. Down on the ground, we're doing all we can, but there's no new developments.
Kate, I don't think you understand the urgency of this situation. Universal Toys are on my back and digging in. I can't hold them off much longer. You're putting the firm in a very tricky situation.
I am very sorry, but a slight mishap or two has meant that I've had to modify my mission temporarily.
Miss Walker, you're walking on a minefield here. I don't have to underline that this affair is Class A priority numero uno. Hot.
I am only too aware of that, Mr. Morrison, and believe me, I am doing all I possibly can. But this mission is really no piece of cake.
You can have all the cake you want and eat it too when you get home. Next time I call you, I want something concrete, something solid. I want results. You understand? Results.
Yes, Mr. Morrison.
How nice. Not results. Pulls us out of this area, so we'll check this area out first.
That is so beautiful.
Is it? Or the vodka in there. Everyone get drunk. Vodka fountain. Vodka fountain, okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good day to you, ma'am, and welcome to the Hotel Kronsky. I don't expect you've made a reservation, have you? Well, no matter. We've got a few rooms left with a sea view. By far the best on offer.
Well, actually, I wasn't counting on staying in Arrowbad.
I see. It's like that then. So, what can I do for you?
I want to meet someone who lives here.
That's very inconvenient. None of my customers said they were expecting someone. You can't just turn up like that. We've got a very strict policy. In this day and age, the hotel ain't too open to, impromptu visits from any Tom, Dick, or Harry.
But I'm not Tom, Dick, or Harry.
I
I'm Kate
absolutely must
Walker.
speak with her. It's very important.
If it was that important, all you had to do was ring the hotel. People come here to rest, you see, to get away from the world, which ain't turning so good these days. Don't let me keep you. Good day to you, ma'am.
honestly, if I could have called, I would have called, but I couldn't. So please, can you bend the rules just a little, sir?
Ma'am, in this hotel, we don't bend nothing for no one. With respect.
Sir, I really could use your help.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but my helping hand only serves my hotel guests.
Well, let me just say that by helping me out, you'd also be helping out one of your very own guests.
Ma'am, I'm not to be wound around anyone's little finger. You hear?
Could you tell me if a certain Hans Vorarlberg has ever been here?
On a spa holiday?
Yes, that's it.
I'm sorry, but our hotel register is strictly confidential.
Come on, please. It's not like it's a state secret you're telling me here.
And if I just let you consult our register, what am I gonna get out of it?
My eternal gratitude?
That's just what I was expecting. Adieu, as the French say, madame.
Well, thanks anyway.
At your service, ma'am.
He's just gonna turn and look at the TV, so it's not like it matters if I just do shit. Oh yeah, that's how worky work.
What the hell was that?
He's definitely watching something. You're good. What the hell was that? Raiding the closets and stuff. Detergent.
The door's locked, but I've still got to get in there.
Penalty!
Oh, he is watching something. She says penalty. I think he is watching soccer. Hang on a second here. Yeah, he is watching soccer. He actually is. Oh, now he made it all fuzzy. Oops.
I'm sorry to disturb you again, but I've absolutely got to meet Madame Romansky.
Don't even think about it. Any way into this hotel is bolted.
Bolted?
Why are you telling me that?
No reason. Like that, just in case you feel like walking in and rummaging about. The times are changing, ma'am, and we've had to introduce a security system. Keep out unwanted visitors as sure as we keep out the sand and the salt, if you get my drift.
Yeah, of course. Well, thanks again for your warmth and hospitality. Well, thanks anyway.
At your service, ma'am.
Curtains open, huh? So he can see the fountain out here. So vodka didn't work in the fountain. What about some detergent? It's a soapy fountain. Oh, that's a very soapy fountain. Wait, why like everything's like stiff soap? Hello, kitty. What are you doing? Hi. Sir, your fountain's soaping up.
Attack! Attack!
Sir?
You again? You're beginning to really overstep the mark. I warn you, one more and I'm going to... But what the hell's going on over there? Why is it me gets hell to pay when there's already too much work to do?
He's getting a mop to go out there. He's mopping up the soap. He's gonna be mopping up soap for like months. And no one's doing laundry apparently. Look at the TV. Not from here. Four 6 4 3 3 6 4 3. Do I need that number? Take a picture of that number just in case I need it. I mean, it might let us take the pamphlet with us, so maybe I won't even need to do that. Oh, we did take it, so there's no point in me doing that. Elena Romansky. Day visitor access departure. So still here. Oh wait, there's two Elena Romansky. One in 1270. One says access card. Oh, one says resident 1270. What? Ah. Progress, progress, progress. Huh. Well, this looks fancy.
Hello there.
Good afternoon, miss.
Are you the hotel barman?
My name is James, miss. James, the automaton nurse. I am not a barman.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to upset you.
If you don't mind, miss, I would appreciate it if you would just be a little more rigorous in the terms you employ in the future.
Huh.
I'm looking for Madame Romansky. Do you know where she is?
3:30 to 4:30 p.m., Madame Romansky takes her daily constitutional on the pier. Tea is served at 5 o'clock sharp.
Is it possible to go see her?
As you wish, but do pay attention to the salt wind.
Can you take me to Helena Romansky?
Not at this hour, miss. Madam will still be watching the sea at the end of the pier.
So?
Madam knows perfectly well that during this season I don't go down to the
Here,
pier.
huh? Okay.
My wheelwork goes dicky under the double corrosive action of the salt and sand winds. Listen, you can hear them sweeping up and down the beach and out to sea. We call it the salt wind here. It'll drive us all crazy one of these days.
Come on. Just make a little effort.
No, I'll stay here and make ready for Madame in case she needs me. She can be so unpredictable, such violent swings of mood.
Well, I'm going, James. See you later, maybe.
It would be a pleasure to see you again, miss.
Do. What do we have here? Oh.
Darn it! That doesn't work. Just as I thought.
The pier. Ah, temporary code 0968. La-di-da-di-dee. Go in the water. No going in the water. Oh, we just turned around. This. Look at her shoving everything in there. She just shoves everything in there, everything possible. It. What the?
I'm sorry to disturb you.
Yeah, I think I can thrust with my queen through there. Unless...
I can see that I'm disturbing you.
Hey, no. Checking two moves. Maybe I'll squeeze him with my bishop instead. Nothing like a good squeeze from a bishop.
Okay, I wouldn't like to disturb you any longer.
That's not creepy. Thing with that. Let's go try that code over there. All this is... Oh, I'm all spun around. Bingo. What is this? A gas mask? Why am I wearing a gas mask? Alright, that says she went out to the pier, right?
Doesn't look like that works. Doesn't look like that works.
Huh. Okay.
Madame Romansky? Madame Helena Romansky?
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you, ma'am. My name's Kate Walker. I've come on behalf of Frank Malkovich.
Ah, Malkovich, the old son of a gun. Are you one of his relatives?
Not exactly. He's a good friend of my mother's. He told me you might be here in Arrowbad. I'm American, a lawyer.
To what do I owe your visit? You have come so far. It must be important.
Indeed it is. I have very delicate and pressing business to attend to. I have just left...
Later, my dear, later. I have a slight headache. This hotel masked a pinch so I have to go in. Please, could you be so kind as to call my valet?
Your valet? Of course.
What did I just get? No idea what I just got.
Madam Romansky? So, is James coming or isn't he? Don't tell me you haven't called him yet. Oh, my poor head. Please, ring for my valet. We will continue this conversation inside. Hmm?
It's kind of weird with the masks and stuff. It's a nice little gazebo. It's a little busted up, but it still works.
How dare you show your damn face round here? Get out of here immediately.
Please. I absolutely must find...
Miss Romansky! Oh, yes, I'm sorry. She managed to lie her way in here. Don't matter how vigilant you are, there's always one. But it won't happen again. She'll be out on her ear before you can say, I hope she hasn't upset you too much.
Oh, Felix. Stop being such a grizzly bear. This woman is my guest.
She's your guest? But that ain't possible. This vandal didn't even know you 3 hours ago.
Be quiet, Felix, before you offend someone.
Miss Romansky, please. This maniac turned up earlier and tried to wreck the fountain. If it wasn't for the...
I said enough, Felix. Please treat Miss Walker with the respect befitting one of my friends. Don't touch and don't swear. Have I made myself clear, Mr. Smetana?
Yes, yes, crystal clear, Madam Romansky. Please do accept my humble apologies.
Very good, Felix. You may go now.
That's right. Away with you.
Madam Romansky? So, is James coming or isn't he? Don't tell me you haven't called him yet. Oh, my poor head. Please, ring for my valet. We will continue this conversation inside. Hmm?
Have a good night, Wolf. Bell.
Doesn't look like that works.
Maybe they want me to put it on this other one I was looking at before. I don't know if I did anything. Go this way. Or that way. Put our gas mask back. Do you have anything else to say?
James, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you didn't hear the bell this time.
Oh, that's right. We had to get the...
The bell
thing.
did
Okay.
indeed ring, but it is very windy outside, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit gusty. But what's that got to do with it?
Madam doesn't understand. She says an automaton doesn't need protection, but my insides don't like the salty wind. I'm afraid to go out, you know.
And if you wore my mask to protect you against the salt, would that help?
Oh, most certainly.
There you go.
Katie Pooh. So, have you met her yet? This Helena person? What's she like? Does she remember Frank?
Hi, Mom. Yeah, sure. I met her, and yeah, she's living in Arlbad. You can thank Frank for me again.
I'll remember to, honey. So, what's Arlbad like? Maybe Frank can take me there one day.
It's this seaside resort, Ma, but it isn't what it used to be. You'd be real disappointed.
Maybe you're right. So, when are you coming home? Is that mission all over then?
Not really, Ma. I still haven't found the heir I'm looking for to wrap up the case. Helena Romansky's a kind of detour here.
Listen, Munchkin, I get the distinct impression that you're being led up the garden path. Why don't you just come home, tell your boss this heir just doesn't exist, that you've done all you can, et voila. Do you want me to call him for you?
Ma, please, don't get involved. Looking for Hans Vorarlberg is what I'm being paid for. But I also just want to find him for myself.
Honestly, you're just as stubborn as your father.
Mm-hmm.
Don't complain that your mother didn't warn you.
Don't worry, I won't.
Oh, I hear being wheeled.
It's a real honor to meet you, Madame Romansky. People have told me so much about you.
People still talk about me? Oh dear.
Of course. Everyone tells me how wonderful you were. How you were one of the greatest singers of the century.
Ah, so I was, my dear. But surely you didn't come here just to dig up the past.
I'm wrapped up in a case at the moment, and because of it I met a certain Mr. Sergei Borodin, director of the Komkolsgrad Industrial Complex, situated to the northeast of here.
Ah, I remember that factory. Oh, a sad city indeed. What am I saying? They all were.
Madame Romansky, this Borodin is one of your biggest fans. If you could come and sing for him there, it would make one of his biggest dreams come true.
Sing? Oh, my poor girl. I have not sung for years. Time has taken its toll. My voice is like the rest of me. Faded and wan, like my heart.
Oh, aren't you going a bit far there? I bet you've still got a great voice.
Oh, you are the sweetest cherry, my dear. I am not senile yet, but I look reality in the face every time I look in the mirror, and I can tell you, singing is something I did in the past.
Madame Romansky, please understand I would never have come so far to disturb you if I didn't really need your help.
I understand, my dear. But my health is failing me, as does my voice. Believe me, no one is sadder than I.
Strange. I get the impression that Hans Vorarlberg turned up here, too.
You know Hans Vorarlberg?
Not exactly. I'm looking for him to sort out this inheritance case. But I've had to snoop around in his past a bit to get on his trail, and I guess he's kind of a close friend now. You knew him, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I knew Hans Vorarlberg. Do you hear, James? Ah, if you had had the chance to meet Hans. My Hans. Oh, my God. What has become of him? Where is he?
As questions go, madam, that one is not without certain complications.
Interesting.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea. That's the goal of my mission, to find Hans Vorarlberg. That's why I have to get back to my train as quickly as possible and to get out of Komkalsgrad.
And you cannot find him without the train?
The train is one of his last inventions. So is Oscar, the automaton engineer. I get the feeling that the two of them are going to lead me to him.
Did you hear that, James? I might see Hans again. I have dreamed so long of meeting my dearest sweetheart again. Oh, if only I could sing. If only I were in Paris, I would ask George for that miracle cocktail. The one that only he knew how to make. Wouldn't I, James?
Yes, madam. As you have frequently said, without that famous cocktail, your French tour would have probably been cancelled.
I don't understand.
An extraordinary tale, my dear. It was December, and it was terribly cold and damp. I had to play the role of Tatiana that evening at the opera. But since the morning, I had lost my voice. It drove me completely mad with worry. I don't know how George, the barman at the Moritz Hotel,
This kitty got here, hang on a
my
second.
affliction, but he brought me up a cocktail that he had invented. A strange concoction. But it turned out to be a miracle cure. My voice returned to me in an instant.
That's amazing. That's just what we need.
Okay.
We're going to mix you up a cocktail.
Ah, my dear child. It is impossible. George never told me the recipe of the drink. He loved to keep his trade secrets. He said it made him absolutely irreplaceable.
Well, I'm going to get George to tell me. He hasn't yet met with my powers of persuasion. You must have had a fantastic life. So exhilarating.
Ah, much more than you could ever imagine. I used to sing the finest melodies of the moment in the most fantastic theaters around the world. I have been hailed by kings and courted by princes. Grown men would sink to their knees when they heard the first notes of my recital. My voice could break crystal glass and hearts, many hearts.
I'm not surprised.
Then one day sickness steals away the gift life has given you. My voice started to betray me. I started to get migraines. My health failed. They sent me here to let the spa town weave its healing spell. I was only going to rest for a month, but then the month became a year, and the years get...
But a lot of years then, isn't it?
But you look so healthy.
How many years she was here?
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I'll let you get a bit of rest. Thank you for listening to me.
It was a real pleasure, my child. You are a charming young lady, and simply talking to you has warmed my soul.
So there was a number in that brochure. Four 3364. I forgot already. 34643364.
Hello, Hotel Moritz?
Reception here. Can I help you?
I'd like to talk to Mr. George. He's a barman at your hotel.
I'll connect you with the bar. Just a moment.
Elevator music.
Hello, hotel bar?
Hi, I'd like to talk to George, please.
George? You mean Mr. George?
Yeah, probably. He must have been a barman at the Moritz in the 50s.
Well, don't want to disappoint you, but Mr. George stopped working here quite a while ago. What was it about?
I've been told that Mr. George had a recipe for a fantastic cocktail, and only he knew the ingredients. I absolutely must know what was in it. It's a matter of life and death.
I'd love to help you, ma'am, but you see, old George, now he knew a lot of cocktails. One hell of a barman and one hell of a reputation. He did write down his recipes before he left. But if you can tell me which one you were looking for exactly?
I don't know. There are a lot of them, you say?
Yeah, the Paris Peking Shuffle, the Deep Green Secret, Boco Poco, Blue Helena, Red Mambo.
Helena! Yeah, that's the one. The Blue Helena.
Right, I'll take a look. Blue Helena, you say? Let's see. 1 measure of vodka, 1 measure of blue curacao, 1 measure of honey, a dash of lime and ice cubes. Shake it all together, and Bob's your uncle.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. You have been most helpful to me.
Our bartender. They say.
Hi, it's me again. Could you give me that Blue Helena recipe again, please?
Why, sure. 1 measure of vodka, 1 measure of blue curacao, 1 measure of honey, a dash of lime and ice cubes, and shake.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Took a picture that time. Okay, what is this? Honey, lemon. Lemon. Uh-oh. I just pushed some shit. That was a bad idea.
Oh, my God. Ah! From what backwater of hell did you find this potion? Are you trying to poison me?
It's a blue Helena.
That is impossible. The blue Helena had a color that was like and an aroma like you understand? Its texture was not quite so. One thing is for certain: this is no blue Helena. Make an effort, my child.
Right. I guess I'll try out another mix.
What did I need? Said vodka, blue curacao, honey, a dash of lime, and ice cubes and shit. Crystallized honey. There's that water pool over there. Didn't do anything with before. It's water. Ah, some of this.
Doesn't look like that works.
Huh. Oh. Thinking over here, though. This do. Ah, I see. Now it's hot. And no longer stays crystallized. I see.
Doesn't look like that works.
Did that take too long? Didn't look like it was hot when I was over there. Maybe because I did it twice, it undid it. Hmm. Liquid honey. my left. I'm gonna have to do here. Um, 2, 3, 4, 5 is blue curacao. And vodka's last. Wait. 1.
I wonder how that works. I wonder how that works.
Maybe the vodka bottle goes in there. Okay, so vodka's there. That's one of the things. So we have vodka. Blue curacao, honey, dash of lime, ice cubes, and shake.
I wonder how that works.
Maybe the lime in here. Little spindle thingy. In here, okay, so lime, honey, vodka. Where's the blue curacao at though? Where's that thing I saw before? Like table of contents shit. Oh. One of these things looks like that. Hmm. Vodka, lime, honey. curacao at? I don't see anything up there. Shit. I don't want to push things. Uh-oh. This is probably ice, right? What does this shit do? Oh. What's the lemon? Uh-oh. Maybe I should reload this shit. Okay, here's that thing again. Take a picture of this. Okay, so we have... And so... Needs to be 1 measure of vodka, 1 measure of blue curacao, 1 measure of honey, dash of lime, and ice cubes, and shake. So I'm so confused. There's so many Oh, it's in my inventory now. Okay, so I don't need to do like that then. So let's put stuff in here. And we can save right here. Oh, okay, so this is the different thing. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So blue curacao. Sorry, what's first? One measure of vodka. So that would be flick to the right, and then that would be 6. Oh, it's on this, right? Stays on that, it's on 6. One measure of vodka. One measure of blue curacao. Is 2, 3, 4, 5 on this one. Okay. One measure of honey. Honey, right? That was honey. And then dash of lime. I think when I push those, they don't have to be on a certain thing. They can just be on that. What is IO? The second one might be ice cubes. I'm not sure. I know the third one's probably milk, so that's obviously a no. It's gotta be ice. How do I take? Okay, that looks like a person shape. I don't know what that is, Hippolito.
Oh, my God. Ah! From what backwater of hell did you find this potion? Are you trying to poison me?
Maybe.
It's a blue Helena.
That is impossible. The blue Helena had a color that was like and an aroma like you understand? Its texture was not quite so. One thing is for certain: this is no blue Helena. Make an effort, my child.
Right. I guess I'll try out another mix.
Maybe it's facing the other direction. I'm not dropping any frames. So if we do it like this, so if it was vodka was 6 on there, so if I assume that the other way, then Curacao is 5. And then we have honey, lime, and ice. Honey. Lime.
My voice.
Hey, we got it. Well, it took like 20-30 minutes.
My God, that is atrocious. Horrific. It was too good to be true. George's blue Helena is powerless. Ineffective on the voice of an old woman.
But your voice is perfect. Don't be so down on yourself. You just need to warm up a bit, that's all. After all these years, it's to be expected.
No, I am very grateful for all your efforts, but really, I cannot go on stage with such a puny, pathetic voice. My performance would be so poor. I would get such bad reviews.
You've just got to get your confidence back. Hasn't she, James?
I must concur, madam. It sounds to me like your voice is fully restored.
James, be quiet. You are a sniveling little creep.
The blue Helena really does have a magical effect. Your voice is sensational.
I am not convinced. If my voice has really returned, it is not ready. It is still not powerful enough.
I tell you, you're wrong. The Comcalls grad director is going to be amazed.
My dear, how little you know.
I remember a time, madam, when you would test your vocal prowess by breaking crystal tableware and decorations.
Ah, those were the days. Shards of crystal. I could never do that now.
Oh, I have something breakable.
my voice.
Smash.
My God, what have I done? My voice has returned. Did you hear that, James? My voice has returned.
Your voice is still as magnificent as ever, madam. But please don't forget, you're no spring chicken these days. Time has taken its toll.
And you're not the toy boy you once
Oh,
were
jeez.
either, James. I hope you have fun on your own.
Madam, leaving you is quite out of the question.
Don't be stupid, James. What would you do there? Your place is here. You must prepare my return.
Madam, I won't insist. Adventure is not an integral part of my action functionalities. Maybe you're right, madam. As ever.
It depends on the
Correctly
context,
that you're
Hippolito.
going to go with
There's
me
some
to Comcalls grad?
scary things happen in both ways.
We're going on tour, my dear. Anchors away.
I'll go back to the airship to prepare my departure. You can join me there when you're ready.
James, take me to my room. I must prepare. Quick, quick! What are you waiting for? My fans are waiting for me.
Are you sure you're sure about this, madam?
Shut up, James, and put your foot on it.
This is gonna be a long game, huh? We haven't even seen Syberia at all. Or like all these running around in circles things. Doing this and that. Fetch this, fetch that, do this, do that. Ay, ay, ay. I feel like we've tackled like nothing significant. Oh, we've learned some story stuff, I guess, and something's going on, but still leaves tons of questions unknown. Oh, time for another
Hello?
phone call.
Hi, it's me, Olivia.
Hey, sweetie, what's new? How was it at the Goldbergs then?
Like, alcoholic.
Is that all? What's up? Cat got your tongue?
Well, tell me what you're up to. How's the case going? How's that Romansky chick? You don't think it's dragging out too long?
I haven't had the time to get bored, I can tell you that, but... Hey, Olivia, what's the matter? You didn't even answer my question. That's so unlike you.
Did I tell you I bought this really cool blue silk top?
Olivia, what are you hiding? Come on out with it. You've got me worried.
Oh, Kate, I'm sorry. I've done something horrible. I can't sleep anymore. I can't eat. I keep wanting to hurl.
Olivia, tell me what's going on.
Dan!
What about Dan? Has something happened to him?
You're gonna hate me for the rest of your life, and you'd be right. In your situation,
What?
After the Goldbergs, Dan took me home. We were a bit, we shouldn't have drunk so much. He came up to mine to have a nightcap, and then, okay, you're gonna hate me. Please hate me.
I got it.
It's all my fault. I could never tell you that I've had the hots for Dan for ages, because you're my friend and you were engaged
Wow.
and all, but then we got so close lately, and I just lost sight of what's right and what's wrong. Kate, the guilt is killing me. I want to die.
Look, don't bust a gut over it.
One of those
you and
people.
Dan, it's like not real right now. I gotta go, Olivia. I need to process this new bit of data.
Are you like some automaton or something? Kate, please.
I'm hanging up now. I want to be on my own.
Everything in the pockets. In the jacket. We never liked Dan or Olivia in the first place. That's fine. Screw them. Look at this lavish land here. Look at it. Lovely. Oh. He's all dressed up.
Oči čornie, oči strasnie, oči шкучие и прекраснее, как я вас, как боюсь я вас, знать увидел вас, я в недобрый час. Очи чернее, очи страстные, очи шкучие.
Uh-oh. Age.
Kate, help me. What is happening? What does this man want of me? He has gone totally mad.
Don't worry. There must be some way of getting you out of there, and I'm going to find it.
But do hurry up, my child. I am terrified he will return and become dangerous.
Be strong, Madame Romansky. You can trust me.
What are metal shears?
At last, young lady. I was beginning to be desperate.
I came as fast as I could. Now hurry. Get out of here quickly before that maniac notices. I've got to get Oscar's hands back.
Ah. All right. on Oscar's hands.
Are you all right, madam?
My heart has been put to the test here, but it just might hold up.
Let's go. Let's not hang around here.
Oh, but my God, what has happened now?
Ha ha! Nice try, Miss Walker. But you are not strong enough. Not for me. So you can stop playing games now. Return the hands to me. And bring Madame Romansky back, or I shall not be responsible for my actions.
You don't scare me, you old lunatic. Helena, grab the hands and get back to the train. Tell Oscar to get ready to leave. I'm gonna find a way out of this lousy factory.
No chance. You will never succeed. Ha!
We'll just see about that.
I warned you, Kate Walker. I warned you.
And now you call me Kate Walker now too? Great.
Be careful, my child.
You too. And don't worry. I don't need to do that.
Why? I went backwards. What was that? That looks like a bomb. Blowing up everything, huh? Ah, but this is open now. We need this for. Dynamite.
Oscar, I'm back. Let's get out of here.
What a pleasure it is to see you again, Kate Walker. Please take your seat with Miss Helena in the carriage. She simply is a charming lady. She helped me screw my hand back on. I must inform you, though, that regulations make no provision for supplementary passengers. I hope that you still have your ticket for Arrowbad.
Oscar!
Message received and understood, Kate Walker. Departure imminent.
Uh-oh. Why is that thing moving?
Hello?
Kate, hi. It's me, Dan. Are you all right?
I'm okay now, yeah, thanks. But if I said that not long ago I was grappling with a mad music lover who wanted to kidnap an old forgotten opera star, but I foiled his plan and escaped through an abandoned mine, then I guess it's completely mad. You'd be proud of me, Dan. Real proud.
Kate, I don't understand a thing you're saying. I barely recognize you.
No, it doesn't matter. How was your day?
Yeah, of course. I went to dinner with the Goldbergs. I finally beat Bob at squash. The cleaning woman broke the vase in the entrance hall. Well, other than that, nothing new.
I see. Everything's cool, though?
Yeah, everything's cool.
You're not missing me at all?
Oh, yeah, sure I am.
I had Olivia on the phone. She was a little upset. Nothing to say?
I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. It happened so quickly. I just totally lost control. I was so weak, so dumb. I just can't imagine how... I can't imagine how you could ever forgive me. What a bastard I've been.
I don't know, Dan. Maybe I'm to blame somewhere in all this. Maybe I pushed you into Olivia's arms. I'm well aware that this trip has taken me far from New York and far from the Kate you once knew. And you know what surprises me the most? I don't miss it.
What's happening to us, Kate?
Maybe we've just realized we don't really love each other, Dan.
We can talk about it when you get back if you want.
I don't know, Dan. We'll see.
Oscar. Can't leave yet. Oh, it looks like there's like strings on these. We can't like leave. Kind of wires. Well, let's blow it up then. I can't imagine very far. We haven't really gone anywhere near Syberia yet. But we have quite a bit of information about about Hans, though. So I mean, you know, it could be a decent way through. You know. we lose like part of our train, or is it always that small? Are we?
I don't need to do that again.
Oh, cranks back that way.
You okay, Oscar? Still in one piece?
Humor is a concept outside the scope of my functionality, Kate Walker. You should know that by now.
Oscar, come on, quit crabbing. We got out of that dingy city safe and sound, didn't we? And even with a certain style, I might add.
Style is the right word.
Hey, what are you doing on the platform? That's not like you.
I wanted to take a little air and dust away the cobwebs from my joints. This salt wind is terrible, though. I think it would be wiser to return to our nice, warm train.
Get a life, Oscar. Oscar, I think everything's ready. We can go now.
Are you sitting comfortably? Then we can start the engine and get going. I'll be circulating shortly to punch your ticket.
Give me a break, Oscar.
Miss Walker! Miss Walker! Wait, wait! Don't go yet!
Mr. Felix, what's the matter now? Has something happened to Madame Romansky?
No, no, not at all. Our favorite diva's fine and dandy. But there's a package for you at the reception. I said to myself, Felix, maybe she's got to have it before she goes.
A package for me? But that's impossible.
But it's got Miss Walker written on it, clear as
Weird.
day.
Why didn't you tell me about it earlier?
It's only just arrived, like.
Oh, and, well, who delivered it?
I don't know. I just took my eye off reception for a moment. The game was on, you see, and there it was, on the counter in reception. Come and get it.
Okay.
Package for us, huh? Let's see what we got. Over here. Huh. We're being watched.
Hello?
What the hell are you up to, Kate?
Mr. Marson, please, do try to understand.
Understand? What I understand is this. One, our main client is ready to drop the whole caboodle if the deal isn't tied up in the next 24 hours. Two, this is going to cost the firm multi-dineros. And three, I made a serious error of judgment trusting you with this case. That's what I understand.
I know it doesn't look like it, but...
No buts, Walker. You're looking for a senile old creek and you're making heavy weather of it.
You know, he isn't as senile as all that. He's got this creative streak.
Look, drop the mumbo-jumbo. I don't want excuses. I want...
I've got to go, Mr. Morrison. I think I'm onto something.
Ring-a-ding-ding-ding.
Hello, reception here. Felix Massano at your service. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Yes, she's right here in front of me, ma'am. Immediately. Please, be my guest. Miss Walker, Madame Romansky would like you to join her at the hotel bar as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I'm going.
Off to the bar we go. Now me and him are best friends. Best friends.
Madame Romansky, you wanted to see me?
There you are, my dear. I wanted to talk to you before you leave. I didn't want you to get the wrong idea. Despite our mishap in Komkosgrad, I'm very grateful to you. You helped me to forget my life here and this dead beach where I stroll up and down all day, getting more and more bored.
So much the better.
Time passes so quickly. One day you are at the peak of your glory. You think it is going to last forever. And then one day the bubble bursts, and you are washed up and forgot.
Madame Romansky, don't be so gloom and doom. It doesn't suit you.
And if there is no one left to help you out, you start to sink into a long, dark winter.
Perhaps you should rest now. We've had a trying time. It's been emotional. You must be tired.
When I returned here, Hans gave me such a taste for life. He too was ill. He coughed. He must have spent too long at the factories, breathing in their smoke. And then he was better. And he left. And I stayed with my memories.
Hans Vorarlberg?
Hans Vorarlberg was so full of joy, so carefree. He was a little simple of spirit, of course, as they say. He was a child who made fantastic toys. I think that maybe I loved him.
God alone knows where he is today.
The plane with the hotel supplies has arrived. Maybe you should take a walk outside.
I don't understand.
I am old. I am tired. I have been very pleased to meet you, Kate Walker.
Goodbye, James. Do look after Madame Romansky.
That is all I ever do, miss. May fortune follow your every footstep. The snow is a good sign.
Really?
The snow chases the wind away and covers the salt and sand on the ground. The air becomes purer and still. Ideal conditions for a constitutional.
Great. Thanks for everything, James.
Do.
I don't need to do that again.
We're gonna go there and toxic without it. Okay. Sure, just breathe that healthy air.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Vorarlberg?
Oh.
Hans Vorarlberg?
You've brought the train then. That's good.
Mr. Vorarlberg, you have no idea how pleased I am to meet you at last. I'm Kate.
Where is Anna?
Your sister has passed away, Mr. Vorarlberg. I am sorry. Truly sorry.
Otherwise, it's Anna who would have come, right? Not you.
I guess you're right, Mr. Vorarlberg. My name's Kate Walker.
Kate Walker. Okay, I'm going away on the train. A long way away.
Where's that?
That way. Syberia.
Syberia. I'm sorry. Mr. Vorarlberg, I've been ordered to tie up the buyout of your factory in Valladolid. It's, my job, you understand.
Anna told me. The automatons. That's over now, isn't it?
Mr. Vorarlberg, the factory belongs to you now, and I need your signature to tie up the deal.
Okay. Then I'm going away on the train.
Here's the sales contract. I'll give you some time to look it over. Your sister already agreed to the terms. All we need now is your signature. What? You've signed just like that? Without reading it?
I can't read. I don't know how to.
Oh. In that case, I'll read it for you.
No, it's okay. Leave it. I've got to go away on the train, Kate Walker.
As you wish, Mr. Vorarlberg. And let me wish you a very pleasant journey. Yes?
Listen, Walker, I've decided to send over some backup.
No need, Mr. Marson.
What do you mean?
Hans Vorarlberg has just signed. Everything's hunky-dory.
Are you saying that...
Yep. That Vorarlberg Manufacturing is now the exclusive property of the Universal Toy Company.
But... that's great news. Good work. Excellent work, Walker. A real masterstroke. I knew I could count on you, Kate. I congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
Right, now get back here as quick as you can. I want those papers on my desk tomorrow. My secretary will organize a meeting with Universal Toys immediately. You'll no doubt want to hand over the contract yourself. And now that I think of it, I've got no one on the Schwann Airport case. Big trial coming up. A real opportunity. The job is yours. My little way of saying thank you, Kate Walker.
You're too kind.
You have a great career as a lawyer ahead of you, Kate. See you tomorrow. Well done again, and don't lose those papers, huh? That would be the dumbest thing.
Sure. Real dumb.
Kate Walker?
Yes, Mr. Vorarlberg?
Are you coming on the train too, Kate Walker?
No. That really wasn't in the plan. But thanks for offering. This adventure's all over for me now, Mr. Vorarlberg.
Too bad. Silly, really. You don't like adventure, do you?
I don't really... I mean, maybe there's... It's not easy to say.
Yes?
I have to go back to New York. They're waiting for me there, you understand?
I understand. The plane. It's going to New York too, maybe.
Maybe. I suppose I'd better go find out.
Yes. It's more sensible. Maybe. See you later, Kate Walker.
Oh yeah, he's definitely old up there. Oh. Cash. Oh, she's lost her mind. Wow, that was a really abrupt ending out of nowhere. I kind of like the game, but I really have a problem with the pacing. Yeah, I can understand that, but like I don't know. It you know, like it just feels like it jumped 6 steps to where you were. You know? And I get how it could have happened, but I thought it could have been done better. Yeah. And I really love the graphics and a lot of the other stuff going on in there. Some of the expedition dumps were like so long at intervals, like they literally just dumped tons of it on you at one time instead of spacing it out. So I had my gripes. I enjoyed it. I guess mostly just pacing issues, right? Between exposition dumps and like how it just randomly went boom, done. Yeah, I guess it makes sense why they would do that, Dorothy. I did not think we'd finish this game today. I thought we'd probably be playing another day or so because, you know, it didn't look like we were anywhere near we had to be. So, kind of makes me want to play Syberia too, but I got lots of other stuff to play. We'll get to that someday. I do want to know what happens, but I just have a lot of stuff to play anyway. Regardless, next is Call of Cthulhu, but not tonight though, no way. It's 8 in the morning, almost. Kate Walker. It's funny, there were some good opportunities where they could have said Kate Walker and they didn't, and then they said them sometimes are really lame opportunities. Oh well. Yeah, I did like that. The only thing I didn't like is the trouble with walking. Like I even had a point like last night where I got into a conversation and Kate was just spinning in circles during the conversation over like endlessly while the conversation was going on, just to show how like it has issues sometimes with the walking. How it just like bounces you around, because I guess it's not like free flow, because it's not a point and click kind of thing. The walking. I mean, that was probably like the only really main gripe. I had issues with the pacing, but the walk, and like you had to walk in exact certain spots to like go out of areas instead of just being able to walk to the edge of the screen. Like it would bounce you off and turn you around, you know, and then you have to turn around and walk back. It was weird. But yeah, guys, that is Syberia for the Xbox.